Chapter 1. All members of the family, heed my command. You shall embark on a journey of self-discovery for 3 years. During this time, you are free to seek opportunities, and treasures the family shall not interfere in the slightest. Life and death are fated. Wealth and nobility are determined by the heavens. Upon your return after 3 years, you shall compete for the position of the young clan leader. I hope all of you can return safely. Is that clear? At this moment, a robust and imposing middle-aged man, with a physique reminiscent of a tiger and eyes akin to those of a hawk, spoke in a deep and resonant voice. This man was none other than Yi Badayo, the head of the Yi family, one of the 3 prominent families in Xuan. Understood. The gathered disciples of the Yi family nodded in agreement. This assembly comprised over 100 of the family's brightest young talents, representing the future hope of the Yi clan. Among these disciples, one stood out remarkably. This young man, handsome and graceful at the age of 18, possessed an extraordinary demeanor, with eyes that seemed to reflect the sun, moon, and stars. Indeed, this strikingly handsome youth, akin to a celestial being gracing the mortal realm, was none other than Xuan, the sole beloved son of Yi Badayo. Upon hearing his father's words, Xuan could not contain his excitement and exclaimed, "Finally, I can go out? I've been suffocating in here." Despite being a member of the Yi family, Xuan was, in truth, not of this world. He hailed from a realm known as the Blue Star World. In his previous life, Xuan was a university student. One day, while crossing the street, he witnessed a young girl in danger of being struck by an out-of-control vehicle. Without hesitation, he stepped forward to save her. Though he succeeded in rescuing the girl, Xuan tragically fell, lifeless, into a pool of blood. Xuan believed he had met his end. However, one day he awoke to find himself transformed into a tadpole. In a bewildering twist of fate, he became the son of the head of the Yi family. Yet, unlike the fortunate protagonists in many novels, Xuan did not awaken to any miraculous system or receive gifts from a wise elder. His only asset was his striking appearance. However, in this fantastical world, mere good looks could only enhance his allure, offering no substantial benefits. Despite this, Yi Badayo showered his son with immense affection, a fact that Xuan considered a stroke of luck. It was indeed a sign of providence from the heavens. Yet, what left Xuan feeling somewhat helpless was that the family he had traversed into, the Yi family, was renowned in the eastern wilderness of the Tianqian continent. As one of the 3 major families in Xuanqing, the Yi family upheld strict standards for its disciples. Before the age of 18, no disciple was permitted to venture outside. Upon turning 18, however, the family mandated that all disciples embark on a 3-year journey of experience. During this time, the family would remain indifferent to their disciples' affairs. Life and death were fated if one perished. It was simply a matter of misfortune. Upon their return after 3 years, these disciples would vie for the position of the young clan leader. To be candid, securing the role of young clan leader would mean becoming the future steward of the family. Though Xuan was the son of the head of the family, he was not exempt from this requirement. 2 must venture out into the world. For others, Xuan's situation might seem quite stifling. Yet in reality, the prospect of embarking on this journey filled him with joy. He felt that he would finally have the opportunity to explore the vastness of this world. A wise elder once said, "Life is not merely about the struggles before our eyes. There is also the distant horizon and the allure of the unknown." Now that he had turned 18, he longed to traverse the world. Even if he could not possess beauty, he could at least behold it. After the family's arrangements were concluded, Xuan, like his fellow clan members, stepped through the family gates. As he looked back at Xuan's departing figure, Yi Badayo felt an indescribable emotion swell within him. Observing the head of the family in this state, an elder beside him spoke up, "Head, should we not arrange for a skilled protector to watch over Xuan in secret? Although his strength may not be formidable and his talent not the highest, he is obedient and has contributed strategic insights for the family. Moreover, he is your son. The head, such privileges are only fitting. No need for that. This is a rule set by our ancestors, and I cannot break it. All Yi family members are treated equally before the age of 18. I may protect him for a time, but I cannot safeguard him for a lifetime. To thrive in this world, he must rely on himself. If he were to meet his fate during these 3 years of training, it would simply be his destiny." Yibadayo clenched his fists, his voice resolute. The surrounding elders could discern that while the head's words were steadfast, an undertone of reluctance tinged his voice. Ultimately, Yibadayo sighed as he watched Yixian depart, murmuring, "Xianer, I hope you return safe and sound." Meanwhile, once outside the family gates, Yixian forged ahead. He was acutely aware that in this world, the law of the jungle prevailed, where power reigned supreme, and the weak were treated as mere fodder. Moreover, he possessed no magical rings or wise mentors to aid him. Yet, for one who had faced death once, Yixian held no fear of it now. Having finally arrived in this world, he intended to live life to the fullest, regardless of its length. However, shortly after Yixian set off, a voice suddenly echoed in his ears, stirring his curiosity. Upon hearing this sound, Yixian nearly leapt in surprise. Ding! The host is detected to be embarking on a journey system binding conditions met. System binding in progress. Yixian? Upon hearing the voice resonate in his mind, Yixian was momentarily stunned. No, he began to doubt whether he had misheard. After all, he had been in this world for 18 years and had never encountered such a voice. At this moment, Yixian seriously questioned whether he was experiencing a hallucination. Yet, upon confirming the recent voice, it seemed all too real. Could it be? Am I truly about to acquire a system? Yixian's face brimmed with astonishment. For Yixian knew well that possessing a system would render him the most formidable being in this world. After all, a system is an omnipotent and all-knowing entity. As these thoughts swirled in Yixian's mind, the clear voice returned, penetrating his thoughts once more. Ding! Congratulations, host. The branching system has been successfully bound. Would you like to claim your beginner's gift package? Upon hearing the system's voice again, Yixian realized that he truly had acquired a system this time. A system? You finally arrived. Do you know how I have endured these past 18 years? Yet, the name of this system sounded rather peculiar. It seemed he had never encountered such a system in any of the novels he had read before. Quickly shaking his head, Yixian composed himself. He then softly addressed the system. Claim the beginner's gift package. Ding! The beginner's gift package is being extracted. Please wait. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have received 1 invisibility talisman. Note, this invisibility talisman can conceal your form for 12 hours. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have gained 10 years of cultivation. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have achieved minor proficiency in divination. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have attained mastery in the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Would the host like to fuse the cultivation with the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and divination? As Yixian's words fell, a series of system notifications echoed in his mind. Listening to the system's announcements, a smile of excitement crept upon Yixian's face. The rewards from this system sounded incredibly promising. First and foremost, he had received an invisibility talisman. Additionally, mastering the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and divination meant that he would possess several valuable skills while traversing the world. Although mastery of the arts might not be as substantial as cultivation, it certainly provided him with the means to impress others. In this perilous world, possessing some showy skills was undoubtedly better than having none. After briefly organizing his beginner's rewards, Yixian addressed the system. System, fuse the cultivation with the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and divination. Ding! Acknowledged. Initiating fusion. Upon receiving Yixian's consent, in the next moment, he felt an incredibly pure energy surge violently into his body. Then, Yixian's cultivation rapidly ascended. Foundation Establishment Realm. Second layer. Foundation Establishment Realm. Third layer. The 4th level of the Foundation Establishment Realm. At last, Yixian's cultivation reached a standstill after attaining the 4th level of the Foundation Establishment Realm. The decade of cultivation rewarded by the system propelled Yixian's prowess upward by 3 minor realms in an instant. In this world, cultivation is categorized into several stages: Qi refinement, Foundation establishment, Golden core, nascent soul, transformation into dragon, the latter being a mistaken reference by the young lady, originally intended to be transformation into spirit. Hence we shall refer to it as transformation into dragon, void refinement, body fusion, great ascendance, and tribulation crossing, among others. Each major realm, is further divided into 9 levels. Cultivating in the immortal realm is an exceedingly arduous endeavor. Typically, it is quite challenging for practitioners to enter the Golden Core stage. The Golden Core stage represents a formidable hurdle. However, with the system now at his disposal, Xuan felt no trepidation. After merging the 10 years of cultivation with his maxed-out skills in the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and divination, his mind brimmed with a wealth of knowledge regarding these disciplines. This was all thanks to the novice gift package. Ah, truly impressive. The future is promising, no. Rather, the future is bright. But first, I must comprehend the functions of the system. Xuan murmured to himself. He then addressed the system. What capabilities do you possess? Ding! Report to the host. This system grants rewards upon the host marrying a wife and bearing children, or by winning over beautiful women in the fantastical realm, leading to a flourishing lineage. The more exquisite the women who submit, and the higher the quality and quantity of the offspring, the more abundant the rewards the host shall receive. The system elucidated. Is this a childbearing system? Upon hearing the system's explanation, Xuan was struck with realization. It seems the road ahead is long and arduous. To bear children, I must first find a soulmate. Xuan furrowed his brow. At present, Xuan remained a solitary figure. System, does that mean I can simply marry any woman and bear children to receive rewards? Xuan inquired further. Although Xuan's current cultivation was not particularly formidable, even considered lowly in the realm of cultivation, in the mundane world, a foundation establishment level was undoubtedly that of a significant figure. If Xuan were to express a desire for a mundane wife, countless women would undoubtedly be eager to reciprocate. No, the choice of soulmate must gain the system's recognition based on attributes such as appearance, talent, and cultivation level. Otherwise, rewards will not be bestowed. However, the host may seek companionship for entertainment. The system replied, I understand, system. Xuan acknowledged. After speaking, he began to stride toward the horizon. Next, Xuan's mission was to seek out a beautiful soulmate and bear children. In this world, I have arrived. Unperturbed by the whirlwinds of chaos, Xuan hummed a few beloved lines from his past life, stepping forward with a resolute gait. Xuan was in high spirits, for he was now a dashing figure endowed with a system. He was acutely aware that as long as a transmigrator possessed a system, this world would essentially become their playground. Simultaneously, as Xuan advanced, not far from him, a stunningly tall and alluring beauty, veiled and with eyes resembling twinkling stars, was swiftly making her way forward. However, despite her rapid movement, it was evident to any keen observer that her situation was far from favorable. Her enchanting gaze became increasingly captivating with the passage of time, evoking an irresistible allure in those who beheld her. Any man present would find himself utterly entranced by her mesmerizing eyes. Damn it, I've fallen victim to a love poison. The only way to cure it is through the union of yin and yang. But in this desolate place, there is nothing but barren wilderness. The only men I've encountered are those I cannot afford to fall prey to. I must not succumb to their grasp. The tall beauty displayed a pained expression. No, I absolutely cannot perish. I am the revered saintess of chaos. How could I possibly die? Even if there is but a glimmer of hope, I must survive. Only by living can I possess everything. The beauty clenched her delicate fist resolutely. After her declaration, she staggered forward with renewed determination. As she progressed a short distance, an unexpected scene unfolded before her. Not far ahead, a young man was walking forth. He appeared strikingly handsome, like an ethereal being untouched by the mundane world, exuding an extraordinary aura. With an elegant demeanor and refined grace, the tall beauty could guarantee that this young man was the most stunning man she had ever encountered in her life. This young man, of course, was Xuan, who was embarking on an external journey for training. Xuan had been contemplating how to seek out his soulmate, but he had not anticipated encountering such a breathtaking beauty here. Could it be? Am I truly not dreaming? How is it possible to encounter such a stunning beauty here? Xuan expressed his disbelief. Although the woman was veiled, he could instantly discern that this enchanting lady was a rare gem. Truly one in a million, not to mention, just the sight of her exquisite legs could easily eclipse all the leading ladies he had seen in both grand films and lesser productions in his previous life. The beauties of this world, owing to their cultivation, not only exuded an extraordinary aura, but were also far more beautiful than those from the world he once inhabited. After casting a glance at the long-legged beauty before him, Yi Xian mused. However, despite her breathtaking beauty, he was not the type to be rendered immobile in the presence of a captivating woman. The complexities of a woman's heart can be as elusive as the depths of the ocean. The thought processes of such beings can often be quite irrational. Moreover, Yi Xian was well aware that women are akin to roses with thorns. One must approach them with patience, for haste can lead to dire consequences. This beauty emanated a formidable and somewhat disordered aura. It was prudent for him to keep his distance. Yi Xian shook his head in contemplation, preparing to sidestep the enchanting lady and proceed on his way. Yet at that moment, the long-legged beauty called out, "Young brother, please wait. Are you addressing me?" Upon hearing her words, Yi Xian felt a jolt of surprise. To be honest, he was no fool. Though he possessed a system that could yield great rewards should he engage in procreation with this stunning beauty, he understood all too well that, given his current capabilities, such a woman was beyond his reach. Ironically, the more he worried, the more events seemed to conspire against him. "I end this desolate area. Naturally, I am the one she calls." The beautiful, long-legged woman uttered with a voice that sent shivers through him. After hearing her final utterance, Yi Xian nearly lost his footing and collapsed to the ground. Her voice was so captivating that it sapped his strength in an instant. "I am not acquainted with you, nor do I know why you have called me." Yi Xian replied, "I have been poisoned by the yin-yang harmony poison. Please assist me." The long-legged beauty implored. She was acutely aware that she could no longer delay addressing the poison. For if she did, she would undoubtedly be pursued by those wretched individuals. If they caught up to her, her fate would be grim. "What? You are afflicted by the yin-yang harmony poison?" Upon hearing her words, Yi Xian was momentarily taken aback. He now understood the reason behind her unsettling gaze. However, before he could fully process this revelation, the long-legged beauty approached him with urgency and embraced him. In the aftermath of this encounter, Yi Xian found himself sitting on the ground to recuperate, while the veiled beauty slipped into slumber. That moment, her veil had completely fallen away, revealing a visage so pure and stunning, reminiscent of a celestial maiden. Gazing upon her exquisitely beautiful face, Yi Xian was utterly mesmerized. He could hardly believe that, having just stepped out from his family, he had encountered such a breathtaking beauty. Those long legs were simply irresistible. Surely, this was the work of the system, Yi Xian murmured to himself. Just as he was lost in thought, the voice of the system echoed in his mind. "Ding! It has been detected that the host has spent the night with a great beauty." As this is the host's first experience, a reward of comprehensive knowledge of formations has been granted. With the system's proclamation, Yi Xian found his mind enriched with vast knowledge of formations. Have slept with a stunning beauty and to receive such a boon. What a remarkable stroke of fortune. Should I make my escape now? This beauty's cultivation far surpasses mine. It would be troublesome if she were to disregard me after donning her garments. Yet, I am a man who has faced death once. Should I truly fear it again? Besides, I have saved her life. Logically, she should be grateful to me that I am not one to abandon others in their time of need. Yi Xian pondered. He then settled down to divine the identity of the woman before him, for he possessed the complete art of divination. After a period of contemplation, when he finally discerned her identity, Yi Xian was astounded. He never imagined that the first woman he had been with would be someone so extraordinary, a saintess. No wonder she was so beautiful and possessed such an ethereal demeanor, Yi Xian mused. After an hour had passed, the chaos saintess, Li Xiao, finally awoke. Upon regaining consciousness, she felt an unusual sensation, especially as the memory of her actions flooded back. Her face flushed with embarrassment, resembling a delicate water lily. After a moment of shyness, her gaze turned toward Yi Xian, only to find him observing her in return. Should I eliminate him? Li Xiao clenched her fists in contemplation. Yet soon, she shook her head. Had it not been for Yi Xian, her fate would have been dire, and she would have inevitably fallen prey to those assassins. I hope you can keep this matter confidential. Otherwise, there will be no mercy, Li Xiao declared fiercely, her beauty even more striking now that she had transformed from a girl into a woman. Although her words sounded menacing, they held no power over Xuan. "I understand. Rest assured, I will take responsibility," Xuan replied. His words were sincere. Having shared such an intimate encounter, he felt a moral obligation to her. This was his guiding principle in life, that a man may be passionate, but he must not be reckless. "Responsibility? You must not know my true identity," Li Xiao retorted, a playful smirk gracing her lips. Having never interacted with a man before, this was her first experience with Xuan, and she found his words somewhat presumptuous. The Chaos Saintess, a renowned figure on the celestial rankings, is not someone you can easily dismiss, Xuan replied, a cryptic smile playing on his lips. "What? You know my identity? Who are you, exactly?" Upon hearing Xuan reveal her identity, Li Xiao took 2 steps back, her heart racing with astonishment. She had been extremely discreet about her identity, and apart from those few assassins, it was unlikely anyone would recognize her. Typically, she donned a veil when venturing outside. Yet, she had not anticipated that Xuan would know her true identity, leaving her utterly bewildered. "I am Xuan, the scion of the Yi family in Xian City. Compared to the Chaos Sacred Land, my family is insignificant. There is no need for such a reaction. I harbor no ill will toward you. If I had intended to harm you, you would have perished long ago." Xuan sighed, acknowledging the bitter truth. At this moment, he was certainly no match for Li Xiao standing before him. However, just moments ago, when Li Xiao fell victim to the seductive poison, he had felt a glimmer of hope. Li Xiao, how cunning of you to hide here. It has made our search rather tedious. But now, you shall find it impossible to escape. As Li Xiao spoke, a voice, cold and indifferent, echoed from afar. With the utterance of those words, 6 figures materialized instantaneously, surrounding Xuan and Li Xiao. The air around them was thick with a sanguine aura, particularly emanating from the leader, a woman clad in red, wielding a crimson umbrella that exuded a fierce and formidable energy, clearly a treasure of great worth. The identities of the other 5, all men, remained obscured, their faces shrouded and indistinguishable. Li Xiao, this time you truly cannot escape, the red-clad woman declared with an icy tone. Upon sensing the formidable aura surrounding the 6, Xuan's brow furrowed slightly. Indeed, their strength was at the early stages of the Golden Core realm, far exceeding his own. Yet he felt no fear. When soldiers approach, I shall defend. When water comes, I shall dam it. Although Xuan's cultivation was merely at the 4th stage of the Foundation establishment realm, he possessed hidden trump cards and was not one to perish easily. Otherwise, he would not have been bound to assist him. This holy maiden bears no enmity towards you. Why do you persist in seeking my demise? Are you not afraid of retribution from the chaotic Holy Land? Li Xiao's voice was frigid. Her venture outside the chaotic Holy Land was initially to investigate a mysterious assassination involving a core disciple. Yet, she had unexpectedly encountered these strangers intent on taking her life. During the ensuing battle, she had been caught off guard and succumbed to the seductive poison, leaving her with no choice but to rely on her treasures for escape, leading to a series of unfortunate events with Xuan. "Haha, Li Xiao, you are truly amusing. You shall perish here today, and no one will be the wiser. How will your chaotic Holy Land ever find us? Moreover, you do not even know our identities." The red-clad woman scoffed. "As for whether there exists any grudge between us, that is of no concern to you. Just know that today, your death is certain." Upon hearing the words of the red-clad woman, Li Xiao gritted her teeth in frustration. She felt an overwhelming sense of misfortune. Not only had she been pursued inexplicably, but she had also lost her purity. To make matters worse, she was now completely unaware of the identities of her pursuers, a predicament that would frustrate anyone. "Haha." The laughter of the red-clad woman and her companions echoed as they reveled in Li Xiao's plight. Xuan, standing by, observed the unfolding drama. However, witnessing their arrogance, he could not help but coldly interject, "I have encountered arrogance before, but never have I seen such audacity. Allow me to be frank. Today may well mark the day of your demise." Upon hearing Xuan's declaration, the 6 turned their attention to the strikingly handsome young man before them. "You think you know our secrets, yet even Li Xiao is oblivious to them. Who do you think you are? Little brat, have you even reached maturity?" The red-clad woman mocked. What are you, if not agents of the dark web? What is there that I do not know about you? Yi Xian replied with a faint smile. What? As Yi Xian's words fell, not only were the six stunned, but even Li Xiao was rendered speechless. As the holy maiden of the chaotic Holy Land, she was well aware of the dark web, a terrifying assassination organization reputed for its formidable expertise. Rivaling that of the chaotic Holy Land itself, they were known for carrying out mercenary tasks, and once someone was targeted by the dark web, their fate was nearly sealed. Even the sanctuaries would think twice before provoking such an organization. Li Xiao could hardly fathom that assassins from the dark web had come to take her life. Who could be behind this? Her beautiful eyes swept over Yi Xian, a sense of astonishment washing over her. How could he recognize members of the dark web? This indicated that Yi Xian was far from ordinary. The red-clad woman and her companions widened their eyes, fixated on Yi Xian, as if attempting to decipher his very essence. Yet, regrettably, they could discern nothing about him. How did you uncover our identities? The red-clad woman demanded, her gaze piercing and frigid. For assassins, the greatest fear was having their identities known, for once someone was aware of who they were, their lives would be in grave peril. How I know your identities is a matter you are not worthy to inquire about, Yi Xian replied coolly. Humph. I had initially considered sparing you due to your pleasing appearance, intending to take you back as my little servant. But it seems you, too, must meet your end. The red-clad woman's voice turned heavy with intent. Upon her command, the five assassins sprang into action. With a swift motion, the red-clad woman twirled her crimson umbrella, unleashing a flurry of needle-like projectiles that shot towards Yi Xian and Li Xiao in a deluge akin to a rain of pear blossoms. The assault was swift and relentless. Yi Xiao's expression hardened as she conjured a 3-foot-long azure peak, wielding it with grace. With a flick of her wrist, she sent forth a torrent of sword chi to intercept the incoming needles. Clang, clang, the collision of needles and sword chi resounded, successfully deflecting the projectiles. Yet before Li Xiao could fully process the situation, the five assassins produced their own treasures with uncanny speed. The scene unfolded so rapidly that even Li Xiao found herself momentarily stunned. As the haze enveloped her surroundings, darkness encroached, rendering her and Yi Xian isolated from the rest. A mirage array. It is remarkably intricate. I have never encountered anything like it before, Li Xiao mused, furrowing her brow. Though she was a holy maiden, she was still young, merely 20 years of age. With limited experience, a sense of foreboding began to creep into her heart. Fear not. I am still here, perceiving the subtle fluctuations of Li Xiao's emotions. Yi Xian could not help but reveal a faint smile. You, Li Xiao's beautiful eyes turned to face Yi Xian. To be frank, Yi Xian presented an enigma to her, despite appearing to be an inexperienced youth. His manner of handling affairs was strikingly mature. Particularly, he not only discerned her identity, but also recognized the 6 assassins before them. The depths of the sea cannot be measured, and one cannot judge a person solely by their appearance. Now, just heed my words, Yi Xian said with a mysterious smile. He then began to scrutinize the illusory formation before him. However, at that moment, several flying needles pierced through the illusion, hurtling towards Li Xiao and Yi Xian. As the needles approached, Li Xiao grasped her 3-foot-long sword and deftly parried them aside. Li Xiao, cease your resistance. This is the net of heaven and earth, a specialty of our dark web. Even those in the nascent soul stage could be ensnared for a while, let alone a mere golden core cultivator like yourself. The voice of a woman clad in red echoed ominously. Ignore her. Just follow my lead and strike to the left front. There lies the formation's core. Yi Xian suddenly interjected after a thorough observation that in the past, being trapped within a formation would have led Yi Xian to resign himself to misfortune. Yet now, he possessed mastery over formations. Although his cultivation was not exceptionally formidable, his theoretical knowledge was unparalleled. That if he claimed to be second in the art of formations, no one in the world would dare assert themselves as the first. All right, Li Xiao nodded, despite their brief acquaintance. For reasons she could not fully comprehend, upon Yi Xian's revelation of her connection to the dark web assassins, she chose to extend her utmost trust toward him. With her words spoken, Li Xiao unleashed the full force of her golden core stage aura. and her sword struck forth with a fierce momentum. One male assassin, caught unawares, could scarcely fathom the intensity of her attack, having taken many lives already. This net of heaven and earth was said to be unbreakable. Not good. The assassin sensed the overwhelming killing intent and attempted to retreat, but it was already too late. Thud! In the next instant, Li Xiao's 3-foot sword penetrated the assassin's brow, ending his life as he fell. The net of heaven and earth dissipated without resistance. Li Xiao was utterly astonished. She had not anticipated that Yi Xian truly possessed the ability to dismantle formations. What a surprising turn of events. Indeed, this boy is rather peculiar. The other 4 of you, eliminate him while I handle Li Xiao, the red-clad woman commanded. Understood. As her words fell, one dark web member advanced towards Yi Xian while the other 4 charged at Li Xiao. Can you manage? Li Xiao asked, a hint of concern in her voice. Naturally, she sensed that Yi Xian's cultivation was merely at the foundation establishment stage, making survival against an assassin in the Golden Core stage exceedingly difficult. Yet, she understood that she needed to confront the 4 assassins with utmost vigilance, without underestimating them. Rest assured, a man must never admit defeat. I am confident in my ability to slay him. Yi Xian replied with unwavering confidence. All right, I believe in you. In response to the confidence radiating from Yi Xian's countenance, Li Xiao declared. After her words, she engaged in combat with the 4 assassins, while Yi Xian turned his attention towards the approaching dark web assassin. As their gazes locked, the assassin's icy demeanor contrasted sharply with the cruel smile that graced his lips. You, boy, I did not expect you to not only know our identities, but also assist Li Xiao in breaking the net of heaven and earth. Prepare to meet a grim fate. The assassin's voice dripped with cold malice. Without Yi Xian's intervention, Li Xiao might have already fallen prey to their machinations, perhaps even meeting her end. Yet, due to Yi Xian's timely appearance, not only had he dispelled Li Xiao's charm poison, but he had also cost them one of their assassins, a fact the dark web member found intolerable. You think you can take my life? You are not worthy, Yi Xian retorted with an air of defiance. Humph, you are utterly naive. Prepare to die, the assassin hissed in response to Yi Xian's audacious words. With that, a golden hook knife materialized in the assassin's hand, hurtling towards Yi Xian. This was no ordinary weapon. To be struck by this golden blade meant certain disembowelment. Aware of the gravity of the situation, Yi Xian summoned an invisibility talisman. Clang, the moment Yi Xian vanished. The golden hook knife struck his form. Ha! Boy, my golden hook knife has never missed its mark, and you shall be no exception. The dark web member laughed triumphantly, believing he had succeeded. Little did he know, he had merely struck at Yi Xian's afterimage. Oh, you are mistaken. A cold voice echoed from a distance, penetrating the atmosphere. What? You're still alive? The assassin's brow furrowed in disbelief upon hearing Yi Xian's taunt. He began to expand his senses, searching for Yi Xian's whereabouts, but no matter how hard he tried, he could not locate him. What is going on? Where is he? The assassin's expression darkened with confusion. Yet, it dawned on him moments later that Yi Xian had concealed his presence. Not good. Panic surged through the assassin's face as he prepared to retreat in haste. However, in the next instant, he was struck with dread. For a wall suddenly materialized before him. A formation? The assassin's expression soured in realization. Yet before he could fully comprehend the shocking turn of events, a gleaming dagger sliced through the air, targeting his throat. Thud! As the dagger made contact, a jet of blood erupted forth. Cough, cough! The assassin clutched his neck, his face contorted with disbelief. Such a method of killing was not the usual tactic of the dark web. And now he found himself facing the prospect of death that it was an utterly humiliating fate to endure. As he desperately clutched his neck, Yi Xian's figure appeared before him. So, how does my assassination technique fare? Yi Xian remarked coolly. You. How could you possess such an extraordinary invisibility talisman? Cough, cough. Who are you? The member of the dark web fixed his gaze upon Yi Xian, his eyes brimming with malice and astonishment. This dark web member was confident in his own use of invisibility talismans. However, he had never encountered someone like Yi Xian, who, having employed an invisibility talisman, emitted not a single sound or breath. Who I am is of no concern to you. Depart in peace, For this day next year shall mark your demise. Yi Xian's voice was as cold as I see. As Yi Xian's words fell, he swiftly plunged 2 daggers into his adversary, taking advantage of his opponent's weakened state. Although Yi Xian had yet to take a life and was, in his previous existence, a well-educated university student, he was acutely aware in this world that one must be ruthless towards enemies. Otherwise, one would suffer the consequences that After enduring 2 dagger strikes, the dark web member collapsed to the ground, letting out a few cries before succumbing. In his final moments, his eyes were wide open, filled with a profound sense of unwillingness. After Yi Xian dispatched this dark web member, the battle on the other side escalated to a fever pitch. Initially, Li Xiao had been worried for Yi Xian, but upon hearing the commotion and casting a glance at the unfolding conflict, she was utterly astonished. She could scarcely believe that Yi Xian had slain an opponent who was a whole realm above him. It was simply unbelievable. Little did she know that Yi Xian had combined the use of formations and invisibility talismans. Without this advantage, it would have been exceedingly difficult for him to kill someone of a higher realm. This fellow is truly unfathomable, Li Xiao thought to herself, and without reservation, she unleashed her full power. With a fierce cry, she brandished her 3-foot green peak, charged with unmatched killing intent towards the 4 dark web assassins surrounding her. In no time, aside from the woman in the red umbrella, the other 3 dark web members were dispatched by Li Xiao. Damn it, it's all this brat's doing. The red-clad woman, retreating several dozen meters and regaining her composure, spoke icily to at that moment. The red-clad assassin appeared to be in dire straits, her body stained with blood, presenting a truly chilling sight. She believed that the reason for the failure of the assassination against Li Xiao was the unexpected appearance of Yi Xian. Were it not for him, Li Xiao would likely have met her end by now. Li Xiao, consider yourself fortunate. This time I cannot kill you, but I shall ensure he accompanies you to the grave. After uttering these words, the red-clad assassin charged madly towards Yi Xian's location. It was evident that the red-clad assassin understood her doom was inevitable. However, in her final moments, she sought to drag Yi Xian down with her. Yet, Yi Xian was not so easily vanquished. Just as the red-clad woman was about to reach him, Yi Xian's figure vanished from sight. This was due to the invisibility talisman granted by the system, which could conceal his form for 12 hours. Once invisible, he moved without a trace, rendering him undetectable to others. The red-clad assassin had initially thought she could take Yi Xian down with her in death, but she never anticipated that he could become invisible. This realization filled her with immense frustration. As for Li Xiao, she had harbored some concern for Yi Xian, given that the 6 dark web assassins pursuing her included the strongest among them, the red-clad woman. The gap between Yi Xian and the red-clad assassin was indeed vast. However, she had not expected Yi Xian possessed such a skill. This made Li Xiao acutely aware that the Yi Xian before her was far more complex than he appeared. Nevertheless, she quickly shook her head, casting aside these unnecessary thoughts. Her priority was to eliminate the red-clad woman first. In the next moment, wielding her 3-foot green peak, Li Xiao stood before the astonished red-clad woman. With a single thrust, the speed of her strike was astonishing. The red-clad woman, caught in a state of shock, failed to react in time. In the next instant, she found herself pierced through the heart by Li Xiao's blade. Upon witnessing this scene, Yi Xian felt no further anxiety. He boldly declared, "I am here. I have emerged." As Yi Xian's words echoed, he appeared not far from the red-clad woman. Seeing the smug expression on Yi Xian's face, the red-clad woman felt an intense rage boiling within her. Yet, she realized they had indeed met their match. As an assassin, failure meant a loss of life. "You little beast, may you meet a wretched end. I shall haunt you as a ghost," the red-clad assassin screamed. After uttering this curse, she collapsed to the ground, her legs twitching before she breathed her last. Once the red-clad assassin had perished, Li Xiao prepared to dispose of the bodies. But at that moment, Yi Xian interjected, "Wait a moment. Let me search for any valuables on them." "You want to search the bodies?" Li Xiao furrowed her brow. "I'm broke. I have no choice." Yi Xian shrugged and approached the red-clad woman. Beginning to thoroughly search her, in a short while, he produced a storage bag. It was not large, primarily containing some spirit stones that Yi Xian, naturally, did not hesitate to collect them. After all, no one could ever have too many spirit stones. In this fantastical world, spirit stones were akin to currency in Yi Xian's previous life on Blue Star. Thus, the more, the merrier. Next, Yi Xian continued his search. After thoroughly examining all the bodies, he finally disposed of the 6 corpses. As for Li Xiao, she regarded Yi Xian with a newfound admiration. Following these events, Yi Xian had successfully captured her attention. He was not only exceptionally capable, but also possessed a myriad of techniques, exhibiting a ruthless demeanor that starkly contrasted with his seemingly charming appearance, especially with the playful smile that often graced his lips, making it difficult to associate him with a cold-blooded individual. "Pray tell, how many more abilities do you possess?" Li Xiao inquired. "What abilities do I have that you are unaware of? Haven't you experienced them all?" Yi Xian replied half-jokingly that, "Do you believe I would chop you into pieces?" Upon hearing Yi Xian's mischievous words, Li Xiao's delicate features flushed with embarrassment. "All right, enough of that. Let us discuss your matters. What are your plans moving forward? Perhaps you should reconsider going to the Chaos Sacred Land. I can take care of you." Yi Xian extended an invitation. Before her stood Li Xiao, a striking beauty with long legs and a fierce yet alluring presence. Undeniably a dream for Yi Xian felt that with such a beauty by his side, his life would be worth living. "That I must return. The dark web assassins have put me in grave danger, and it is certainly not as simple as it appears. I need to uncover who seeks to take my life." Li Xiao replied, shaking her head. "Since you do not wish to stay by my side, remember to seek me out at the Yi family in Xian City if you need anything. Rest assured, I shall take responsibility for you." Yi Xian asserted that while Yi Xian's earlier words had been made in jest, the esteemed saintess of the sacred land undoubtedly had her own affairs to attend to. Yet, Yi Xian's actions merely conveyed his stance. Having shared an intimate moment, he would bear the responsibility to the end, that he was certainly not the type to indulge and then deny it. "Very well. Should I require anything, I will seek you out." Li Xiao nodded slightly. After speaking, she transformed into a long rainbow and vanished from sight. As Yi Xian gazed at the graceful silhouette of Li Xiao departing, he couldn't help but murmur, truly deserving of the title of saintess. The experience is undeniably exquisite. Moreover, such a beauty would likely give birth to twins, and the quality would surely be exceptional. I wonder if she could conceive this time. If such a beauty were to become pregnant and bear a child, the system rewards would be quite substantial. Yi Xian thought to himself. After contemplating this, he began to devise his next plans. Following this incident, Yi Xian realized that this world was indeed fraught with peril. Furthermore, with his current cultivation level, he was unable to fully safeguard himself. His only trump card, the invisibility talisman, had already been used. Thus, if he were to encounter an entity at the Golden Core stage or higher, his fate would be precarious. Moving forward, he certainly needed to pursue romantic interests, for this system was designed for branching out, without women. There could be no children, and without children, there would be no rewards. However, the process of courting women could lead to difficulties, so his most pressing concern was to find someone who would willingly protect him. Yet, who would be willing to offer such protection? Yi Xian pondered as he began to divine. After some divination, his eyes suddenly brightened, for he had identified a potential ally, a rogue cultivator named Yao Yi. Although Yao Yi was a rogue, his cultivation had already reached the 9th level of the Golden Core stage. While such power might not be particularly high within the Holy Land, for Yi Xian, it was an insurmountable presence. Moreover, having such a formidable ally nearby would ensure Yi Xian's safety. However, the one concern that plagued Yi Xian was that this individual was notoriously reclusive. Yao Yi rarely ventured outside, and he had concealed his whereabouts with numerous hidden formations and lethal traps. Yet for Yi Xian, locating him would not pose a significant challenge. Convincing a rogue king to serve as his protector would be no easy feat. But human nature has its weaknesses that he divined that Yao Yi had a penchant for painting and calligraphy, an area in which Yi Xian excelled. He could create a painting to entice Yao Yi into becoming his bodyguard. He mused. With his plan in mind, Yi Xian traveled to a small town, where he purchased a brush and paints, subsequently creating a piece of art. Once he had completed everything, he set off towards Yao Yi's location. After 5 hours of travel, Yi Xian finally arrived at a secluded valley, surrounded by mountains. Had it not been for his exceptional foresight, he would never have discovered this place. Upon arrival, Xuan surveyed the valley before him, where ethereal mist swirled and spiritual energy abounded, an ideal environment for cultivation. Naturally, he mused that having a few beautiful women by his side would make this setting even more delightful. However, he quickly shook his head, for his objective today was to persuade the rogue King Yao Yi to become his bodyguard. This task was indeed formidable, as Yao Yi was a fearsome presence at the 9th level of the Golden Core stage, and a single thought from him could obliterate Xuan. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Xuan remained vigilant. True to his reputation, Yao Yi had hidden numerous traps and formations in his domain. However, for someone like Xuan, who had mastered formations, they posed little challenge. As he continued deeper into the valley, Xuan suddenly halted, sensing an overwhelming pressure enveloping him. That moment, it felt as though the very heavens were collapsing upon him. His breath almost ceased as this terrifying force descended, accompanied by a chilling voice from afar. Who dares to intrude upon my domain? Is this truly the presence of someone at the 9th level of the Golden Core stage? It is indeed as fearsome as rumored. With my current cultivation, he could extinguish me with but a thought. Xuan murmured inwardly, acutely aware of the overwhelming power he faced. Summoning his courage, he called out, "Senior, I am Xuan, a younger generation, I mean you no harm. I kindly request that you ease the pressure, or I fear I might not withstand it." "Humph. How did you find your way here?" Yao Yi, having sensed Xuan's true cultivation and assessed the surroundings, lessened some of his pressure. Yao Yi was utterly astonished. He had chosen this secluded location with great care, far from any bustling city. Believing it to be devoid of valuable treasures, he had not anticipated that a young upstart would discover his hideaway. Though Xuan's cultivation was not particularly formidable, Yao Yi, being the cautious rogue king he was, treated even the smallest ant with care, knowing that ants could overturn elephants. If a young one wishes to find someone, there are always ways. That I come seeking you today to discuss a matter of importance." Xuan declared, "That's so? What matter could be of such significance?" Yao Yi inquired, curiosity piqued. Despite Xuan's youthful appearance, he spoke with an air of maturity that surprised Yao Yi, given the gravity of the matter. "I must speak to you in person," Xuan replied. "Very well, if you wish to meet me, then step inside. That if you could traverse the formations I have set, I will grant you the opportunity to speak. If not, you shall perish beneath my traps," Yao Yi stated. "Your words are clear and forthright. I appreciate that. Then I shall enter." Xuan smiled faintly. In terms of cultivation, Xuan's combat prowess was indeed lacking. However, when it came to formations and similar arts, he faced no difficulty at all. Before long, he effortlessly navigated through the intricate traps and entered the valley. Upon entering, he beheld Yao Yi, a middle-aged man of unremarkable appearance, clad in armor and equipped with protective gear, embodying the caution of a true rogue king. Xuan surmised that Yao Yi likely even safeguarded his belongings with utmost care. As Xuan assessed Yao Yi, the latter was equally scrutinizing him, astonishment filling his heart. Yao Yi recognized that while his formations were not particularly fearsome, they would pose a significant challenge for anyone nearing the breakthrough to the nascent soul stage. Yet here stood Xuan, who had effortlessly breached these defenses without sustaining any harm. This was truly uncanny. Despite Xuan's relatively low cultivation, his capabilities were evidently exceptional. "You have truly surprised me. At such a young age, you possess knowledge of the art of formations," Yao Yi remarked. "However, we are not kindred spirits. I wish for you to speak your piece and depart swiftly. I do not wish for others to discover my refuge." Yao Yi declared in a somber tone. "Senior Yao, I have come to propose a transaction," Xuan said, a faint, innocuous smile playing on his lips at the transaction. "I beg your pardon, but I prefer to remain unentangled with anyone. You should be well aware of my character. I simply wish to be a quiet cultivator." Yao Yi retorted coldly is this truly the significant matter you wish to discuss? If this is all, you may leave," Yao Yi added with indifference. "Why the haste to dismiss me? You may find yourself at a considerable loss this time. Since I have come, it is only natural that I bring good tidings." I have heard that you have an affinity for paintings and calligraphy. I happen to possess a piece that I could bestow upon you. Yi Xian proclaimed. As he spoke, Yi Xian produced a painting he had prepared earlier and began to unfurl it. However, he quickly folded it back up. Yet, at the moment Yi Xian unveiled the artwork, a flicker of fervor ignited in Yao Yi's eyes, as he could distinctly sense that the contents of this painting would be of great utility to him. Should he acquire this piece, it might well enable him to shatter the barrier that had long hindered his ascent to the nascent soul stage. What vexed Yao Yi, however, was the cunning of this young man before him. He had merely revealed a glimpse and then concealed it once more, affording him no opportunity to fully behold its splendor. What do you think? I trust this painting has piqued your interest. Yi Xian inquired. Why Yi Xian could easily discern that Yao Yi was indeed intrigued by the artwork. Of course, I am intrigued, but tell me, young man, are you not afraid that I might slay you now and seize this painting for myself? Yao Yi said, a sinister smile creeping onto his face. Huh. Upon hearing Yao Yi's words, Yi Xian erupted into laughter, his mirth brimming with audacity and irreverence. What is so humorous? Yao Yi asked, somewhat perplexed. I find it quite amusing. Senior, how you speak. To be frank, since I dare to come here, I fear you not. Yi Xian replied boldly. Such courage. Nevertheless, speak plainly. What brings you to my abode? Yao Yi inquired. Yao Yi was well aware that Yi Xian had traversed great distances to reach him, and there must be a significant purpose behind his visit. I wish to offer you this painting, on the condition that you protect me for 3 years. Yi Xian stated. 3 years, a period for Yi Xian's own cultivation journey. After 3 years, he would return to his clan, at which point he would have no need for protection. Moreover, Yi Xian was confident that by then his own strength would have grown substantial enough that someone of Yao Yi's caliber would no longer suffice as a guardian. What? You mean to say you want me to become your subordinate? Yao Yi frowned at Yi Xian's proposition. This condition was somewhat unacceptable to Yao Yi, as his principles dictated that he should remain inconspicuous, only engaging when absolutely necessary. Yet, Yi Xian's demand for protection implied that he would be obliged to act at any moment. Indeed, rest assured, accompanying me will not leave you wanting, Yi Xian replied with a disarming smile. That will not do. The outside world is fraught with danger. I shall not venture forth. You would do well to seek another. Yao irresolutely shook his head. Are you truly willing to forego this painting? Yi Xian asked, shaking the scroll in his hand. This painting greatly entices me, yet your terms are beyond my capacity to fulfill. Yao Yi declared. It was evident that Yao Yi had made a firm resolution, unwilling to expose himself recklessly. What if I could enable you to attain the nascent soul stage in a single stroke? Yi Xian suggested casually. What? You would grant me the nascent soul? Yao Yi's composure began to waver at Yi Xian's words. Having been stuck at the 9th level of the Golden Core stage for an exceedingly long time, Yao Yi had found it impossible to pierce through the barrier to the nascent soul stage. No matter his efforts, it is widely acknowledged that the combat prowess between the two stages is a chasm apart. Generally speaking, a being at the first level of the nascent soul stage could effortlessly annihilate one below it with a mere flick of their finger. This is precisely why countless cultivators are willing to pay any price to break through their limitations. Young man, if you can indeed facilitate my breakthrough to the nascent soul stage, I vow to protect you for 3 years. While I may not be a virtuous man, I am one who honors my word. Yao Yi ultimately conceded. Yao Yi recognized that he had reached a bottleneck in his cultivation. If Yi Xian could indeed assist him in transcending to the nascent soul stage, he would be eternally grateful and honorably obliged to protect him for 3 years. Excellent. I appreciate your straightforwardness. The secret to your ascension lies within this painting. Behold it for yourself, Yi Xian declared. With that, Yi Xian tossed the scroll to Yao Yi without fear of him reneging on their agreement. After all, Yao Yi was no fool. His confidence in locating Yi Xian and his unyielding demeanor suggested he had some form of assurance. The more cautious a person is, the more they ponder their options. Yao Yi was not lacking in discernment. Upon receiving the scroll, he gradually unfurled it. As he did so, he was instantly captivated by the artwork within. The painting depicted a scene of dawn, where 2 flower petals poised to bloom lay beneath the radiance of the sun. One petal basked in the sunlight, while the other remained sheltered. Before long, Yao Yi's thoughts were completely absorbed by the petals. He observed that the sheltered petal wilted upon contact with the sun, while the one embracing the dawn and the tempest flourished, blossoming into the most resplendent flower in existence. I see now. At this moment, I am akin to the protected bud, sealing myself away and obscuring my vision of the world's true nature. My narrow-mindedness has hindered my advancement. Indeed, a true powerhouse must venture forth. Only through embracing the world's trials and tribulations can one attain true strength. I have attained enlightenment. Upon grasping this truth, Yao Yi promptly sat cross-legged on the ground. Entering a state of profound meditation, as time passed, 2 hours elapsed. Suddenly, a piercing roar erupted from within Yao Yi, and his cultivation surged from the 9th level of the Golden Core stage to the 1st level of the Nascent Soul stage. Upon completing his breakthrough, Yao Yi opened his eyes, feeling a newfound vigor coursing through him, that he was acutely aware that this transformation was a testament to the artwork's influence, and more directly, to Yi Xian's capabilities. Had Yi Xian not sought him out, he would never have achieved such a significant breakthrough. Yao Yi reflected on this. He prepared to put away the scroll. Yet, in the next moment, he was taken aback. He recognized that the signature on the painting was strikingly familiar. Was that not the name Yi Xian? This painting was crafted by you? Yao Yi exclaimed in disbelief. Indeed, it was I who painted it. Now, do you believe my words? Yi Xian replied nonchalantly, a gentle smile gracing his lips, his hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of extraordinary composure. I see now that you are a master at your craft. I must apologize for my earlier blindness. I am willing to serve you faithfully, Yao Yi said, bowing deeply. Yao Yi had now confirmed that Yi Xian was likely a reincarnated celestial emperor. Otherwise, it would be impossible to produce such extraordinary works of art. I am unworthy of such praise, so from now on, you may call me young master, Yi Xian said. Very well, I shall address you as Yi Gongzi from this point forth. Upon hearing Yi Xian's words, Yao Yi nodded in agreement. Yao Yi was now thoroughly captivated by Yi Xian, wholeheartedly desiring to become his protector. Why Yi Xian, too, felt an overwhelming excitement within, for he had finally managed to impress Yao Yi with a single painting. With a guardian at the Yuaning stage by his side, his personal safety was significantly assured. He could now focus on expanding his horizons, and one day, his cultivation would surely reach great heights. Through this experience, Yi Xian came to grasp a vital principle. In the realm of fantasy, one must possess audacity. As the saying goes, the greater the courage, the greater the harvest. Old Yao, what you need to do next is quite simple. Follow me discreetly. If I encounter a formidable foe intent on my demise, you shall intervene. Otherwise, you may concentrate on your cultivation, Yi Xian instructed. Understood, young master. Yao Yi nodded affirmatively. Then it's settled. Let us be on our way. Old Yao, Yi Xian declared. After a few days of trekking through rugged terrain, Yi Xian arrived before a city known as Luoyun City. This was an immensely grand city. Observing the magnificent edifice before him, Yi Xian nodded to himself, pondering that after several days of travel, it was time to rest. However, at that moment, a group of cultivators rushed past him, their expressions a mix of excitement and urgency. Hurry! This time, when the celestial maiden Luochun delivers her teachings, we must secure a good spot to listen, one exclaimed. Indeed, the teachings of the celestial maiden Luochun are a once-in-a-thousand-years event. 3 years ago. I missed it, but this time I won't let it slip away. Another added. The celestial maiden Luochun, such an esteemed figure. Yi Xian mused, curiosity piqued by their discussions. To be honest, this was his first venture into the outside world, and his understanding of it, particularly regarding beautiful women, was rather limited. However, after his profound interactions with the Chaos Saintess, he realized that any woman deemed beautiful in this world was indeed a rarity beyond compare. And now, a celestial maiden had emerged. He could only imagine her exceptional allure. Why Yi Xian contemplated inquiring further, but he noticed that the crowd had already entered the city. I must see for myself. If she is indeed a great beauty, perhaps I could pursue the celestial maiden Luochun. Yi Xian thought to himself, for his system was fundamentally about courting beauties and eventually having offspring. Just then, the voice of the system echoed in his mind. Ding! Detected the unparalleled celestial maiden Luo Chun, Luo Ningxue, meeting the criteria for expansion. Please proceed to conquer. Upon hearing the system's notification, Yi Xian was convinced that the celestial maiden was truly a gem among women. Intrigued, he resolved to enter the city and inquire about where the celestial maiden would be delivering her teachings. As he stepped into the bustling city, the throngs of cultivators appeared electrified with anticipation, all heading towards a singular destination. This only confirmed Yi Xian's belief in the celestial maiden's extraordinary reputation. Excuse me, good sir, are you also heading to hear the teachings of the celestial maiden Luo Chun? Yi Xian asked a nearby cultivator. Of course. If one fails to attend the celestial maiden's teachings, it would be a lifelong regret, replied a middle-aged man with a somewhat aged demeanor. Who is this celestial maiden? To garner such immense popularity? Yi Xian inquired, his curiosity intensifying. What? You can't be serious. You don't even know who the celestial maiden Luo Chun is. The middle-aged man looked at Yi Xian incredulously. Brother, this is my first visit. I am new to Luoyun City and thus unaware of the celestial maiden. Yi Xian replied, a hint of embarrassment crossing his features. Ah, your first time? No wonder. If you had claimed to be unaware of the celestial maiden, I would have thought you quite foolish. In that case, allow me to enlighten you about her. The man's face lit up with pride. Clearly, he was thrilled to share his knowledge of the celestial maiden. Thank you, kind sir. Yi Xian expressed his gratitude. The celestial maiden Luo Chun is the first maiden of the Xianyun sect and the most beautiful woman in the vicinity of Luoyun City, though no one has seen her true visage. It is said that her beauty is world-shattering, and when she was born, auspicious signs appeared. There were divine phoenixes singing and celestial maidens dancing, leaving all who witnessed in awe. Thus, she is regarded as a celestial being descended to the mortal realm, earning her the title of Celestial Maiden Luo Chun. This time, she has emerged from the Xianyun sect to deliver teachings in Luoyun City, a once-in-a-millennium event. To see such an extraordinary maiden, even for a brief moment, would be a blessing. Furthermore, she excels in all arts: music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Her melodies can soothe even the most troubled souls. If you are feeling distressed, a single note from her instrument can dissolve your worries. Enough of my rambling. I must hurry to secure a good spot, lest I find myself too far away. The middle-aged man exclaimed, dashing ahead. As Yi Xian observed the bustling street, he noted the throngs of people jostling each other, fervently making their way to the location where the celestial maiden would be teaching. It was evident how immensely popular she was. The celestial maiden, indeed intriguing. I must ensure she becomes enamored with me. Yi Xian thought. Clenching his fist in determination, he quickened his pace, heading toward the site of the celestial maiden's teachings. Half an hour later, Yi Xian arrived at the venue where the celestial maiden was to deliver her teachings. It was an expansive area, already teeming with an ocean of people. Tens of thousands, in fact. How astonishing! Just how beautiful is this celestial maiden? Yi Xian pondered, his curiosity reaching its zenith. Yet at that moment, the celestial maiden had not yet arrived. Yi Xian took the opportunity to purchase a grilled sausage and 2 eggs from a nearby vendor, as these were his favorite snacks from his past life. After enjoying the sausage and eggs, he found a spot to sit and began to wait with the crowd. As he sat there, Yi Xian began to contemplate the situation that a woman of such unparalleled beauty as the celestial maiden would undoubtedly possess a sense of pride. Therefore, capturing her attention would not be an easy feat. Moreover, persuading her to bear him offspring would be an even greater challenge. However, every woman has her weaknesses. Once one identifies those vulnerabilities, they may naturally be drawn to you. Regardless, when the celestial maiden arrives, he must catch her eye. Only then can he enact his subsequent plans. Yi Xian mused, feeling somewhat helpless. His system seemed quite lackluster compared to others, who could effortlessly gain immense rewards with a mere breath. However, this canine system can only produce offspring. Just the thought of it is undeniably frustrating. Yet Yi Xian soon found solace, for he believed that fate had not been unkind to him. One must be content to truly perceive happiness. At that moment, the celestial being known as Luo Chun appeared. As Yi Xian's thoughts soared, A voice resonated. With the sound's descent, the vast gathering of hundreds of thousands fell into an unparalleled silence, as if a pin could be heard dropping. Upon hearing these words, every gaze turned in unison towards the distance. Xuan, too, could not resist the impulse and looked up to eye in the near distance, a woman clad in a delicate blue gown. Her form, graceful and ethereal as if she were a sprite, emerged before his eyes. Though her face was veiled, her eyes, which shone through, resembled the celestial bodies, clear and profound, undeniably captivating. Behind her a wondrous spectacle unfolded, with petals cascading like rain. How beautiful she was, rivaling even the chaos holy maiden. Her figure and demeanor surpassed 99% of women in the world. No wonder she was called the celestial being of dust. After appraising her, Xuan's heart was filled with astonishment. The crowd around Xuan erupted with excitement upon witnessing the celestial being of dust. They waved their arms in jubilation and could not help but exclaim, "Wow, the celestial being of dust has arrived. She is so beautiful. I adore her. I feel I have fallen in love. Celestial being of dust, I love you like a mouse loves rice. You are my rose, my flower." Amidst such fervent cries, the celestial being of dust took her seat and declared, "Now, let me share my teachings with you all. But first, allow me to play a tune." Her voice was melodious and enchanting. The assembled cultivators, upon hearing that she would perform, displayed immense excitement and anticipation. The music was delightful. If only she could bear a child, the quality would be unparalleled. While others were eager to listen to her music, Xuan found himself lost in thought. Fortunately, the audience remained oblivious to his musings. Otherwise, they would have surely been incensed by his thoughts of wanting the goddess to bear his child. Was there no sense of propriety left? How utterly absurd! Soon, the celestial being of dust began to play a guqin. The sound was melodious and captivating, akin to a clear spring flowing over stones, with pearls cascading onto a jade plate. All present, men, women, and children, listened in rapt attention. Some, moved by the music, wept as it evoked memories of sorrowful pasts. Others clenched their fists, vowing to strive harder in their cultivation, determined not to let anyone underestimate them. Yet Xuan appeared somewhat bored, for to him, who had mastered the arts of music and calligraphy, the performance was rather lackluster. He even discerned several mistakes in her playing that moment. Xuan's state resembled that of a student dozing off during an exceptionally dull lecture. The more animated the teacher became, the more the students seemed to drift into slumber. Before long, Xuan slipped into a state of reverie, oblivious to the world around him. Fortunately, this scene went unnoticed by the audience, all of whom were captivated by the enchanting melodies. Otherwise, they would have been astounded to witness someone sleeping while the goddess imparted her wisdom. As Xuan succumbed to slumber, the music continued to resonate, and he found himself sinking deeper into a restful sleep. Eventually, the sound of snoring broke the silence. Initially, the audience, absorbed in the music, paid little heed to the noise. However, once the celestial being of dust finished her performance, the snoring became glaringly apparent, piercing the air with its volume. Upon hearing it, the celestial being of dust frowned. Accustomed as she was to being revered by all that moment, she felt a profound sense of indignity. Here she was, performing what she deemed the most exquisite of melodies, while someone below was audibly snoring. Was this not an affront? The crowd soon traced the source of the snoring, finding a rather handsome young man sleeping soundly. His snoring thunderous in that instant, a collective thought surged through the onlookers. How outrageous! The goddess is imparting her teachings, and you are sleeping. Is this humanly possible? This is intolerable. The goddess is speaking, and you dare to doze off? How absurd! Let's deal with this nuisance. Indeed, it is only right, celestial being of dust, allow me to rid you of this pest. The cultivators began to clamor, eager to demonstrate their valor before the celestial being of dust. Hoping to win her favor, even if there was but a sliver of chance that if she noticed them, their lives would surely take flight. In no time, the atmosphere turned tumultuous. At this moment, Xuan was abruptly awakened. As he opened his eyes, he was taken aback. The crowd regarded him with peculiar expressions, their faces etched with indignation, but Xuan could sense their disdain directed at him. One could not conceal the intent to glare daggers at someone. Was the celestial being of dust also scowling at him? Why are you all looking at me like that? Have you never seen a handsome man before? Xuan retorted. He understood that to capture the celestial being of dust's attention, he first had to stand out. You foolish boy, you dare to sleep while the goddess speaks? You shall surely meet your demise today. The cultivators voiced their murderous intent, their eyes filled with fury. Oh, I was merely asleep because the goddess's performance was lackluster. What business is it of yours? Xuan remarked nonchalantly. With a clamor, his words stirred a tempest of outrage. The audience could scarcely believe their ears. How could he dare to criticize the musical prowess of their goddess? It was utterly infuriating. If he were to question her mastery of vocal arts, that might be understandable, as she had maintained an unblemished reputation in that regard. But to belittle her musical talent, which could stir the very depths of one's soul and evoke emotional resonance, did he not know the meaning of peril? You insolent wretch, today you shall be fed to the dogs. Kill him! The cultivators present were all seething with rage, preparing to advance towards Xuan's location. However, at that moment, the enchanting voice of the immortal Luo Xuan resonated through the air. Everyone, silence, upon hearing her words. One could hear a pin drop. Once tranquility enveloped the crowd, Luo Xuan turned her mesmerizing gaze upon Xuan and remarked coolly, "This young man, do you dare to claim that Mai is lacking? Pray, enlighten me. Should your assertions hold merit, I shall reward you. Conversely, should you speak in folly, I shall ensure you meet a most dreadful fate." As she concluded her statement, an aura of chilling murderous intent emanated from her. As an unrivaled beauty of the realm, Luo Xuan naturally possessed a certain pride, which was reflected in her tone, tinged with an air of coldness. The cultivators present, after hearing her words, turned their eyes towards Xuan, revealing expressions of mockery and pity. "Young man, you are doomed for daring to oppose Luo Xuan, such audacity, yet you are undeniably handsome," one remarked, while another added, "He is quite the fool. He is not suited for you. Dear lady, shall I tempt you with a glimpse of his folly? Begone, you wretched creature. How dare you covet my attention? Do you think I am easily swayed?" Xuan, however, bore a faint smile and nodded. "So, you are the immortal Luo Xuan, are you? Would you permit me to play a melody first? Afterward, I shall point out the shortcomings in your performance. Very well, I shall grant you this opportunity." Luo Xuan acquiesced. With her approval, Xuan proceeded towards her under the scrutinizing gazes of the assembly. Observing this scene, the cultivators wore expressions of derision, as they perceived Xuan's actions as a blatant disregard for his own life. In their understanding, Luo Xuan was a celestial being, a reincarnated fairy, who had mastered the arts of music and literature since childhood. That Xuan, despite his handsome appearance, seemed utterly unremarkable in comparison. What could he possibly offer to rival Luo Xuan? As he approached her, Xuan could distinctly sense a delightful fragrance wafting through the air, emanating from Luo Xuan herself. Truly, she was considered a goddess by countless admirers. The aroma was simply exquisite. In that moment, Xuan's mind wandered, contemplating the allure of the ethereal. Perhaps to others, his thoughts might appear reckless, but Xuan believed there was nothing amiss. Even celestial beings possess desires. They too have physiological needs. As long as the circumstances align, there are no doors that cannot be opened. With a calm demeanor, Xuan took the guqin before him, adjusting its strings. Observing his posture, Luo Xuan furrowed her brow, for he appeared unfamiliar with the instrument. Had he not been so dashing, she might have already taken action against him. Once the strings were tuned, Xuan began to play T first. The notes were unremarkable, lacking any distinction. Luo Xuan's frown deepened, as it became evident to her that Xuan was indeed inexperienced. Little did she know that while his skill was unparalleled, it was merely the first time he had handled the instrument, leading to a semblance of awkwardness. However, as he continued to play, the melody gradually transformed, resonating like the sound of flowing water over mountains. Beautiful! This sentiment echoed among all present, even causing Luo Xuan, who prided herself on her musical prowess, to relax her tightly furrowed brow, as the music proved to be truly enchanting. capable of cleansing one's spirit and surpassing her own previous performance. This left her in a state of disbelief. How could this be? Could his skill truly rival hers? Was he not deceiving her? As these thoughts crossed her mind, an astonishing spectacle unfolded. The previously clear skies suddenly darkened, as if a veil had been drawn over the world. Without warning, rain began to fall. It raining. The cultivators were taken aback, but soon realized that this was no ordinary rain. "What is this? It's sticky and carries a hint of sweetness," one exclaimed. "I see it now. Look at the ground." Another shouted. They followed his gaze. Magnificent golden lotus flowers erupted from the earth. Golden lotuses? By the heavens, I understand. The beauty of the music has summoned this phenomenon. Is this not the legendary celestial rain, the golden lotuses emerging from the ground? What? This is the fabled divine nectar. It is said that just a drop can bring boundless benefits. Upon realizing that this was not rain, but divine nectar, the cultivators went wild, opening their mouths to catch the falling nectar, fully aware of its myriad benefits. Meanwhile, Xuan was utterly stunned. Her captivating eyes were fixated on Xuan, unable to divert her gaze. She realized that he was undoubtedly a being of legend, capable of evoking such extraordinary phenomena with a single melody. As the crowd remained in awe, Xuan's music abruptly ceased, causing the extraordinary occurrence to dissipate. However, the cultivators, having consumed the nectar and basked in the influence of the music, began to experience moments of enlightenment. After finishing, Xuan turned his attention to Xuan, who was still entranced by him. As if attempting to unravel the mysteries of his being. Her astonishment, he seemed enshrouded in an aura of mist, rendering him inscrutable. Women, by nature, are often drawn to that which eludes their understanding. Today, this session comes to a close. "Young man, may I have a moment of your time?" Xuan inquired, her curiosity piqued. This moment, Xuan spoke. After receiving Xuan's invitation, Xuan paused for a brief moment. Naturally, he understood the nuances of advance and retreat. If one desires to pursue a goddess, one must balance warmth and coolness. Being overly obsequious would only yield contrary results. One must advance when the time is right and retreat when necessary. Only then will a woman become increasingly captivated. "You have yet to point out the flaws in my," Xuan stated. A celestial maiden, she possessed her own pride. However, Xuan's musical prowess was truly astonishing, and Xuan earnestly yearned for his guidance. Since Miss Luo is so eager to learn, I, naturally, cannot refuse. "Let us proceed." Xuan sensed the timing was opportune and nodded in agreement. "What? You know my surname?" Upon hearing Xuan refer to her as Miss Luo, Xuan felt an odd sense of disbelief. She was acutely aware that very few knew her true name, apart from her master and a select few from the Xuan sect. The world knew her only as the Celestial Maiden of Falling Dust, a title she had borne for years. Yet, how could Xuan, whom she did not recognize, possibly know her surname? It was utterly incredible. I have much knowledge at my disposal. Let us find a quiet place to converse." Xuan feigned an air of profundity. Little did he know, he possessed a mastery of divination. Upon meeting someone, he could discern much about them. Thus, discovering Xuan's name was hardly a challenge. "Very well. Please lead the way." Xuan nodded. In that moment, she was utterly impressed by Xuan. Soon after, she guided him to the inn she had already reserved. The inn was vast and opulent. Upon entering Xuan's room, one felt as though they had stepped into a luxurious palace, with fragrant aromas pervading the air, delighting the senses. However, Xuan's keen gaze caught sight of a personal item in a corner, an intimate garment belonging to Xuan, evidently just discarded. Feeling Xuan's gaze, Xuan noticed the item as well, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. With a graceful wave of her delicate hand, she swiftly stored it in her storage ring. "May I inquire your esteemed name?" Xuan asked, seeking to divert attention from the recent awkwardness. That garment had been changed after her arrival, and in her haste, she had neglected to tidy up, unexpectedly revealing it to Xuan of the illustrious Yi clan. He responded, "Then I shall address you as young Master Yi." Please, enlighten me on the shortcomings of my. Luo Ningxue said earnestly, very well. Miss Luo, I shall speak candidly. Yours has not yet reached the threshold of mastery. Might I ask if you would consider accepting me as your mentor? Yi Xian inquired. I have a master who occasionally offers me guidance. Yet her forte does not lie in, thus much of my learning has been self-taught. Luo Ningxue replied. Precisely. Firstly, your posture while playing is incorrect, although it is merely your fingers that strike the strings. An improper posture diminishes the beauty of the sound significantly. Secondly, your hands must work in harmony. Observe this technique. It will render the melodies more fluid. Yi Xian began to elucidate the intricacies of. Though it was his first encounter with the guqin, for someone with mastery in the arts, these concepts were as effortless as a gentle breeze. Luo Ningxue listened, enraptured, savoring each word. She had long fantasized about meeting a kindred spirit versed in the art of music, but had never anticipated Yi Xian's exceptional skill. Now, based on my instructions, give it another try. Once you correct your posture, the experience will be both comfortable and enjoyable. Yi Xian encouraged after his explanation. Upon hearing his words, Luo Ningxue followed his guidance and began to play the guqin before her. The sounds were melodious and enchanting, far surpassing her previous attempts. Now, let us combine our talents. I shall sing while you play. Yi Xian volunteered. In the pursuit of a goddess, one must indeed make sacrifices. Otherwise, one could hardly expect her to reciprocate feelings. How wonderful! Luo Ningxue exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Despite being revered as a goddess, she was still a girl at heart, yearning for understanding, affection, and love, especially at the tender age of blossoming emotions. However, over the years, people had treated her with reverence, leaving her feeling as though she wore a mask. Yet now, Yi Xian allowed her to shed that facade, freeing her from the superficialities that had encumbered her. No man had ever ventured into her heart so intimately, but Yi Xian was an exception. Who is playing a tune on the pipa? The east wind breaks? Time has peeled away the layers of the past, and I recall when we were both so young. Now, the haunting melodies await your ears. Time flowed swiftly, and this night would be one that the cultivators of Luoyun City would find difficult to forget. For their exalted goddess was engrossed in a night-long discussion of music with Yi Xian. For those who had longed for Luo Ningxue as their dream companion, this was an unbearable scenario. Yet they could do little. It was Luo Ningxue's choice, and Yi Xian's musical prowess was truly extraordinary, reaching the pinnacle of mastery that a single performance could evoke legendary phenomena such as heavenly rain and golden lotuses rising from the earth. Such a presence was beyond reproach that, oh, my goddess, please do not yield to him, or I shall be inconsolable. Lamented one. Alas, my suffering is greater. The thought that this goddess is beyond my reach torments me to no end. Many lamented softly. Meanwhile, in an inn not far from Luo Ningxue's quarters, a young man wore an expression of utter darkness, his aura radiating murderous intent. Should any other cultivators from the Xianyun sect be present, they would recognize him as Xuan Jinxiong, the second most talented disciple, aside from Luo Ningxue. In that moment, Xuan Jinxiong felt as though his heart were bleeding. He harbored deep feelings for a celestial maiden, none other than Luo Ningxue herself. Yet, despite his relentless efforts over the years, Luo Ningxue remained unmoved. It was utterly disheartening to see her engage in a night-long discourse with Yi Xian simply due to a few pointers on her. How dare you steal the heart of the woman I cherish? I shall make you pay. Xuan Jinxiong clenched his fist, beginning to secretly devise a plan within his heart. This moment, in his mind, Yi Xian was already a dead man. Meanwhile, Yi Xian was engaging in conversation with Luo Ningxue. Luo Ningxue had initially believed that Yi Xian was merely exceptionally talented in the art of the guqin. However, to her astonishment, she discovered that Yi Xian was not only accomplished in this discipline, but also proficient in chess, calligraphy, and painting. Luo Ningxue felt as if Yi Xian had opened a door to a new world for her, igniting within her an insatiable thirst for knowledge. Time passed in this manner. Although the two had not shared a bed in recent days, their relationship grew increasingly intimate. This morning, when Luo Ningxue approached Yi Xian, he removed his veil. The moment Luo Ningxue unveiled herself, Yi Xian's eyes widened in astonishment. Before him, Luo Ningxue was breathtakingly beautiful. Her delicate features rivaled the fairest of beauties, her movements graceful like that of a lotus in bloom. Resembling the legendary Wang Chong and the enchanting Chu maiden, she exuded an aura akin to fragrant jade, with a complexion as radiant as a blooming orchid. Her hair, elegantly styled, was reminiscent of the finest silks, surpassing even the renowned talents of Wenjun and Shui Tao. Truly, her beauty eclipsed even that of the celestial saintess. Yixian could not help but marvel inwardly. Ningxue, did you not say that your beauty should not be seen by men? Why allow me to gaze upon you? Yixian asked, curiosity piqued. Because you are the one I trust the most. Luo Ningxue replied shyly that it was the tenderness of her lowered gaze that rendered one utterly captivated. Are you not afraid that I might be a villain? Yixian teased. You are not a villain. Luo Ningxue shook her head, affirming her belief. Are you so certain? Yixian responded with a warm smile. Yes, I have encountered true villains, and their eyes carry a fierce intensity. Nothing like yours, Luo Ningxue explained. Thank you for your trust. Shall we take a stroll this evening? Yixian invited, fully aware that an outing with a beautiful companion, followed by a drink or two, would surely deepen their bond. As night fell, Yixian and Luo Ningxue made their way to the streets of Luo Yunqing. Though passers-by quickly recognized them, their gazes were filled with envy and jealousy. After all, Luo Ningxue's status commanded respect. Who would dare provoke the foremost prodigy of the Xinyan sect? As for Yixian, he had recently been imagined by many as a reincarnated celestial being, descended to rekindle a fateful connection with Luo Ningxue. Thus, upon recognizing the pair, onlookers merely watched from a distance. Many cultivators believed that Yixian was a fitting match for the ethereal Luo Ningxue, for he was indeed strikingly handsome. Amidst this admiration, however, a figure hidden beneath a wide-brimmed hat, with a dark expression, observed Yixian's retreating form from a distance of 100 meters. The murderous intent radiating from him was palpable. This young man was none other than Xuan Jinxiong. He had long harbored intentions to confront Yixian, but unfortunately, the latter had been inseparable from Luo Ningxue, even attending to his most private needs in close proximity. This made it impossible for Xuan Jinxiong to act. However, tonight, he was convinced that Yixian would eventually need to relieve himself. That would be the moment to extinguish Yixian's life. The consequence of stealing the woman Xuan Jinxiong adored could only lead to death. Tonight shall be your last. Young man, that I hope you do not hold it against me. This is your own doing. Xuan Jinxiong tightened his grip on his long knife, closely following Yixian from a safe distance, careful not to alert Luo Ningxue to his presence. Should she learn of his intent to kill Yixian, it would spell disaster. Why Yixian, meanwhile, sensed the intense gaze upon him but remained unperturbed, knowing that when the time was right, he would confront the threat. He despised having such prying eyes fixed on him, feeling as if he were being pierced by 1,000 needles. As they strolled, Yixian and Luo Ningxue admired the wares on display. Ningxue, look at this hairpin. It would look splendid in your hair, Yixian remarked, placing a dazzling hairpin into Luo Ningxue's hair to eye in that moment. A smile of excitement graced her lips, as this was a joy she had never experienced in her previous life. Previously, she had been a goddess detached from the mortal realm, yet she found no happiness in that existence, for it was largely an act. Only in Yixian's company did she feel unburdened. Young Master Yi, thank you. Luo Ningxue expressed her gratitude. Why thank me? I have done nothing, Yixian replied with a smile. The two continued their leisurely stroll. After some time, Yixian turned to Luo Ningxue and said, Ningxue, wait here for a moment. I need to relieve myself. Relieve yourself? Luo Ningxue's beautiful eyes widened in confusion. Ahem, I need to urinate. Yixian chuckled at her adorable curiosity. Upon realizing the true meaning behind Yixian's words, Luo Ningxue could not help but laugh. The beauty's laughter seemed to enliven the very air around them. However, Yixian's mention of relieving himself contained a hint of pretense. His primary aim was to shake off the relentless gaze shadowing him. It was quite uncomfortable to be scrutinized while on a date with such a lovely companion. All right, go ahead. I will wait for you here. Luo Ningxue finally nodded. After her acquiescence, Yixian departed, timing his movements Yi Xian slipped into a secluded alleyway. "Come out. You have been following me for long enough. It is time to reveal yourself," Yi Xian called out. "You were aware all along." A figure emerged from the shadows as Yi Xian spoke. This figure wore a wide-brimmed hat, obscuring their face, but none could escape Yi Xian's keen perception. "Remove your hat. Though you are well hidden, I have known your identity for some time now. Is it not you? Chen Jinxiong?" Yi Xian said, a faint, harmless smile gracing his lips. To others, this smile might appear friendly. But Chen Jinxiong felt an oppressive stillness in the air the moment Yi Xian's smile appeared. The atmosphere was thick with murderous intent. "You know me, young man. You continue to surprise me. But alas, you made the grave mistake of associating with the woman I adore. Now, you shall die." Chen Jinxiong's voice chilled the As his words fell, Chen Jinxiong sprang into action. "Lao Yao, take care of him." As Chen Jinxiong prepared to strike, Yi Xian addressed the void with a calm demeanor. The moment Yi Xian's words fell, the next instant, King Go, Yao Yi materialized before him, placing himself directly in front of Chen Jinxiong. Upon Yao Yi's arrival, the blade light that Chen Jinxiong had unleashed moments prior was instantly obliterated. Feeling the terrifying aura emanating from Yao Yi, Chen Jinxiong's expression shifted dramatically. For Chen Jinxiong, who was at the first level of the Golden Core realm, Yao Yi represented a formidable presence at the nascent soul level, an existence far beyond Chen Jinxiong's capacity to provoke. However, Yao Yi had no intention of engaging Chen Jinxiong in idle chatter. He swiftly unleashed a palm strike. In an instant, an immense palm imprint descended upon Chen Jinxiong. Confronted with this colossal mark, Chen Jinxiong sensed an overwhelming pressure bearing down upon him. In that moment, his heart was filled with fear and regret. Yet alas, in this world, while many things could be had, the one thing that remained elusive was the remedy for regret. Puff! The moment that gigantic palm imprint struck Chen Jinxiong, he was instantly obliterated, transforming into a mist of blood. After dispatching Chen Jinxiong, Yao Yi vanished into the night without a trace. Meanwhile, Yi Xian retrieved his artifact and leisurely returned to the spot where Luo Ningxue awaited him. Upon seeing Yi Xian's arrival, Luo Ningxue could not help but exclaim in annoyance, "What took you so long?" "My apologies, there were too few places to find water here, so I had to search for a while." Yi Xian fabricated an excuse that "Can't you men just be carefree?" Luo Ningxue teased. Although she was regarded as the celestial beauty by others, in Yi Xian's presence, she was merely a quirky young lady with whom everything could be discussed without pretense. "That won't do. I'm a person of principles." Yi Xian shook his head. Following this, Yi Xian and Luo Ningxue continued their leisurely stroll. After a while, Luo Ningxue suggested, "Young Master Yi, shall we purchase some fine wine and find a quiet place to enjoy a couple of drinks?" "Absolutely." Yi Xian eagerly nodded, having awaited Luo Ningxue's invitation for quite some time. "If you don't get drunk, how will I have my chance?" This is a truth summarized by countless sages. After this moment, Yi Xian and Luo Ningxue procured some exquisite wine and beef from the market, then made their way to a serene wilderness. The environment was picturesque, devoid of any outsiders, leaving only Yi Xian and Luo Ningxue. She no longer hesitated and removed her veil. Yi Xian took out a small table from his storage bag, arranged everything, and the two began to drink. "Come, let us toast." Yi Xian raised his glass toward Luo Ningxue. "Cheers!" Luo Ningxue nodded and downed her drink in one gulp. Upon swallowing, her exquisite and beautiful face flushed like a ripe apple, radiating an enchanting allure beneath the moonlight, captivating and lovely. One could hardly imagine a celestial being surpassing her beauty. This was Yi Xian's evaluation of Luo Ningxue at that moment. After sharing several drinks, they lay side by side on the grass, gazing up at the moonlit sky. Everything felt so splendid. Yi Xian, "Do you believe there are truly celestial beings in this world?" Luo Ningxue inquired, her head resting closely against him, allowing Yi Xian to catch a whiff of her youthful fragrance. "Indeed, aren't you one?" Yi Xian replied without hesitating. "You are so naughty," Luo Ningxue retorted playfully, though her tone was imbued with pride. "May I hold you for a moment?" Yi Xian couldn't help but ask. "Yes, but you mustn't behave inappropriately." Luo Ningxue nodded in agreement. After spending this time together, Luo Ningxua's heart was filled with affection for Yi Xian, and the feeling was mutual that I won't. I'm quite the honest person, Yi Xian assured her. From that point onward, their interaction grew increasingly intimate. Luo Ningxue had come to terms with her feelings, and Yi Xian had too. That night would be an unforgettable and beautiful experience for both of them. Although Yi Xian initially claimed he would merely cuddle, he ultimately broke his promise. Following an intimate exchange, the voice of the system echoed in Yi Xian's mind. Ding! Detection shows Luo Ningxue has submitted to the host. Rewarding the host. Just after their encounter, the system's voice resounded again. Ding! Detection shows the host has begun cultivating, rewarding the host with 50 years of cultivation. Rewarding the host with clear sword heart. Rewarding the host with a heaven-tier sword technique, 10,000 swords returning to origin. In that moment, Yi Xian's mind was flooded with the system's notifications. Upon hearing the system's voice, a glimmer of excitement sparkled in Yi Xian's eyes. The rewards were indeed bountiful. Cultivation, clear sword heart, and 10,000 swords returning to origin. With his newfound clear sword heart, Yi Xian understood that he would swiftly master sword techniques in the future. Moreover, 10,000 swords returning to origin was a heaven-tier technique that in this world. Techniques were categorized from low to high. Yellow, mysterious, earth, and heaven tiers. Beyond that, Yi Xian had little knowledge, as he understood the highest techniques were of the heaven tier. Perhaps there were even higher, but they were beyond his current grasp. Each tier was further divided into upper, middle, and lower grades. Now, possessing a complete heaven-tier technique was an undeniable treasure to heaven-tier techniques were exceedingly rare in the East Wilderness region. From what Yi Xian knew of the Yi family, their most precious technique was merely a low-grade Earth Tier 1, while many others were only of the yellow and mysterious tiers, underscoring the rarity and value of heaven-tier techniques. With the system, everything was indeed different. Though my spiritual roots are still relatively weak, with the system, there will inevitably come a day when I will become formidable. Yi Xian mused to himself. Then, addressing the system, he declared, System, fuse the rewarded cultivation. Ding, received host. The system responded. The system's words faded. An immense wave of energy surged into Yi Xian's body, beginning to circulate within him. Seated cross-legged, Yi Xian focused on controlling the tumultuous energy as it surged through his limbs and meridians. In no time, Yi Xian's cultivation began to ascend. Foundation Establishment Realm, 5th level. Foundation Establishment Realm, 6th level. Foundation Establishment Realm, 7th level. Foundation Establishment Realm, 8th level. At last, Yi Xian's cultivation reached the 8th level of the Foundation Establishment Realm before coming to a halt. Following this breakthrough, he began to practice the technique known as 10,000 swords returning to the sect that in the past, mastering this technique would have been no simple feat, for it is a celestial grade martial art. However, for Yi Xian, whose sword heart was exceptionally clear, it posed little challenge. As time passed slowly, a night slipped by. Yi Xian had made significant progress in the foundational aspects of 10,000 swords returning to the sect. Truly, it was worthy of being a celestial grade technique. Had it been a mysterious grade 1, with my enlightened sword heart, I would have mastered it long ago, Yi Xian murmured. Just then, he ceased his training to that moment. Luo Ningxue had already awakened. You're awake? Yi Xian said with a charming smile gracing his lips. You scoundrel, you said it was just a hug. Luo Ningxue retorted in feigned anger. I admit I made a mistake that every man might make. But rest assured, I will take full responsibility, Yi Xian replied earnestly, then sat beside her. Upon sensing Yi Xian's cultivation level, Luo Ningxue was taken aback, astonished by the remarkable increase in his power. Yi Xian, your cultivation has improved so significantly? Luo Ningxue exclaimed. It's merely a stroke of luck, Yi Xian modestly replied. Yi Xian, I want to hear you sing. Luo Ningxue expressed her anticipation. All right. Yi Xian nodded, then began to sing a beloved song from his previous life. Meeting you is my fate. Watching over you is my song. Dear, dear, I love you like the snow lotus in the mountains, like the snow lotus in the mountains. The love song beneath the high mountains is this winding river. My heart swims in that river. The longing under the blue sky is this winding road. All my dreams are packed in my bag. Everything waiting is no longer waiting. My entire life has chosen you. Meeting you is my fate. Watching over you is my song. Dear, dear, I love you, like the snow lotus in the mountains, like the snow lotus in the mountains. She listened to Yi Xian's melodious voice. Luo Ningxue felt a profound sense of beauty. Indubitably, joyful moments are fleeting. Soon, a month had passed. During this time, Yi Xian grew stronger rapidly, sharing stories and singing during leisure moments. Luo Ningxue cherished the delightful companionship of Yi Xian. However, that very morning, Luo Ningxue wore a gloomy expression as she declared, Yi Xian, you big scoundrel, I'm pregnant. Ah, so soon? Yi Xian exclaimed with excitement, taken aback by this unexpected turn of events. Yet his heart swelled with joy. For the prospect of having a child with a breathtaking beauty like Luo Ningxue promised extraordinary quality. You silver-tongued rogue, what will others think if they find out? Luo Ningxue shot him a glare. Ningxue, remember, life is your own. We cannot forever live in the world of others. Living authentically is the greatest virtue, Yi Xian gently counseled. However, he did not wish for Luo Ningxue to terminate the pregnancy. For he genuinely desired a child. In his previous life, he had never experienced the joys and tribulations of fatherhood before it was cut short. This time, Yi Xian longed to savor the bittersweet journey of parenthood. Very well, you scoundrel, I will return to Xianyun's sect to enter seclusion, and once the child is born, I shall seek you out. Luo Ningxue contemplated for a moment before stating, That is splendid. I'll await your return after my training. Yi Xian replied with delight. It was now firmly established that Luo Ningxue was his destined partner. Yet, regarding the enigmatic Saintess Li Xiao, Yi Xian remained uncertain, for their connection was merely one of circumstance. Having resolved her enchantment with a simple remedy, after that encounter, he had no further chance to engage with her deeply. Once they settled their intentions, Yi Xian set forth on a new journey. Luo Ningxue followed closely behind, accompanying him for a considerable distance. After all this time, she had utterly fallen for Yi Xian. In truth, he too held profound affection for her. Perhaps this is what they call love that grows over time. Initially sparked by beauty, but ultimately solidified in love. What? Can't bear to part with me? Yi Xian teased, noticing the reluctance in Luo Ningxue's eyes. Who can't bear it? I merely wish to take a stroll. Luo Ningxue insisted stubbornly. Yet, as she spoke, tears glistened at the corners of her eyes. Silly girl, I am not abandoning you. Do not shed tears. In truth, I wish to be by your side forever. However, you must understand. It is best I do not accompany you while you are expecting a child, for it would not be beneficial for our little one. Yi Xian embraced Luo Ningxue, gently wiping away her tears. All right, I must go now. Take care of yourself. If you need anything, send someone to inform me in Xian City. Yi Xian instructed that I understand. Yi Xian that I can allow you to have other women, but if you forget me, beware of my wrath, Luo Ningxue warned. She understood that a man as handsome and skilled as Yi Xian would undoubtedly attract many admirers. Moreover, in this world, it was common for men to have multiple wives. After all, the fantasy realm was exceedingly harsh. In such an environment, monogamy and selective breeding were simply impractical. Thus, Luo Ningxue held no objections to Yi Xian having other women, yet she had her limits. He must hold her in his heart. After expressing her thoughts, Luo Ningxue transformed into a streak of light, heading toward the Xianyun sect. Rest assured, you occupy my every thought, no matter where I go. I will think of you, Yi Xian called after her retreating figure. Having said this, he too embarked on his journey ahead. Yi Xian had determined to spend 3 years honing his skills in the outside world. Yet he had only been gone for a few months thus far. Therefore, more training awaited him. He set a modest goal. Upon completing his 3 years of trials, he must advance his cultivation to beyond the god transformation stage. Naturally, having more partners to cultivate with would only be beneficial, for his system necessitated companions for growth. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away, 2 figures arrived at a certain location. Though both were women, they donned male attire, clearly disguised as men. Despite their garb, the leading woman was strikingly beautiful and innocent-looking, exuding a somewhat naive charm that was genuinely endearing. The outside world is wonderful. It's vastly different from the palace. The leading woman exclaimed, "Princess, you may have brought me out, but if the emperor finds out, my legs will surely be broken." The other woman said, a hint of trepidation in her voice, "Xuan, did I not tell you several times? From now on, call me Big Brother. I am no princess." The leading woman chided, glaring at her companion. Yes, I understand, Big Brother," the other woman replied helplessly. "Come on, from now on, Big Brother will take you to roam the martial world. When we encounter injustice, we shall shout out. From henceforth, you shall enjoy a life of luxury, fulfilling your dreams." If I'd stayed in the palace, I would have had to marry that rotund prince, which I absolutely do not want. I read in a book that one should never marry a fat man. The woman, dubbed the princess, rambled on. "Alas, Big Brother, I think it's best we remain cautious. After all, I have heard that the outside world is fraught with peril. However, my dear princess, I believe that Lord Chu is not as terrible as you claim. Aside from being somewhat portly, he possesses many commendable qualities. He shows great concern for you daily, holds a distinguished position, and wields considerable power. Why, then, does the princess harbor such disdain for those of a larger stature?" A maid named Xuan inquired with a hint of exasperation. "Xuan, you simply do not understand. His excessive weight surely indicates that other aspects are lacking." Princess Qingyan retorted with a roll of her eyes, "That my princess, must you speak so brazenly? If His Majesty were to discover your words, he would undoubtedly impose a 3-day silence upon you," Xuan expressed, at a loss for what else to say. Xuan knew that once the princess had set her mind on something, there was little she could do to intervene. After all, the princess had been spoiled since childhood, causing quite a ruckus within the palace. Yet as the beloved daughter of the emperor, he often turned a blind eye to her antics. Princess Qingyan had always detested the idea of cultivation. During her time in the palace, her father had summoned numerous masters to instruct her. However, after a few days, one such master tearfully confided to the emperor that he could not teach the princess and suggested seeking someone more capable. Initially, the emperor remained hopeful, but after several failed attempts, he ultimately gave up on persuading Princess Qingyan to pursue cultivation. Recently, upon her 18th birthday, the emperor sought a suitor for Princess Qingyan. Yet, she vehemently opposed the idea, particularly when it came to one named Zhu Luqiao. Princess Qingyan had always been against arranged marriages, and upon meeting Zhu Luqiao, she firmly rejected him, provoking the emperor's wrath and resulting in her confinement. Little did he know, Princess Qingyan disguised herself as a man and escaped from the palace. She envisioned her Prince Charming as an exceptionally handsome man, fit, strikingly attractive, and possessing both age and capability, who would one day arrive on a colorful cloud to claim her. "Xuan, I shall venture forth into the world with you. Adventure awaits," declared Princess Qingyan, preparing to move forward. However, at that moment, an unexpected scene unfolded before them. A tumultuous wind arose, and a group of fierce men on horseback galloped toward them. Upon reaching Princess Qingyan and Xuan, these marauding horsemen halted abruptly. Well, in this desolate wilderness, a beautiful maiden graces us," one of them exclaimed. "Third brother, look! There's another woman here. How fortunate," as the band of ruthless horsemen surrounded Princess Qingyan and Xuan. Their excitement became palpable. Initially, they had mistaken the disguised Princess Qingyan for a young man, but a keen-eyed member soon discerned the truth I must say, I had no idea. This one is quite ample and undeniably attractive." "Just imagine," one of them laughed, while another chimed in, "Third brother, we are truly fortunate. Perhaps the heavens have sent us these exquisite maidens to alleviate our long-standing thirst." "Are you certain?" came the inquiry. "Absolutely. I am an expert in such matters." "How delightful!" As the band of marauders confirmed their suspicions about Princess Qingyan and Xuan, excitement erupted among them, some even whistling in delight. These horsemen were notorious bandits from a nearby mountain, known for their thievery. In previous years, they had easily captured many women, but recently, powerful guardians in nearby villages had forced them into hiding, making encounters with women increasingly rare. Today, they had ventured out in search of prey, only to stumble upon such exquisite targets. "What should we do? Should we capture them for our older brothers to enjoy first, or keep them for ourselves?" one eager henchman asked. The man referred to as third brother was a fearsome figure. with hawk-like eyes that instilled fear in others. "Are you a fool? My brothers have been starved for 2 years. Naturally, we shall indulge first, but I shall lead the way." Third brother barked, "Of course. Third brother shall taste first." "Brothers, today we feast." Upon hearing third brother's proclamation, the bandits erupted in excitement, unable to contain their exuberance. After all, before them stood the delicate and tender Princess Qingyan and Xiaolan, true gems among women. Who could resist such beauty? "What do you want? If you wish to live, be gone at once or face dire consequences," Xiaolan admonished, confronting the rowdy men. "What do we want? Surely, you know better than anyone. Capture you both for our enjoyment." Third brother replied dismissively, gesturing for his men to advance. "Indeed, third brother." His subordinates nodded in agreement, closing in on Xiaolan and Princess Qingyan. "Stop. I must inform you that Our Lady is a princess. Should you dare disrespect her, you shall face annihilation," Xiaolan declared, positioning herself protectively in front of Princess Qingyan. Though fear gripped her heart, she maintained an air of courage, having been raised with the belief that the princess's safety was paramount. "A princess? Ha! How delightful! We shall have our fun with you, and once we are finished, we shall eliminate you. Who would ever know?" Third brother scoffed. "What shall we do now, my princess?" Xiaolan asked, her worry evident. I do not know," Princess Qingyan admitted, feeling a sense of dread. Having lived her entire life within the palace walls, she had never ventured outside, let alone face such a threat. "Miss, shall we run?" Xiaolan suggested urgently. "Yes," Princess Qingyan nodded. However, before they could take more than a few steps, they were intercepted. "Ha! You think you can escape? What a foolish dream!" A fierce man sneered, reaching out to seize Princess Qingyan. In an instant, Xiaolan leaped in front of the princess. As the hand grasped Xiaolan, she urged, "Princess, run." After uttering those words, Xiaolan bit down on the man's arm with all her might. "Xiaolan," Princess Qingyan gasped, unsure of how to react. "Run, my princess," Xiaolan shouted, her voice muffled but resolute. Xiaolan, with no other choice, Princess Qingyan sprinted away. "Are you a dog? Let go of me," the captured man yelled in frustration. The fierce man, whose arm was firmly clamped by Xiaolan, shouted in desperation. Yet, regardless of the threats he hurled, Xiaolan remained resolute, refusing to release her grip. Ultimately, her steadfastness provoked the man to fury, prompting him to strike down with his blade. Xiaolan was utterly unable to evade, and in a tragic instant, her head was severed from her body. "Damn it! I ordered you to capture her, not to kill her." "What now?" the third in command exclaimed upon witnessing the gruesome scene. "Brother San, it was not my intention. I thought she would dodge. But I had no idea." The fierce man lamented helplessly. "Enough, enough. Thankfully, we still have one left. Otherwise, your life would be forfeit," the third in command replied, shaking his head as his gaze shifted towards the fleeing Princess Qingyan. At that moment, Princess Qingyan was running for her life. However, upon hearing the exchange between the two men, she turned back, and upon witnessing the horror that had unfolded, she nearly lost her footing. For there lay Xiaolan, her body lifeless and surrounded by a pool of blood. "Xiaolan, I am so sorry. It is my fault." Princess Qingyan cried out in profound sorrow. She understood that had she not fled with Xiaolan, her companion would not have met such a grim fate. Nevertheless, Princess Qingyan knew she could not afford to perish. She must escape, or Xiaolan's death would be in vain. With this thought, she sprinted forward with reckless abandon. Yet before long, her foot slipped, and she fell heavily to the ground. The impact was severe, and by the time she regained her senses, the third in command and his henchmen had already surrounded her. Well, look who runs fast. But do you really think you can escape under my nose? Strip her and serve me well. If you please me, perhaps I'll let you stay by my side as my consort. Otherwise, I'll have my fun with you before disposing of your remains." The third in command's lips curled into a sinister smile. "You must be dreaming," Princess Qingyan retorted through gritted teeth. "Haha, I quite enjoy a woman like you. Many a lady has harbored deep hatred for me at first. Yet once they succumbed, they could never leave my side." The third in command replied with a wicked grin. As he finished speaking, he leapt down from his horse, advancing towards Princess Qingyan. "I will never allow you to succeed," she declared fiercely, preparing to take her own life. However, the third in command was quick. He unleashed his inner energy, immobilizing her in place. Once bound, Princess Qingyan realized she could not move an inch. He, now you shall submit to me, he said mockingly, extending a hand towards her. In that moment, tears welled in Princess Qingyan's eyes, flooding her with despair. Meanwhile, Xuan arrived at a certain location, only to be met with piercing screams. What is happening? Why does it sound so chaotic in this desolate wilderness? Xuan pondered, initially suspecting he was hallucinating. However, upon closer inspection, he discerned that the cacophony originated from human voices, predominantly male, accompanied by female cries. Seemingly just ahead, I must investigate, he murmured to himself, hastening towards the source of the commotion. Before long, Xuan arrived at the scene, where he beheld over 20 men surrounding a young woman. Though she was dressed in male attire, her figure was exquisite, and her beauty exceptional. Yet, to his astonishment, she was bound, and a particularly fierce-looking man was in the process of tearing her clothes away. The sight of her outer garments being shredded while her undergarments remained intact filled Xuan with righteous fury. How could such atrocities occur in broad daylight? Was there no law left in this world? The blatant cruelty of these men was appalling. Release that girl, Xuan commanded, his tone I see why his words echoed. He swiftly approached the group. In an instant, he stood before them, exuding an otherworldly presence, his appearance striking and his demeanor poised. Who are you? The third in command frowned, bewildered by the sudden appearance of this young man in such a remote area. I am your worst nightmare. How dare you bully this young lady here? Today, I shall teach you a lesson you won't soon forget. Xuan's voice was chilling. He prided himself on not being a particularly virtuous person, but he held deep disdain for men who committed two heinous acts: bullying women and oppressing defenseless civilians. You seek death. Brothers, kill him, the third in command ordered furiously. Yes, his subordinates responded, brandishing their blades as they advanced on Xuan. Fools, since you wish for death, I shall send you to your graves. Xuan's voice was like ice. Having assessed the men before him, he realized they were ruthless brigands, stained with the blood of innocents. Today he would rid the world of their menace. With a swift motion, Xuan plucked a few leaves from a nearby tree, channeling his energy into them, splitting them in two before casting them forth. As the leaves flew, they transformed into streaks of light, slicing through the throats of the approaching brigands. In an instant, they froze, wide-eyed, as blood gushed from their necks. Soon, they collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Silence enveloped the area, a profound stillness settling in. The third in command, witnessing this spectacle, felt a sense of unreality. Was it truly possible for one man to annihilate all his subordinates with a single strike? It was utterly inconceivable. The crucial point is that the opponent did not wield any weapons at all. Just now, he merely plucked a few leaves from a tree. How absurd is that to even contemplate? Not only was the third leader astonished, but even Xuan himself found it hard to believe. Initially, Xuan merely sought to test the might of his 10,000 swords returning to one, for this technique allowed one to attack using all things as swords. He had not anticipated such immense power at that moment. Xuan truly comprehended what it meant to possess a celestial-level technique, one that far surpassed ordinary martial arts in its terrifying potency. Could it be that I am dreaming? Is there indeed a man in this world so strikingly powerful? Has he truly come to rescue me? At this moment, Princess Qingyan also felt a surreal sensation, dazzled by Xuan's imposing display of strength. What are you waiting for? Come and meet your demise, Xuan remarked coolly upon noticing the third leader frozen in place. He had sensed the third leader's cultivation level upon his arrival, 9th level of foundation establishment. Though such cultivation might seem respectable, to Xuan, it was akin to that of an ant. Spare my life, young hero, just spare my life, and this woman is yours to enjoy, the third leader pleaded. Now filled with trepidation, spare your life? Even if I were to agree, I doubt the heavens would sanction it. Xuan replied. As his words fell, he swiftly picked up a branch from the ground, moving with a speed that was nothing short of astonishing, lunging toward the third leader. A wish for survival after committing such heinous acts is pure folly. You think it will be so easy to kill me? The third leader retorted icily. drawing his long sword and executing a vicious strike. Yet to Yi Xian, whose heart was as clear as crystal, that strike was utterly mundane. Just as the blade was about to cleave his arm, Yi Xian deftly evaded, and the branch struck the third leader's shoulder with tremendous force. Crack! The impact was not light, sending him crashing to the ground. Ah, spare me, young hero, I was wrong. If you kill me, our leader and second-in-command will surely seek revenge. The third leader cried out, disregarding his pain. In that moment, he realized that Yi Xian was a force he could not contend with. Spare your life? You are overestimating your worth. Yi Xian shook his head, then brought his foot down with immense force. Crack! The power behind that kick was formidable. The third leader felt as if a great dome of heaven were pressing down upon him. Before he could contemplate further, his head was crushed beneath Yi Xian's foot, rendering him utterly lifeless. The third leader, until his final breath, could hardly fathom that he, a dignified leader of the Qing Feng gang, would meet such a tragic end. However, Yi Xian displayed not a shred of sympathy, as the saying goes, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. This is a fantastical world, and for evildoers, mercy cannot be afforded. Beside him, Princess Qingyan, bound by true essence, was left in a daze, observing Yi Xian, who appeared harmless with a gentle smile, yet struck with unerring resolve. After dispatching the third leader, Yi Xian hurried to Princess Qingyan's side and released her from her binding. Phew! Once freed, she struggled to maintain her footing and collapsed to the ground, having endured the tumult of life and death within just half a day. This experience was overwhelming for her, leaving her feeling utterly drained, as though her essence had been siphoned away. Are you all right? Yi Xian inquired, finally taking a moment to assess the young woman before him, noting her remarkable beauty, particularly her generous assets. Oh no, I'm sorry. Xuan, Princess Qingyan lamented, tears streaming down her face after a brief moment of shock. Condolences, Yi Xian said, not being particularly adept at offering comfort. After uttering this, he sat down, waiting patiently. After a while, Princess Qingyan managed to stifle her sobs. Why would a princess like you venture out to suffer? Yi Xian asked, puzzled. He had already deduced her identity upon sitting down. How do you know my identity in name? Upon hearing Yi Xian mention her identity, Princess Qingyan was taken aback, her gaze scrutinizing him, attempting to see through his facade. I calculated. Yi Xian replied nonchalantly. Calculated? Princess Qingyan was incredulous. This wilderness is perilous. You should hurry home, Yi Xian urged, since the system had not provided any prompts. Yi Xian had no intention of forging a connection with Princess Qingyan. Return? You want me to go back and marry that rotund fellow? I would rather perish out here. Princess Qingyan stubbornly shook her head. The outside world is fraught with danger. Wouldn't a peaceful life through marriage be preferable? Yi Xian queried, perplexed. It may be good, but it must be with someone I love. Otherwise, living would be worse than death. She retorted, you make a fair point. However, I plan to eradicate the Qing Feng gang. What are your intentions? Yi Xian inquired, as he was not well acquainted with her, and she lacked any cultivation. Thus, he did not intend to involve her in his plans. I will follow you. You can take care of me, Princess Qingyan declared. It is far too dangerous to accompany me. Yi Xian frowned. Just then, a notification pinged in his mind. Ding! Detected a suitable partner for the host. The beautiful Jiang Qingyan. Please cultivate feelings and deepen the bond. Stunned by the system's words, Yi Xian had presumed that the ideal beauty for him would be one suited for cultivation, never considering that someone like Jiang Qingyan could be as well. Since the system had spoken, he would not be rude. After all, Jiang Qingyan was not only a princess, but also an extraordinarily beautiful woman. Who wouldn't he be enamored by such a captivating figure? Very well, come with me, Yi Xian said. Now that sounds more like it. Jiang Qingyan nodded, eagerly approaching Yi Xian. You should change your clothes. Such a lovely girl like you shouldn't be dressed as a boy. Wouldn't it be better in women's attire? Yi Xian remarked, feeling a bit helpless, for Jiang Qingyan was ill-suited for male clothing. With such a striking figure, she simply did not fit the role. All right, Jiang Qingyan relented. Seeking a secluded spot, once she emerged in feminine attire, Yi Xian's eyes widened in astonishment. Her beauty was unlike that of Luo Ningxue or Li Xiao. Jiang Qingyan's allure was grand and striking. Truly, she was a beauty chosen by the system, deserving of admiration. Yi Xian could not help but ponder inwardly. Subsequently, he assisted Jiang Qingyan in laying Xiaolan to rest in this location. Jiang Qingyan addressed Xiaolan, saying, "Xiaolan, I am truly sorry. It was I who brought you harm, but I hope in the next life you may be reborn as a young lady from a noble family of lords or ministers." Once this was accomplished, Yi Xian led Jiang Qingyan towards Qingfeng's stronghold. Initially, Yi Xian intended for Yao Yi to eradicate Qingfeng's stronghold directly. However, he reconsidered and decided to undertake the journey himself. After all, he had recently broken through to the 8th level of the Foundation Establishment realm and required some practical experience. The Qingfeng stronghold before him was an ideal place for such training. After walking for 2 hours, Yi Xian and Jiang Qingyan arrived at the foot of a grand mountain. This mountain, known as Qingfeng Mountain, appeared quite imposing, and the bandits resided atop it, that it's rather perilous up there. "You ought to stay behind, that I will deal with them and return to find you," Yi Xian informed Jiang Qingyan. Jiang Qingyan nodded. She understood that she had not trained formally, so accompanying Yi Xian would only hinder him. Therefore, she agreed to wait there. Yi Xian then proceeded towards Qingfeng Mountain. Upon reaching the mountainside, he observed a few bandits guarding the area. Yi Xian casually plucked several leaves and tossed them out. Accompanied by a few cries of agony, the bandits stationed on the mountainside tumbled down. Before long, Yi Xian reached the summit and shouted, "Your grandfather has arrived. Come forth and meet your demise." At that moment, a group of formidable individuals from Qingfeng's stronghold were engaged in games. Upon hearing his voice, a throng of underlings rushed out. Before them stood a remarkably handsome young man, exuding a strong scent of blood. "Who are you, brat? How dare you cause trouble in my Qingfeng stronghold?" One of the underlings questioned loudly. "I am the harbinger of your descent into hell." Yi Xian replied without courtesy, "Humph, insolent wretch, eliminate him." Upon hearing Yi Xian's words, the underlings of Qingfeng's stronghold charged at him. One underling hastened to report to the big boss and the second in command. The big boss had once been a disgraced disciple of the sect, but out of fear of retribution from the sect, he had resorted to becoming a bandit and assumed the role of the big boss, the AS for the second in command. He was a middle-aged man with a grotesque scar on his face, a remnant from past battles. Originally, the big boss and the second in command were feeling quite bored and had planned to engage in a contest to see who could last longer in a game. Yet, just as they were engrossed in their amusement, an underling rushed in to report urgently, "Boss, second brother, an audacious brat has invaded our mountain and killed many of our brothers." "What? He dared to come to our mountain? This is utterly outrageous. Second brother, let us go see." Upon hearing this, the big boss ceased his actions, seething with anger. "Boss, let us finish this first. Otherwise, I won't feel right," the second in command protested, feeling a lingering desire to continue. "The arrow is already knocked. If we don't release it, it will be unbearable. Then allow me to assist you. My speed is considerably faster," the big boss nodded. "Thank you for your assistance, big brother." The second in command expressed his gratitude. Following a climactic moment, the second in command underwent a transformative experience in his life. Once finished, the big boss and second in command emerged from a cave. Upon exiting, they beheld that more than half of their brothers from Qingfeng's stronghold lay in pools of blood. "Who dares to kill my brothers? Today, you shall pay with blood for your transgressions," the second in command declared coldly upon witnessing the scene. As he spoke, he brandished a golden alloy staff and approached Yi Xian. "Directly strike the dragon." Without a hint of hesitation, the second in command swung the staff down towards Yi Xian with formidable force, creating a fierce wind as it descended. Faced with this second in command, Yi Xian dared not slacken his resolve. For this individual possessed the cultivation of the second level of the Golden Core realm, a significant advantage over Yi Xian. Just as the staff was about to crash down upon him, Yi Xian swiftly retreated while simultaneously sweeping his wooden staff outward. Crack! The wooden staff shattered upon colliding with the powerful strike. Yi Xian's expression shifted as he realized the combat prowess of this Golden Core realm expert exceeded his expectations. This experience fully impressed upon him the reality that each realm presents vastly different challenges. However, there was no time for further contemplation. In the next moment, the golden alloy staff was already hovering above Xuan's head. Mere moments from impact, 10,000 swords returned to the sect. In that instant, the smile that had graced Xuan's lips vanished. He transformed, unleashing an overwhelming surge of true essence that coalesced into countless razor-sharp swords, hurtling directly towards the second-in-command. The speed of this attack was astonishing. The second-in-command, initially confident that his strike would surely result in Xuan's demise, was taken aback by this sudden onslaught. "Second brother, be careful," the big boss shouted, sensing the imminent danger. However, it was evident that he was too late to intervene, and his warnings proved futile. Moreover, the second-in-command had grossly underestimated the terror of this heavenly-level technique. Whoosh! In the next moment, the sword energies pierced through the second-in-command's defenses and penetrated his body. Boom! As the sword energies fully entered his form, the second-in-command could not withstand the overwhelming force and exploded, transforming into a mist of blood. Second brother. Upon witnessing this, the big boss's eyes widened in horror. Though bandits were often ruthless, they had shared over 20 years of camaraderie, plundering and engaging in mischief together. He could never have anticipated that his second brother would meet such a gruesome end, leaving not even a remnant of his body. Do not fret. I shall send you to join him now," Xuan stated coolly, picking up the golden alloy staff from the ground and moving swiftly towards the big boss. "Humph, brat, today I will shred you into 1,000 pieces." The big boss's eyes gleamed with a fierce, cold light as he spoke. With that, a long blade measuring a meter appeared in his hand, and he swung it down ferociously. Clang! In an instant, the alloy staff collided with the long blade, producing a dazzling display of sparks. However, at the moment of impact, Xuan merely felt a tingling numbness in his palm as the staff slipped from his control. Simultaneously, an overwhelming force surged forth, leaving Xuan utterly powerless to resist. He let out a muffled groan and was sent hurtling backward like a kite, with its strings severed. Bang! Xuan crashed heavily to the ground, creating a deep indentation upon impact. Fortunately, he emerged relatively unscathed, though the tremendous shock had caused him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Such formidable strength, truly an entity of the 7th tier of the Golden Core realm. Xuan marveled internally to in that moment. He recognized that he seemed unable to defeat this adversary before him. Yet he remained untroubled, for he still had hidden cards to play. "Kid, surrender the technique you just used, and I can spare you some suffering. Otherwise, you will die a most miserable death today," the leader declared. He was not in a rush to kill Xuan, but rather aimed to seize the impressive technique he had just demonstrated. "You want my technique? Do you believe you are worthy of it?" Xuan retorted with a sneer upon hearing the words of his opponent. "Hee, whether you like it or not, you will comply." The leader revealed a sinister smile, clearly indicating that Xuan was at his mercy. Nonetheless, Xuan felt no fear, merely addressing the void. "Lao Yao, it's your turn to act." Xuan was not the type to be overly sentimental. Having engaged earlier, he had already gauged the leader's strength. Realizing that he was not an opponent he could contend with, since he could not win, he saw no reason to waste energy. He would not engage in reckless endeavors. "Haha, still calling for help? You crack me up," the leader scoffed, believing it was too late for Xuan to seek assistance. Unbeknownst to him, he had been closely following Xuan all along, merely concealed from sight, unnoticed by the leader. After the leader's words fell, the next moment, burst forth, appearing directly before Xuan, a cultivator of the nascent soul realm. The leader's expression changed drastically upon sensing Yao Yi's cultivation level, for he knew all too well that the nascent soul realm was not something he could contend with. "Little brother, this is all a misunderstanding," the leader said, forcing a smile that resembled a grimace more than anything else. Xuan paid him no mind and turned directly to Yao Yi, saying, "Lao Yao, eliminate them all. Leave none alive." After uttering this, Xuan began his descent down the mountain. After a considerable distance, he heard the piercing sounds of anguished cries. With Yao Yi intervening, escape was surely impossible for these individuals. Yet their demise was self-inflicted, Had they not shed the blood of so many innocents, they would not have met such a fate. Soon, Xuan reached the base of the mountain, where Jiang Qingyan approached him eagerly. "Are you all right?" she inquired while scrutinizing him. "But I'm fine. Sorry to have kept you waiting." Xuan replied, shaking his head, "That I'm all right. Just a bit hungry all of a sudden." Gurgle. Jiang Qingyan's stomach let out a loud growl. "Hungry? We are in the wilderness, far from any city. Can you cook?" Xuan asked. Jiang Qingyan shook her head. "Then can you grill?" he asked again. "What is grilling?" Jiang Qingyan, as a princess, had never even heard of grilling. Why Xuan sighed in exasperation. Although she was a princess, she seemed utterly unversed in practical matters. However, Xuan mused that she must know how to bear children. "All right, I understand your situation now. That I'll prepare something to eat. Just wait a moment," Xuan said. He then extended his consciousness to survey the surroundings for any game. After searching for a while, he found nothing, not even a wild rabbit. This left him utterly speechless. But in the next moment, his eyes lit up as he spotted several large birds soaring through the sky. Convinced that roasting a bird would suffice, he picked up 2 stones from the ground and swiftly brought down 2 of the birds. Observing Xuan's actions, Jiang Qingyan was left utterly perplexed. She had no idea what he was attempting to do, yet she remained silent, watching intently while Xuan proceeded to pluck the feathers and gut the birds, then set a fire to begin roasting them. "No way, you can't be thinking of making me eat that, right?" Jiang Qingyan exclaimed. "If I'm not eating it, then why am I preparing it?" Xuan rolled his eyes. "But can it even be eaten?" Jiang Qingyan, though starving, found it hard to accept. "You lived in a palace, indulged in lavish feasts, so you've naturally never tasted this. Let me tell you, birds are quite delicious." Xuan insisted. "I don't believe it. I refuse to eat that, even if it means starving to death here." Jiang Qingyan declared vehemently. "Those birds are so adorable. How could one eat them?" Xuan, unwilling to engage in further debate, continued roasting the birds. Before long, an enticing aroma wafted through the air. Upon catching a whiff of the delectable scent, Jiang Qingyan swallowed hard. Yet she remained resolute, adamantly refusing to even take a bite. Time passed, and, after a while, the bird meat was enveloped in a golden crust, the fragrance even more pronounced. Xuan tore off a piece of meat and tasted it, relishing its exquisite flavor. "Want a taste? It's truly delicious." He asked. "I don't want to eat," Jiang Qingyan protested. Gurgle, gurgle. Despite her verbal objections, her hunger betrayed her. "Enough with the pretense. Eat this. You can have the biggest bird," Xuan said, handing her the largest one, knowing that girls generally favored larger portions for their superior taste. "Try it. If you don't like it, then give it to me," Xuan encouraged, understanding Jiang Qingyan's reluctance. Given her background to consuming only the finest delicacies in the palace, "I'll give it a try." Jiang Qingyan tore off a small piece and placed it into her cherry-like mouth. She savored it. An incredibly rich fragrance swirled around her lips, awakening her taste buds. How delightful! After just a taste, Jiang Qingyan could no longer contain herself and devoured it eagerly. Before long, she was left with grease smeared all over her mouth, utterly abandoning her princess demeanor. "Slow down. There's no one here to compete with you. This large bird is more than enough for you," Xuan remarked. Observing Jiang Qingyan's voracious appetite, he felt that the principle of deliciousness applied perfectly to her. Half an hour later, Jiang Qingyan had polished off the entire bird. Burp! After finishing, she let out a satisfied belch, her bright, clear eyes gazing at Xuan filled with admiration. "That I never expected your culinary skills to be this exceptional," Jiang Qingyan praised. "Naturally, after 18 years of being single. My skills are bound to be impressive," Xuan replied with a double entendre. "Hee, you are not modest at all. Being with you is truly delightful," Jiang Qingyan exclaimed joyfully. However, at that moment, Xuan felt a twinge of concern. After all, Jiang Qingyan had no cultivation. Having her by his side was not entirely reassuring. Thus, Xuan sought assistance from the system. "System, do you have any treasures that can protect her?" Ding, none available. But if the host... After a brief exchange with the system, the sun had already set. "Let's make do and sleep here tonight. We shall set off tomorrow," Xuan suggested. If Jiang Qingyan possessed any cultivation, it would be easier. However, she had none. making nighttime travel somewhat arduous. Okay. Jiang Qingyan nodded in agreement. Before long, the night passed in tranquility. The following morning, Yi Xian and Jiang Qingyan set forth on their journey. As for their destination, Yi Xian had no specific plans. The purpose of their outing was simply to gain experience and grow stronger. Time slipped by gradually, and after 2 days, they arrived in a city named Qingyun City. A bustling place. Upon entering, the sounds of vendors and the chatter of pedestrians filled the air. After some inquiries, Yi Xian discovered that Qingyun City was famed for a particular delicacy, the tofu made by a lady named Shi Shi. Following this lead, Yi Xian and Jiang Qingyan made their way to Shi Shi's tofu stall, where a long queue had formed as many awaited a taste of her renowned tofu. Yi Xian was momentarily taken aback by the sight. Eventually, he joined the line, and after half an hour, a steaming bowl of appetizing tofu soup, garnished with a sprinkle of green onions, was placed before them. Just the sight of it was enough to whet their appetites. Go ahead, this is the best snack in Qingyun City. Yi Xian encouraged Jiang Qingyan. Jiang Qingyan nodded and attempted to pick it up with chopsticks, only to find the slippery tofu quite elusive. Noticing her struggle, Yi Xian adopted a teacher-like demeanor and said, "You can eat it with a spoon." He demonstrated the technique, and Jiang Qingyan soon grasped the trick, happily digging in. "Well done, you're quite clever. Why, with such intelligence, do you not pursue cultivation?" Yi Xian inquired, somewhat puzzled. He sensed Jiang Qingyan possessed excellent potential. As a princess, her innate talents must be remarkable. If she were to cultivate, her progress would undoubtedly surpass that of ordinary disciples. Yet, she had no cultivation whatsoever, which left Yi Xian perplexed. Cultivation is too tedious. I would have to memorize all those rules and regulations. What a hassle, Jiang Qingyan replied. During their conversation, both had finished their bowls of tofu. After satisfying their hunger, they decided to take a stroll outside. However, at that moment, Jiang Qingyan's expression changed dramatically. Ahead of them stood several figures. Upon seeing them, she quickly hid behind Yi Xian. "What's wrong?" Yi Xian asked, concerned. "People from the palace are here to find me. Yi Xian, you must help me escape." Jiang Qingyan whispered urgently. "Oh, you don't want to go back with them?" Yi Xian probed. "Return? Not a chance. If I go back, I'll be forced to marry someone I despise. Absolutely not." Jiang Qingyan shook her head vehemently. Upon hearing her words, Yi Xian felt a surge of compassion. He could not bear the thought of such a beautiful girl being wed to someone she did not love, especially since he had taken a liking to her. He quickly led Jiang Qingyan away, eventually arriving at an inn. Considering Jiang Qingyan's safety, Yi Xian booked a premium room. Once inside, he noticed her still bore a troubled expression. "What's wrong? You don't seem very happy," Yi Xian teased lightly. "Since they have found me here, they will surely track me down," Jiang Qingyan replied, visibly distressed. "Cheer up. I'm here to protect you. Don't overthink it. Just rest well," Yi Xian reassured her. However, he felt somewhat at a loss for words when it came to comforting her. Yi Xian, what can I do to avoid marrying that fat man?" Jiang Qingyan asked, her eyes filled with hope as she looked at him. Avoid marrying someone you don't like. You could resist vehemently. But as a princess, that is not very realistic. Another option is to become a partner with another man. Of course, that man might face life-threatening dangers, Yi Xian suggested after some thought. "Now that you mention it, I suddenly have an idea," Jiang Qingyan exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with inspiration as she gazed affectionately at Yi Xian. Feeling her gaze, Yi Xian blushed slightly. "Hey, why are you looking at me like that? I know I'm handsome." "What? Can men actually feel shy?" Yi Xian, listen carefully. "I want to have her children," Jiang Qingyan declared emphatically. Though reluctant to cultivate, she was undeniably a girl who loved boldly. She believed that love was love, and indifference was indifference. The Yi Xian before her was undoubtedly the best choice for a potential husband. "Is this a joke? Have you lost your mind? You want to have my children? Do you even realize who you are? You're the little princess of the Violet Orchid Kingdom, and I'm just a poor commoner." Yi Xian couldn't help but shake his head. Although he uttered those words, deep within, he was elated. After all, any man would find a princess as beautiful as Jiang Qingyan utterly enchanting. However, he knew he must not express it too overtly. Otherwise, it would seem rather inappropriate. "I do not care what your status is. I want you to be my husband, Yi Xian." Let us wed tonight, Jiang Qingyan declared. She had contemplated this matter for an extended period. It was only after she witnessed the formidable experts searching for her in the palace today that she made her decision. She intended to bear Yi Xian's child. Jiang Qingyan was resolute in pursuing her happiness and would never allow herself to be married off to that dreadful, rotund man. She believed that life was her own, and she must chase after her own dreams. Are you truly certain? Yi Xian inquired. Yes. Tonight, I shall belong to you, Jiang Qingyan replied. When she spoke these words, there was no hint of shyness. She felt that every girl would eventually find herself entwined with a man, and there was no need to shy away from it. Now at 18, it was indeed time for her to bloom. Upon Jiang Qingyan's agreement, Yi Xian swiftly lifted her and laid her upon the bed. That night was destined to be a wondrous and blissful one for Yi Xian, although the beginning was somewhat awkward. After a gentle exchange, Jiang Qingyan learned to adjust and cooperate. In the days that followed, Yi Xian and Jiang Qingyan spent every moment together, both day and night, rarely stepping outside the inn. Particularly, Jiang Qingyan would often demand to eat, leaving Yi Xian with no choice but to oblige out of course. Yi Xian did not neglect his training. Although progress was slow without a system, he remained earnest in his efforts. Before long, 2 months passed in this manner. During this time, Yi Xian diligently toiled. Jiang Qingyan's physique was not as conducive to conception as Luo Ningxue's, who had conceived within a month. Yet, after over 2 months, there was still no sign from Jiang Qingyan. Nevertheless, Yi Xian was not anxious. Such matters could not be rushed. He found enjoyment in the process. As for Jiang Qingyan, her excitement was uncontainable, and she was unwilling to relent until Yi Xian had exhausted himself several times. Then, one morning, after more than 5 months, Jiang Qingyan mysteriously announced, Yi Xian, I have wonderful news for you. What is it? Yi Xian asked, intrigued by her enigmatic demeanor. I may not be able to indulge you today, for I am with child. Jiang Qingyan exclaimed, finally. Yi Xian rejoiced, having labored diligently for over 5 months. The effort had been quite taxing, and given Jiang Qingyan's free-spirited nature, Yi Xian often found himself more exhausted than she. Well then, in a month's time, I shall return home. This way, I can reveal the truth to my father, and he will have no choice but to accept it. Surely, he would not kill me. Jiang Qingyan chuckled. Truth be told, after learning she was with child, Jiang Qingyan exhibited even more enthusiasm than Yi Xian. This development meant she would not have to marry that loathsome, rotund fellow, Zhu Luqiu. All right, I shall heed your wishes. Let us proceed with caution. Yi Xian nodded. Not possible. I cannot contain myself, Jiang Qingyan exclaimed eagerly. You must resist. It would not be good for the child if we harm our baby. We shall bear the consequences, Yi Xian admonished with earnestness. What Yi Xian said was indeed true. Once a woman conceives, such activities must cease to avoid endangering the child. Although Yi Xian had been a solitary man in his previous life, he understood this principle well. Very well. It seems the joy has diminished significantly, Jiang Qingyan lamented. For the subsequent month, Yi Xian balanced his training with caring for Jiang Qingyan. One morning, after a month had passed, Jiang Qingyan ventured onto the streets. Upon her arrival, several experts searching for her quickly surrounded her. We have met the princess. We humbly request that you return with us, the experts addressed her. Very well. I shall accompany you, Jiang Qingyan replied calmly, offering Yi Xian, who was watching from the side, a sweet smile. Afterward, she followed the experts back. As Yi Xian watched her departing figure, he suddenly felt a pang of emptiness within. Truthfully, he had grown accustomed to Jiang Qingyan's presence. Despite her quirky and chatty nature, he found her endearing. More importantly, she was bold in love and hate. Who wouldn't he be drawn to such a spirited girl? Naturally, after spending the night with Jiang Qingyan, Yi Xian received extraordinary rewards. 100 years of cultivation and a piece of golden silk armor, which he gifted to Jiang Qingyan. During this time, Yi Xian did not hastily integrate the 100 years of cultivation. Once Jiang Qingyan had completely departed, he returned to the inn and addressed the system. System, integrate the 100 years of cultivation. Understood, host. The system responded. As the system's words faded, an overwhelmingly potent energy surged into Yi Xian's body. Faced with such a tremendous force, he couldn't help but shiver. Could he not be a bit gentler? Yi Xian muttered in frustration. He then began to guide this energy, starting to refine his body. After undergoing refinement, Yi Xian began to break through. He reached the 9th level of the foundation establishment stage. However, after this breakthrough, he sensed a stagnation. Steady yourself. Maintain a positive mindset. This 100 years of cultivation will surely propel me to the golden core realm. He encouraged himself. Why Yi Xian understood well that cultivation was a harsh and arduous journey. For many cultivators, an entire lifetime might pass without reaching the golden core realm. After all, the golden core realm represented a significant threshold for cultivators. Previously, Yi Xian believed breaking into the golden core realm would be exceptionally challenging. Yet now, as a man with a system, if he could not achieve this breakthrough, he would consider himself woefully inadequate. Thus, after calming his mind, Yi Xian resolutely encouraged himself. Rise to the challenge. After the words were spoken, they guided the true essence within to begin the tumultuous ascent towards the golden core realm. However, this time, Yi Xian still faced failure. What could possibly be wrong? Could it be that my recent prolonged association with Jiang Qingyan had rendered me less vigorous? But that seemed implausible. Perhaps my posture was incorrect? That couldn't be the issue either, for I possess a wealth of knowledge from my previous life, having amassed 5 gigabytes of study material, mastering those theoretical concepts. I refuse to accept defeat. Once more. Failure is merely the mother of success, Yi Xian declared. Clenching his fist, he then endeavored to calm himself and began to guide the true essence within him, once again striving for the golden core realm. This time, Yi Xian succeeded. A piercing roar erupted from within him, and at the location of his dantian, a golden core materialized. This golden core was the size of an adult's fist, radiating a resplendent golden hue. Haha, I have finally succeeded. Moreover, as I know, my golden core likely surpasses that of countless others. It is substantial from the outset. Imagine how much larger it will grow when I reach the 9th level of the golden core realm. Yi Xian exclaimed with uncontainable excitement. He then opened his eyes. As Yi Xian did so, the space around him began to tremble violently. Indeed, the disparity between the golden core realm and the foundation establishment realm was monumental. I can feel my combat prowess, as well as my spiritual awareness and perception, have attained unprecedented strength. Yi Xian thought, filled with exhilaration, that he then stepped outside. However, upon doing so, he was met with the loud exclamation of a child. Breaking news. Breaking news! For just 1 spirit stone, you can witness an astonishing revelation. Upon witnessing this scene, Yi Xian understood, in this fantastical world, newspapers did exist. However, these publications, which Yi Xian had perused before, typically chronicle matters concerning the cultivation realm, often filled with sensationalist news. While they were amusing to read, Yi Xian found himself rather hungry at the moment and had no desire to peruse the papers. Thus, he resolved to continue on his way. Yet in the next moment, Yi Xian halted abruptly, for he overheard a nearby cultivator exclaiming in disbelief. What? The Chaos Saintess is pregnant, and no one knows who the father is? Oh, my goddess! Who could have done this? I am heartbroken. My goddess is no longer pure, having become pregnant without my knowledge. Upon hearing the conversation and the lamentations, Yi Xian paused in his tracks. The Chaos Saintess was someone he was intimately familiar with. Young man, may I have a copy of that newspaper? Yi Xian inquired. Certainly, replied the young newspaper seller, handing Yi Xian a copy. Upon receiving the newspaper, Yi Xian was taken aback, for it was filled with stories regarding the pregnancy of the Chaos Saintess. Some headlines were particularly eye-catching, such as, "Is this a loss of humanity or a decline of morality? The Chaos Saintess in the dead of night." The main content detailed the Chaos Saintess's pregnancy, yet failed to reveal the identity of the father. Below were some amusing comments, such as, my heart is shattered. The Chaos Saintess is pregnant. My youth is lost. I revered you as my goddess. Yet you bear another's child, that I shall faint in despair. Looking at the entire page dedicated to the Chaos Saintess, Yi Xian fell into deep contemplation. The Chaos Saintess is pregnant. There could only be one explanation. It must be from the time I helped her with the beauty poison. Calculating the timeline, it aligns perfectly. This means that those cursing the scoundrel are, in fact, cursing me. This is utterly outrageous. The more Xuan pondered, the angrier he became. Thus, he marched over and delivered a resounding slap to the man who had been cursing the scoundrel. "Why are you hitting me?" The man, who had been heartbroken over the chaos of Sainus's pregnancy, was caught off guard by the sudden blow. "Anyone would find it unacceptable. You simply deserve it," Xuan retorted, cursing under his breath as he walked away. The man stood there, bewildered. What just happened? He felt he had done nothing wrong, merely cursing the one responsible for the chaos at Sainus's pregnancy, yet he had received a slap for it. He had not insulted Xuan. After recovering from shock, the man considered retaliating, but discovered Xuan had already vanished. "You are the real scoundrel," the man shouted in frustration. Meanwhile, Xuan had arrived at the tofu stand. As he savored the white, soft, and succulent tofu, a smile crept onto his face. "Li Xiao is pregnant? How delightful! If it is my child, then I have struck gold. Currently, I have 3 women, and the system mentioned that if I find 10 beauties and father children with them, I will receive a critical hit reward. How exhilarating!" Xuan mused contentedly. However, the surrounding cultivators were also discussing the chaos saintess. Upon learning of her pregnancy, they were all deeply distressed, wishing fervently to replace the man responsible for her condition. They could only dream that the man was one of them. Meanwhile, Xuan continued to enjoy his tofu, gradually finishing a bowl and tea at the same time. As Xuan contemplated life, a significant event was unfolding in the back mountains of a mansion in Qingyun City. In this secluded area, countless divine lights shot into the sky, accompanied by a cacophony of thunderous roars. Although this place was a distance from Qingyun City, the appearance of such divine light stirred the cultivators in the city, drawing their gazes towards the source. Upon witnessing the divine light, the cultivators exclaimed in excitement, "Look, isn't that the back mountain of the Tian family? Indeed, the divine light is so dazzling. There must be treasures emerging. Let us go and see." In an instant, these cultivators rushed towards the Tian family's mansion. Seeing this spectacle, Xuan felt a surge of curiosity. The brilliance was so extraordinary that he believed there must be something valuable. Though Xuan had entered the Golden Core realm and possessed a wall-hanging system, the system's functionalities largely depended on having women. What if the Tian family attracted an unparalleled beauty? Xuan found himself with tasks once more. Consequently, he followed in the footsteps of these cultivators, making his way toward the residence of the Tian family. After several hours had passed, Xuan arrived at the location of the Tian family's estate. At this moment, the scene before him was still suffused with divine light, and numerous cultivators, both male and female, stood at the entrance, their eyes shimmering with fervor. However, they were temporarily obstructed from entering by the Tian family's cultivators. "Master of the Tian family, although this back mountain contains a portion of your family's holdings, the treasures of the world should not be monopolized solely by your clan. Should they?" a cultivator exclaimed, unable to suppress his indignation. "Indeed, master of the Tian family, your actions are excessive. While your family is indeed powerful, you cannot halt the advance of the world's populace. If we were to force our way in, you would be unable to stop us. Everyone, please remain calm. The divine light emanating from this place is not intended for our family to monopolize. Rather, we wish to collaborate with all of you in its exploration. I shall now outline the conditions set forth by the Tian family." A middle-aged man, appearing somewhat refined in demeanor, clad in a long robe and wielding a treasured sword, declared. "What conditions? Speak quickly," a cultivator impatiently urged. It was undeniable that many cultivators held great anticipation for the emergence of treasures. The prospect of obtaining boundless opportunities within could transform their fates and elevate them to new heights. "To enter the back mountain of my Tian family, cultivators must be under the age of 30, the head of the Tian family announced. "What? Under 30? That is outrageous," a cultivator shouted in fury. "Damn it. I just turned 31. This is intolerable." The stipulation was exceedingly stringent, effectively barring the majority of the men present. "Everyone, please hold your horses. Allow me to finish." Additionally, male cultivators must possess a cultivation level of no less than the 4th stage of foundation establishment. The head of the Tian family continued, "Oh hell with you. Master of the Tian family, Are you trying to hoard the treasures for yourself? Another cultivator exclaimed. Indeed, what a disgrace. Your conditions are blatantly discriminatory against women. The crowd erupted in outrage at the head of the Tian family's words. What? Are you dissatisfied? If so, come and try me that if you can defeat me, perhaps my family's ancestor will allow you entry. The head of the Tian family retorted coldly, his expression turning frigid. His sword abruptly drew forth, exuding an aura of overwhelming chill, faced with the formidable pressure emanating from the head of the Tian family. The previously furious cultivators were compelled into silence. There was little they could do. The Tian family was the most powerful clan in Xinyan City, possessing immense strength. More importantly, they had an ancestor who had lived for centuries, whose cultivation level remained a mystery. However, it was known that this ancestor had reached the golden core stage 300 years prior. Such a figure was undoubtedly a master in the secular world, not to be trifled with. Now, a century later, one could only speculate how formidable the ancestor had become. Those who meet the conditions, please step forward. If you locate any treasures, we shall split them in half. And you shall also gain access to the Spirit Pool Cave in the back mountain, that if you wish, you may even join my Tian family afterwards, declared the Tian family ancestor. What? We can also access the clan's treasured Spirit Pool Cave. Upon hearing these words, the cultivators present were filled with uncontainable excitement. After all, many had heard of the Spirit Pool Cave, a dark and profound cavern said to harbor a spiritual spring. Training within was rumored to yield extraordinary results. The Tian family's rise to prominence in Luoyuan City was largely attributed to their possession of this spring. Now, the Tian family was offering such privileges to those who entered. It was truly enviable. Yet, many cultivators could only harbor their envy in silence. As they gazed upon the departing figures of those who met the conditions, a group of over 50 cultivators stepped forward. Xuan, intrigued, joined this assembly. Excellent. The head of the Tian family could not help but reveal a hint of excitement upon seeing the number of cultivators exceed 50. Truth be told, he had not anticipated that this divine light phenomenon would attract so many cultivators. Hope is on the horizon for our ancestor. This was the first thought that crossed the head of the Tian family's mind. He then addressed the group of qualified disciples. Follow me. After speaking, the head of the Tian family led Xuan and the others toward the back mountain. Meanwhile, the cultivators left behind at the entrance of the Tian family estate watched the departing figures of Xuan and his companions with envy and bitterness. However, their envy was futile. The power of the Tian family was undeniable. Before long, Xuan and the other qualified disciples were guided to the back mountain. Everyone, this is the site where the divine light emanates. If there are treasures, they should be found here. There is a passageway through which you can enter, the head of the Tian family proclaimed. Thank you, Master of the Tian family, for granting us this opportunity. The qualified young disciples expressed their gratitude before one by one stepping into the passageway. Xuan followed suit. In a short time, all the disciples had entered the passage, observing their retreating figures. The head of the Tian family could not suppress a sinister smile. With so many youthful cultivators as offerings, our ancestor will surely be revived. The next step is in your hands. Ancestor, activate the formation at the entrance of the passage. Not a single one is to escape. Understood. At the head of the Tian family's command, several elders promptly activated the formation at the site of the back mountain cave. This formation was a killing array, rendering it nearly impossible for the disciples who had entered to exit. Master, your calculations are truly astute. With the essence of these 56 young cultivators as a catalyst, our ancestors' rejuvenation should pose no significant challenges. One elder chuckled. Indeed, our ancestor possesses myriad methods. We merely lend a hand. However, this matter must remain confidential. We cannot afford even a whisper of it leaking, lest our Tian family's reputation be tarnished, the head of the Tian family cautioned. Rest assured, Master, we elders will guard this place. Not a single person will leave alive, the elders affirmed. Very well. The head of the Tian family nodded before departing. Meanwhile, after entering the cave, Xuan and the others discovered numerous branching paths. Some young cultivators, brimming with excitement, began to venture deeper. Xuan, however, furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. Yet he could not pinpoint the source of his unease. He had initially intended to divine his fate, but such practices were more effective for others than for oneself. Well, since I am here, I shall make the best of it. According to the head of the Tian family, the spirit pool should be within. I shall seek it out for cultivation. Treasures hold no interest for me. Yi Xian couldn't help but shake his head. He then followed his instincts and strode down a passageway. This cave was indeed deep and lengthy, seemingly bottomless. Akati resembled the depiction from an ancient prose he had studied in his previous life, entering through the mouth. Initially extremely narrow, only to open up after several dozen steps, revealing a vast expanse, only to subsequently become exceedingly constricted, a cycle of repetition. Why Yi Xian felt that this description by the esteemed Tao was most fitting for this place. The spiritual energy here was growing increasingly abundant. It had to be the right location, he affirmed after walking a distance that he continued onward. Meanwhile, a mile away from Yi Xian, several young disciples had arrived at a certain spot. At a glance, there lay a serene lake, beside which sat a solitary figure. Upon noticing the approach of the youths, this figure, who had been facing away from them, suddenly turned around. At the moment the figure revealed itself, the young disciples were taken aback, for they discovered that this figure was an elderly man. The old man appeared quite fearsome, exuding an aura of death, as if he were on the verge of passing away. However, his somewhat murky eyes sparkled with an unsettling intensity, reminiscent of a terrifying beast poised to devour. "Are you human or ghost?" the young disciples inquired, furrowing their brows. Cough. "Naturally, I am human. This old man has been waiting for you here for quite some time." "Your timing is impeccable," the elder replied, licking his lips and his eyes. These young disciples represented the freshest and most succulent delicacies. Consuming even one would undoubtedly be a tremendous boon to What do you intend to do? One of the young men stammered. I could see that moment. They all sensed an ominous intent radiating from the elder. "I desire your kidneys," the old man declared. "Kidneys? Who are you? And what do you want with our kidneys?" The disciples' faces paled in horror upon hearing his words. "I have my reasons. Your kidneys can bring me countless benefits. Moreover, given your youth and vigor, I also desire your hearts," the elder stated nonchalantly. As soon as his words fell, the old man vanished from his spot. When he reappeared, he was directly before the young disciples. "You!" Their faces turned ashen, and they attempted to flee. However, to their dismay, they found themselves immobilized by the elder's ominous presence. Even an attempt to escape was futile. "You possess the cultivation of the 6th level of the Golden Core realm. Are you the ancestor of the Tian family?" One of the youths finally managed to articulate. "You're rather astute. Indeed, I am the ancestor of the Tian family," the elder chuckled darkly. Yet, the laughter sent chills down their spines. It all makes sense now. You created such a commotion to deceive us. There are no treasures emerging from the back mountain of the Tian family. It was merely a ruse, one disciple exclaimed, realization dawning upon him. "You are remarkably clever, but unfortunately, it is too late. Hand over your kidneys," the Tian ancestor commanded. With that, a terrifying force surged from his hands, plunging directly into the back of one disciple, where his kidneys were located. In no time, a remarkably fresh kidney was in the elder's grasp. "Haha, so tender, so full of life force. Consuming this will not only replenish my vitality, but also aid my cultivation of that divine skill," the Tian ancestor laughed, before devouring the steaming, succulent kidney with fervor. The disciple from whom the kidney was taken let out a piercing scream, his face paling to an extreme. The remaining youths were horrified, their faces drained of color, as they could scarcely believe the depths of depravity to which the Tian family had sunk, and that their ancestor was a monster of such grotesque nature. "The more you scream, the more exhilarated I become," the Tian ancestor cackled, proceeding to consume the other kidney of the same disciple. Even after losing both kidneys, the youth remained alive, albeit barely clinging to consciousness. The elder showed no trace of compassion. After feasting on the kidneys, he swiftly extracted the young man's heart and consumed it whole. "Spare me. No. Please." The sight of a fellow disciple meeting such a gruesome fate sent tremors through the lips of the remaining youth. "Go ahead and scream. The louder you are, the more potent the life force of the kidneys and heart becomes." The Tian ancestor guffawed. advancing toward another young disciple. Meanwhile, Yi Xian had arrived at a different location, where the air was thick with spiritual energy. Before him lay a pool large enough for a single person to lie in. Yi Xian recognized this as the Tian family's spiritual energy pool. Like tea last. After much toil, I have found you, Yi Xian exclaimed, his heart racing with excitement. Although his cultivation had advanced rather sluggishly without the aid of system, he knew that, given the right conditions, he could still progress. Thus, he promptly shed his garments and leaped into the spiritual pool. Yi Xian had an inkling that the Tian family, having gathered so many gifted disciples, must have ulterior motives. However, he chose not to dwell on that. First, he would cultivate diligently in this place. As he immersed himself in the pool, an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy flowed through his skin and into his body. How delightful! Yi Xian sighed, stretching languidly as he allowed the energy to wash over his physique and circulate through his meridians. After a period of cultivation, he even took a moment to admire his robust physique, which was truly impressive. Though he currently had 3 partners, the status of the chaotic saintess remained uncertain. After all, whether the child she bore was truly his still awaited confirmation from the system. If the child were to be born with a reward from the system, it would undoubtedly be his own progeny. Thus, time swiftly passed that, on the 10th day, a piercing rumble echoed within Yi Xian, and his cultivation surged from the first to the second level of the golden core realm. That moment, the spiritual pool had become thick and murky, clearly depleted of its essence. Were the members of the Tian family to witness this scene, they would undoubtedly be unable to contain their tears of distress, for Yi Xian had squandered their precious resource. This spiritual pool, invaluable beyond measure, had been drained of its essence by Yi Xian's relentless bathing and cultivation, an act that seemed beyond the realm of mere mortals. What a pity to think that the entirety of the spiritual pool's essence only allowed me to break through a minor realm. Yi Xian lamented. Yi Xian felt a tinge of regret, yet he remained quite satisfied. As long as he could enhance his cultivation, it was all worthwhile. This journey had not been in vain. It was indeed quite rewarding, Yi Xian murmured to himself and began to make his way outside. The spiritual spring pool was shrouded in an intriguing mystery. To access it, one had to navigate through countless formations. However, for someone well-versed in formations, these posed no challenge at all. Before long, Yi Xian exited the spiritual spring pool and headed into the distance. Yet, the further he walked, the more he sensed something amiss. He distinctly remembered entering with over 50 companions. Yet after half a month of cultivation, not a single one was in sight. Was it not exceedingly strange? Had they all discovered some miraculous treasure? Very well, if the treasures belong to you all, I, Yi Xian, hold no interest, Yi Xian stated indifferently, then retraced his steps toward the exit. After walking for a while, he furrowed his brow. Before him lay several corpses. Approaching the bodies, Yi Xian's expression turned incredibly fierce. He recognized these corpses. They belonged to several of the companions who had entered with him. Yet now, they lay lifeless, and their demise was horrifyingly tragic. Upon inspecting the wounds, Yi Xian discerned a commonality among the corpses. Each was missing its heart and kidneys. Damn it, every other part remains intact. Yet the kidneys and hearts are gone. Is there truly a place in this world that harvests kidneys? Yi Xian felt a chill run down his spine. In his previous life, he was aware of such a dreadful place. A place that instilled fear in all. Those who dared to venture that would inevitably lose their kidneys. Now, in this life, Yi Xian encountered the very existence of such a place. What manner of being could be responsible for this? It almost seemed as if their organs had been forcibly extracted while they were still alive. Otherwise, their expressions would not be so grotesque. Clearly, there was something amiss here. A man who grew stronger through his kidneys. It was wise to tread carefully, Yi Xian murmured, his demeanor shifting towards caution. In this cannibalistic world of fantasy, it was prudent to exercise vigilance. After all, one only lives once. If one's life were to be squandered, nothing would remain. After continuing on for a while, Yi Xian encountered more scattered corpses, their appearance mirroring those he had seen previously, all similarly deprived of their kidneys and hearts. The sight was profoundly unsettling. As Yi Xian gradually advanced, several thousand meters away, The elder of the Tian family revealed a glimmer of cold light in his eyes. I cannot be mistaken. 56 young disciples were clearly sent in. Yet only the kidneys and hearts of 55 have been consumed. There must be one elusive fish that has evaded capture. If I can consume just one more heart and kidney, I shall regain my youth and live a second life. Boy, where are you? You cannot escape. I must find you. Huh. The Tian family elder cackled ominously as he began his search. According to the timeline, the elder should have long since perished. However, he had no intention of dying. He yearned to live. Few could defy the natural order of a second life. Yet once, while venturing outside, he stumbled upon a tome of sinister techniques. This tome detailed a horrifying method. By consuming the kidneys of 100 young disciples and subsequently practicing this technique, one could regain their youth in pursuit of immortality. The elder took a risk, fabricating rumors of a treasure's emergence, luring countless disciples into this trap. Now he had consumed the kidneys and hearts of 99 young individuals. If he could just take Yi Xian's organs, the elder could genuinely reverse the tide of fate and live anew. After 2 hours of searching, a fervent smile crept across the elder's face. At last, he had picked up on the spiritual traces of the elusive Yi Xian. As the elder discerned Yi Xian's presence, Yi Xian, in turn, sensed the elder's approach. Boy, you have made it rather difficult for me to find you. Who are you? Gazing upon the man before him, whose eyes blazed crimson like a creature from the depths of hell, Yi Xian inquired solemnly, "It matters not who I am to you. All you need to remember is that today, you hold immense significance for me, for only you can restore my youth." The elder replied coolly. His eyes, resembling those of a demon, swept over Yi Xian, and after a thorough examination, the elder was astounded. He could distinctly sense the vitality radiating from Yi Xian. Both his kidneys and heart exuded extraordinary strength. This exhilarated the elder immensely. "You need not speak. I already know your identity. You are none other than the elder of the Tian family. Are you not? The brilliant divine light was conjured by you, all for the sake of cultivating a nefarious technique that could restore your youth." Yi Xian remarked coldly that why Yi Xian's divination skills were somewhat lackluster. To predict future events, one must first encounter the subject in question. Upon laying eyes on the Tian elder, the truth unraveled before him. "Boy, you are far more astute than those I encountered before. It seems you are indeed the key to my rejuvenation. I thank you for appearing here." The Tian elder replied, excitement evident in his nod. "Life and death are but natural laws. Why go to such lengths? After living for hundreds of years, have you truly lived like a dog?" Yi Xian's voice suddenly turned frigid. Based on Yi Xian's understanding, the lifespan of those at the Golden Core stage was roughly 500 years. While those at the nascent soul stage could live for about 1,000, the elder before him appeared to be at the 6th level of the Golden Core stage, making the pursuit of immortality seem utterly delusional. Boy, you may laugh, but there are things you do not comprehend. Do you have any last words? If not, then obediently become the vital sustenance for my rejuvenation. The elder's lips curled into a sinister grin. In this cavernous space, his disheveled appearance rendered him terrifying and grotesque. As the elder's words fell, a vast torrent of true essence surged forth from his being, enveloping Yi Xian in an instant. In that moment, Yi Xian found himself completely bound, unable to move. After ensnaring Yi Xian, the elder approached him directly. "Boy, do not blame me. Instead, wish me success. Your sacrifice will be of immeasurable merit." The patriarch of the Tian family spoke, extending a hand towards Yi Xian's kidney area. In that moment, Yi Xian finally comprehended the grim reality. Those individuals had perished from excruciating pain after having their hearts and kidneys forcibly extracted while still alive. This old wretch, in his pursuit of immortality, was nothing short of a beast. However, attempting to seize Yi Xian's kidney would not be so easily accomplished. Just moments ago, Yi Xian had been ensnared, merely caught off guard by his opponent. He had deliberately concealed his cultivation, leading the patriarch to believe Yi Xian was merely a foundational stage cultivator. As the patriarch's hand neared Yi Xian's waist, a sudden explosion occurred while Yi Xian unleashed his full cultivation at the 2nd level of the Golden Core realm, his terrifying true essence surging forth. With a resounding crack, the patriarch's binding true essence shattered into oblivion upon Yi Xian's release of his power. Following the explosion of true essence, Yi Xian launched a powerful punch aimed at the patriarch's abdomen, seizing the opportunity to end his life when he was least prepared. This turn of events transpired with breathtaking swiftness. The patriarch had never anticipated that Yi Xian would conceal his strength. Nor had he sensed by the time the patriarch reacted. He felt as though his chest had been struck with immense force, followed by a muffled groan as he was sent hurtling backward like a broken sack. With a resounding thud, the patriarch collided heavily with the wall before crashing to the ground. As he stood up, he involuntarily spat out a mouthful of blood. This moment, the patriarch was filled with trepidation. Had it not been for the protective golden silk armor, Yi Xian's punch would have surely left him crippled. You actually concealed your cultivation at such a young age. You've already reached the second level of the golden core realm. I have truly underestimated you. The patriarch gazed at Yi Xian, disbelief etched across his face. The old man was indeed clever, possessing golden silk armor for protection. However, today, he was on a path to ruin. I currently have no control over the affairs of this world, but should anyone dare to set their sights on me, I shall reduce them to ashes. Yi Xian's voice was icy. Originally a man of amiable disposition, Yi Xian had his limits. He adhered to the principle of not offending others unless provoked, but if anyone dared to infringe upon his boundaries, the outcome would be dire, a fate without burial. Young one, I concede that I underestimated you, yet your cultivation remains inferior before me. Dragon binding formation, the patriarch declared coldly, a formation manifesting in his hand as he directed it towards Yi Xian. This dragon binding formation was something the patriarch had obtained from a secret realm, albeit now somewhat incomplete. Had it been whole, it could even restrain a divine dragon from the heavens as the formation took effect. Mist enveloped the area, trapping Yi Xian within its confines. Haha, young one, this time you are doomed. The patriarch sneered, convinced that even with Yi Xian's high cultivation, escaping the clutches of this formation would be exceedingly difficult. Is that so? A mere incomplete array seeks to ensnare me. You must be dreaming. Yi Xian retorted with a cold smile. As his words fell, he stepped directly out of the dragon binding formation. Upon witnessing Yi Xian's form emerge, even the experienced patriarch could not help but exclaim a curse. Damn it! You can break formations too? Very well, it seems I must take matters into my own hands. The patriarch summoned a crimson sword, radiating a chilling aura, evidently a weapon of considerable caliber. Sky-splitting strike. He bellowed, swinging the sword with might that a torrent of sword light surged forth, imbued with a terrifying force, cleaving through the air towards Yi Xian. The space itself appeared to fracture under the onslaught of the sword's energy, a sight both awe-inspiring and fearsome. 10,000 swords returned to the sect, Yi Xian declared, a cold smile gracing his lips as he sensed the overwhelming sword energy approaching. He discerned that although the patriarch wielded the 6th level of the golden core realm, his true combat prowess was closer to that of the 4th level, having relied heavily on elixirs to ascend. As Yi Xian's words echoed, true essence surged within him, transforming into countless streams of sword energy that erupted forth. In an instant, tens of thousands of sword energies surged forth, meeting the patriarch's fearsome sword light. The cacophony of thunderous explosions ensued as the sword energies collided in midair, resulting in a deafening roar. After a tumultuous exchange, the patriarch's terrifying sword energy was utterly obliterated. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, the remnants of his fierce sword attack crumbled, and an onslaught of sword energy surged towards him. A cry of agony escaped the patriarch as he was struck by the torrent of sword energy, sent hurtling backward. As he steadied himself, the patriarch appeared utterly disheveled, his golden silk armor pierced and blood oozing from his thigh. Had it not been for the armor, he would surely have met his demise. Curse it! I shall remember this grudge. The patriarch seethed, his teeth clenched. He had initially believed his return to youth was a certainty. Yet he had never anticipated encountering such formidable trouble at the final juncture. Why Yi Xian's strength exceeded the patriarch's wildest fears. After swearing vengeance, the patriarch vanished from sight, fully aware that he was no match for Yi Xian. The most prudent course of action was to escape swiftly, planning to exact revenge once he regained his youth. Daha. You think you can flee beneath my very nose? Not a chance. Yi Xian's lips curled into a cruel smile as he observed the patriarch's retreat. With those words, Yi Xian too vanished from his position. Moments later, the patriarch reappeared in a familiar location, exclaiming, "Damn it! Luckily, this is the Tian family's domain, and I am well acquainted with it. Otherwise, I might have perished here. This little wretch has thwarted my plans. I must leave quickly and wait for this brat to meet his end here." The patriarch of the Tian family was filled with trepidation. Just the thought of the battle that had transpired moments ago made him break into a cold sweat. The technique employed by Yi Xian, known as 10,000 swords returning to the origin, was utterly preposterous and terrifying. As the words of the patriarch fell, he prepared to depart from this place. However, in the next instant, he was nearly startled into a cry, for there, not far away, stood a figure exuding an extraordinary aura, as if a celestial being had descended to the mortal realm. Was this youth truly Yi Xian? How could this be? Are you a man or a ghost? The patriarch of the Tian family involuntarily tightened his legs, feeling a surge of fear. It was as if this individual was a shadow, ever present. Die. Yi Xian had no desire for further conversation. He unleashed the full extent of his cultivation at the second level of the Golden Core realm, releasing a torrential wave of murderous intent. The technique 10,000 swords returning to the origin was executed, transforming the surroundings into an ocean of sword energy. Faced with this overwhelming force, the patriarch hastily enveloped himself in true essence for protection. Yet the sword energy was simply too formidable. In no time, his defenses were pierced, and he was struck through by the sword energy, blood gushing forth. Oh no! Why does the heavens not assist me? In that moment of sensing his impending demise, the patriarch let out a roar filled with unwillingness. Even in death, he could not comprehend why he had failed at such a critical juncture. He was so close to success that it was a bitter pill to swallow. Yet his unwillingness bore no fruit. That heaven's misdeeds may be forgiven, but one's own transgressions are inexcusable. Straying down the path of wickedness was a guaranteed road to ruin. After the patriarch's demise, Yi Xian approached him and took the storage ring. Inside, he found not only a sword of considerable quality, but also a trove of spirit stones, along with a tome of rejuvenation techniques. Yi Xian promptly destroyed this nefarious book. What rejuvenation? He had no faith in such things. Having completed his tasks, Yi Xian made his way outside. Meanwhile, outside the patriarch's cave, for elders of the Tian family wore expressions of excitement. It had been half a month. Surely the patriarch's rejuvenation had succeeded? Naturally, those youths must have served as nourishment for the patriarch's transformation. They laughed. Once the patriarch is rejuvenated, our family's power will ascend to new heights. Indeed, they needed to be vigilant. They wouldn't want to fail to recognize the patriarch upon his emergence. The four elders conversed, each feeling extraordinarily buoyant. The patriarch's rejuvenation meant he could continue his cultivation, and as his strength grew, so too would the family's power. With this thought, one elder could not restrain himself and began to hum a tune. Today is a fine day. All my wishes shall come true. Today is a fine day. We open our door to welcome the spring breeze. Beautiful songs convey deep feelings. The moonlight paints a bright tomorrow. Inspired by this elder's singing, the others joined in, their spirits high. But suddenly, a deafening roar erupted from the cave. As the sound echoed, a figure emerged and scathed from the formation within the cave. Upon seeing this figure, the four elders wasted no time in kneeling, exclaiming in unison, "We welcome the patriarch's emergence, unyielding in battle, reborn in glory. My dear grandchildren, you are truly dutiful. Rise." Yi Xian responded lightly to their reverence. Wait a moment. Has the patriarch's voice changed after the rejuvenation? The elders were puzzled by his words, then turned to face the patriarch. Upon seeing his visage, their expressions shifted dramatically. "You are not the patriarch." Recognizing Yi Xian's face, the elders were taken aback. This young man, strikingly handsome, was none other than Yi Xian, the youth who had entered with them. They had even commented on his looks before entering the cave, lamenting the fate of such a handsome exterior. Today, they could hardly fathom that he had emerged from within. No, no. Could it be that the patriarch has taken over his body? One elder mused, slapping his forehead. After this remark, the others began to see the sense in it, as it seemed the only explanation. However, the patriarch's gaze upon them felt decidedly off, as if he viewed them as fools. Grandchildren, today the patriarch is in high spirits. Come forth, and I shall treat you to sweets. Yi Xian smiled. You are not the patriarch. The elders finally grasped the truth, realizing that the handsome youth before them was not their patriarch at all. But how could this be? The cave was filled with the patriarch and numerous formations. How had this young man so easily emerged? As the elders stood in shock, Yi Xian's consciousness stirred, and the blood sword appeared in his hand, the very sword wielded by the patriarch. You dare wield the patriarch's blood sword? How can this be? Initially skeptical of the scene before them, the four elders now felt an ominous premonition. The blood sword was the patriarch's personal artifact, and with Yi Xian possessing it, it was clear that the patriarch's fate was grave. Let me be frank. Your patriarch has been vanquished by me, and soon you shall accompany him, Yi Xian declared coldly. As his words fell, his aura surged, and the blood sword carved a peculiar arc through the air. In an instant, he vanished from his spot, reappearing before the four elders. Not good. Upon witnessing the emergence of Yi Xian, the expressions of the four elders transformed drastically, and they instinctively prepared to retreat. However, before they could fully react, the blood sword in Yi Xian's hand radiated a chilling crimson light, swiftly slicing across the necks of the four elders. As the sword passed, for arcs of blood erupted forth. Cough, cough. The scene unfolded with blinding speed. By the time the elders registered what had occurred, they felt an icy sensation at their throats, followed by an uncontrollable spurt of blood. Clutching their necks desperately, they gazed at Yi Xian, their eyes filled with terror and despair. Before long, the four elders collapsed lifelessly to the ground, their eyes wide open in death, clearly unable to close them. Do not look at me. This is of your own making, Yi Xian stated coldly, obliterating the remains of the four elders before making his way toward the Tian family residence. Meanwhile, within the Tian family estate, the atmosphere was filled with laughter and merriment. At that moment, the head of the Tian family, Tianhua, along with three other elders, were engaged in serious discussion. Eldest elder, considering the time, our ancestor should be on the verge of emerging from his seclusion. Rejuvenated, Tianhua proclaimed. Once our ancestor returns, we must celebrate grandly and host a banquet for heroes from all corners of the world. What do you think? I wholeheartedly agree with the patriarch. Our ancestor's rejuvenation is indeed a tremendous boon for the Tian family. Indeed, if our ancestor succeeds, our family's power will ascend to new heights. The elders nodded in agreement, expressing their strong support for the patriarch's proposal. You may be ugly, but your thoughts are rather beautiful. Just as the patriarch and the elders were conversing, a languid voice interrupted. Upon hearing this voice, Tianhua and the three elders' expressions shifted, and they turned their gazes toward the entrance, where they were left astonished. Standing at the gate was a young man wielding a bloodied sword, his appearance strikingly handsome, akin to a celestial being descended to the mortal realm. The moment they laid eyes on him, Tianhua and the elders felt a jolt of recognition. This young man was one of those who had entered the cave. Tianhua's impression of him was significant due to his striking looks, and he couldn't help but wonder why the sword he held seemed so familiar. Didn't their ancestor possess a similar weapon? Who are you? Tianhua asked in a stern voice, gripping his sword tightly. The one who claims your lives. Your ancestor has slaughtered countless innocents. Today, that old wretch has confessed his sins, and now it is your turn to meet your end. Yi Xian replied, his tone grave. You dare claim to have killed our ancestor. Upon hearing Yi Xian's words, Tianhua and the elders were consumed by an overwhelming fury. Tianhua had been preparing to welcome their ancestor, only to find himself confronted by Yi Xian instead. Elders, let us strike him down together, Tianhua commanded icily. In an instant, Tianhua and the three elders charged forward. How foolish, Yi Xian retorted coldly. Even in his prime, their ancestor would not have been Yi Xian's match, let alone the current Tianhua and the elders. In no time, they lay in a pool of blood, each one dying with their eyes wide open. After dispatching Tianhua, Yi Xian decided to act decisively and annihilate the entire Tian family. He understood well the principle of eradicating the roots of trouble. Naturally, he took all the Tian family's spirit stones and valuables for himself. Following the destruction of the Tian family, Yi Xian embarked on his journey of further cultivation. The other cultivators in Luoyun City were left in shock upon witnessing the massacre of the Tian family. However, no one knew the specifics of what had transpired within. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away in a small mountain village, a disheveled young scholar named Ma Wenkai stood before a steep cliff, his face etched with despair and frustration. Another failure, am I destined to accomplish nothing in this life? He lamented. Wenkai had aspired to achieve greatness through scholarly pursuits, yet no matter how hard he tried, he had consistently failed to pass the examinations. This relentless cycle of disappointment had left him utterly despondent. Contemplating his grim fate, he considered ending his life by jumping from the cliff. Just then, an astonishing occurrence unfolded before him. So young, and already contemplating suicide. Young man, have you lived these years only to be reduced to this? After reading so many sage texts, how can you be so foolish? A faint, ethereal voice echoed. Who are you? Ma Wenkai asked, his scalp prickling with unease, as the voice seemed to emanate from another world entirely. Do not concern yourself with my identity for now. Answer my question. Have you ever been with a woman? The enigmatic voice continued. No. Ma Wenkai replied glumly. Where would he find a girl willing to be with him? His family had been impoverished. His grandparents passed away when he was 3, and his parents followed suit at 13. Leaving him utterly alone, Wenkai had believed that diligent study would bring him glory for his family. Yet since the age of 15, he had participated in examinations yearly, but for a decade. He had never succeeded. Since you have never been with a girl, you wish to end your life. The ethereal voice questioned further. Regrettably, I see no other option. I do not want to be a laughingstock. And living is worse than death, Ma Wenkai confessed. Having not spoken to anyone for so long, he transitioned from shock to calmness. After all, death was not something to fear. It was simply a release. Then let me ask you, do you desire boundless wealth and the company of countless beauties? Would you like to be the greatest in the world? The voice inquired. Of course. Who wouldn't want endless wealth and beautiful companions? But I am unworthy. These are mere fantasies for me, Ma Wenkai murmured, his eyes reflecting even greater despair. No, you are not merely dreaming. If you wish, you can achieve all of this. You believe me? The voice coaxed gently. How can I achieve it? In dreams. Ma Wenkai shook his head. No, in reality. Did I ask you again? Do you wish to achieve it? The voice persisted. Who are you really? I must know your identity. Ma Wenkai demanded. As he spoke, he scanned his surroundings, attempting to locate the source of the voice, but to no avail. You wish to know who I am? Then allow me to show you. A voice, ethereal and elusive, responded. As the words fell, an illusory shadow materialized before Ma Wenkai. This shadow resembled a person, albeit lacking arms and legs, possessing only a head that appeared quite grotesque. You are a ghost. Ma Wenkai exclaimed, stepping back in fright. Nay, I am an ancient deity, descended to guide sentient beings, the spectral voice declared. An ancient deity. Ma Wenkai expressed skepticism. Though he had never encountered a deity, he was not devoid of intelligence. What would convince you of my divine nature? The ethereal figure inquired. I have heard that ancient deities possess the power to reshape the world. If you can level this mountain, I shall believe you. Ma Wenkai pondered aloud. Him. Having encountered few practitioners, it seemed that if this entity could flatten the mountain before him, it would be an existence terrifyingly divine. Very well, then step aside, the spectral form commanded. Upon hearing this, Ma Wenkai nodded and retreated to a safe distance. In the next moment, he beheld the illusion aglow with brilliant radiance. Simultaneously, the figure began to chant, by the decree of the law. Open the mountains and cleave the stones. As the incantation echoed, a beam of azure light surged forth, crashing into the mountain. Boom! Upon impact, the mountain unleashed a cacophony of thunderous roars. Then, to Ma Wenkai's astonishment, the mountain was transformed into a vast plain. What? Upon witnessing this scene, Ma Wen-sai's jaw dropped in sheer shock. He had never imagined that this seemingly hideous illusion could wield such formidable power. Truly, it was terrifyingly extraordinary that, you now believe in me? The ethereal figure asked that I do. Ma Wen-kai hastily nodded. Would you like to become as powerful as I? The figure continued that I assure you, once you attain strength, the fairest maidens will gravitate toward you, awaiting your affection, and you may indulge as you desire. If you are strong, others will see you as worthy. If weak, they will deem you a scoundrel. The spectral voice explained. How can I become as mighty as you? Ma Wen-kai inquired, filled with anticipation. Kneel and pledge yourself as my disciple, the ethereal figure proclaimed. Disciple Ma Wen-kai pays homage to the master. Ma Wen-kai immediately knelt. Rise, my obedient disciple. From this day forth, I shall guide you through the world, surrounded by the most beautiful maidens, achieving an unparalleled existence. However, to test your sincerity, I require you to undertake a task, the spectral figure stated. Master, please instruct me. I am willing to do anything that will make me stronger, so I am no longer bullied or ridiculed. Ma Wen-kai clenched his fists, having grown weary of his miserable existence. The callous life he had endured, he felt fortunate to have encountered the aid of an ancient deity. Now, let us seek a fortuitous opportunity. This opportunity is known as the Tianyuan ruins, left by a powerful being of the transformation stage. Should you seize the chance within, you shall soar to great heights, riding the winds with your sword, traversing the realms with ease. When the ruins open, countless beauties shall await. Once you grow strong, you may indulge in them as you please. The ethereal figure proclaimed, This is splendid. Master, let us proceed. Ma Wen-kai exclaimed, brimming with excitement. He even began to envision how he would interact with the maidens, his imagination running wild. The mere thought sent shivers of exhilaration through him. He yearned to reach the Tianyuan ruins and become its brightest star. He even composed a poem for himself. Behold, in this moment, who among the illustrious ones rivals Ma Wen-kai, as countless beauties shed their garments? Ah, fool! The ethereal figure, sensing Ma Wen-sai's uncontainable excitement, couldn't help but scold him. The spectral figure then descended upon Ma Wen-kai, heading towards the location of the Tianyuan ruins. Meanwhile, 10,000 miles away from the ruins, an extraordinary place unfolded. Countless structures rose majestically, distinct from those beyond, built entirely from petals. The air was suffused with floral fragrance, and an array of blossoms flourished, creating a breathtaking spectacle. Should any practitioner find themselves here, they would recognize this as the coveted paradise of flowers, a realm that countless men yearn for. Unlike other sacred sites or sects, the disciples of the paradise of flowers are exclusively female. Moreover, each disciple, upon stepping beyond the mundane world, transforms into a breathtaking beauty, captivating the hearts of countless men. Among the top 10 beauties on the Eastern Wilds Fairy list, 3 hail from the paradise of flowers, showcasing its extraordinary allure. However, it is unfortunate for worldly men that the disciples rarely venture out, and the paradise itself is shrouded in mystery, with few knowing its exact location. Thus, when men speak of the paradise of flowers, they do so with reverence and wistfulness at this moment. Within a floral palace of the paradise, a stunning beauty, draped in sheer fabric, reclined languorously upon a bed crafted from petals. Her form was enchanting, untouched by the passage of time. This exquisite beauty was none other than Xuan, the matriarch of the paradise of flowers. As she caressed her flawless skin, she couldn't help but sigh. Alas, the path of immortality is slow. The world claims I, Xuan, possess lofty standards and disdain the men of this realm. Yet how can they fathom that these wretched men are as repugnant as dog excrement, so unappealing that even dogs shy away? How could they ever capture my gaze? She mused. Oh well, living here in happiness is a life of its own. Contentment breeds joy. I have a delightful group of female disciples, and my jade talisman. Though it lacks emotion, it accompanies me in moments of solitude, helping me endure the coldness of life. Xuan murmured to herself, as she contemplated. A long, spiked artifact fashioned from jade emerged before her. Hua Xiren referred to it as her companion in cultivation. Just as she was about to embrace a moment of romantic leisure, a figure appeared within the floral palace. This figure was a stunning beauty of 29 years. Named Hua Xiren, one of Hua Xiren's 3 cherished disciples. Renowned for her beauty, she held the 3rd position on the fairy list, often hailed as the reincarnation of the flower goddess, a testament to her extraordinary allure. Disciple, just as I, Hua Xiren, yearn for a wondrous romance, my disciple appears unexpectedly. Hua Xiren thought, caught in a dilemma, unsure whether to set down her artifact or not. Master, what are you doing? What is this? Hua Xiren's pair of clear, water-like eyes widened as she gazed intently at the jade stone in her master's hand. Ahem, master, I simply have a slight fever on my forehead and wish to cool it down with this item. You entered without even knocking. What kind of decorum is that? Hua Xiren could not help but scold. However, it was evident to anyone that this lady, who scoffed at men, was utterly indulgent towards her beloved disciple. Master, did you not say that in the future I need not knock when entering your room? Master, might you consider dressing properly? This is rather awkward for your disciple to witness. If word gets out that the master of Hualuo Palace rarely wears clothing, what would that imply? Hua Xiren expressed her exasperation. She found her master to be commendable in every aspect, save for her aversion to attire. At tea times, she would even roam about Hualuo Palace clad in nothing but a sheer veil. Hua Xiren thought that if outsiders were to learn of their beloved palace mistress's peculiar habits, who appeared almost ethereal, they would surely be left agape with astonishment. Disciple, in Hualuo Palace, there are only us. What is there to fear? What I possess, you all have as well, and you are even more tender than I do. What is there to be ashamed of, as long as our disciples of Hualuo Palace do not venture out? Who would know? Hua Xiren remarked dismissively. Master, the Tianyuan ruins are set to open soon, are they not? I've been stuck at the 7th level of the Golden Core realm for far too long, and I wish to venture out and seek my fortunes, Hua Xiren declared. The Tianyuan ruins? I nearly forgot about that trivial matter. Hua Xiren responded upon hearing her disciple's words. The Tianyuan ruins were remnants left behind by a powerful figure of the transformation realm, containing considerable opportunities. They open once every 100 years, and if one could see some fortune within, the possibility of a breakthrough could indeed arise. Well, you are 18 now. It is time for you to explore the world. However, before you leave the palace, I have some instructions for you to remember. Your sole purpose this time is to seek opportunities within. Do not engage with any men. Understand? Those creatures are nothing but swine, most fond of deception. Should you fall into their traps, not only will you age and darken swiftly, but you will also live a life of suffering. A heart devoid of men allows for a serene spirit. Hua Xiren counseled earnestly. Master, how do you know men are swine? You have no Tao partner. Hua Xiren inquired curiously. Speak candidly. My mother was driven to her demise by men. Before she passed, she confided in me that in her youth, she was deceived and bore me, only to be abandoned thereafter. If you traverse the mortal realm, you will find many children without fathers, for those men are one way before shedding their clothes and entirely different after. Hua Xiren warned with utmost seriousness. Disciple, remember well, I will not engage with any men. Hua Xiren nodded resolutely. Go now. My disciple, I have sheltered you for 18 years. It is time for you to venture forth and learn to grow independently. Take this communication talisman. Should you encounter insurmountable trouble, call for me, and I shall deliver swift retribution. Hua Xiren declared, My disciple is my precious darling. No one shall dare to bully her. Thank you, master. Hua Xiren nodded appreciatively. Accepting the talisman from her master's hand, she transformed into a splendid arc of light, setting her course toward the location of the Tianyuan ruins. Once Hua Xiren departed, Hua Xiren picked up the jade rui. Tianyuan City had become exceedingly lively due to the impending opening of the Tianyuan ruins. Throughout the city, the sounds of various vendors hawking their wares echoed incessantly. An ancestral treasure bowl. Come and take a look. The ancient treasure, the swallowing cauldron, has been passed down from my grandfather's grandfather. When activated, it can defend against and capture demons and spirits. How can you call that a treasure? It smells awful. Surely you are not trying to swindle everyone with your household chamber pot. Based on my years of experience, it truly is a chamber pot. Break his leg. As Xuan entered Tianyuan City, he was immediately surrounded by the cacophony of vendors. Tianyuan City seems to be even more bustling than Qingyun City and Luoyun City. Xuan exclaimed in astonishment. Just as he pondered this, a particularly unsavory-looking middle-aged man approached him with a conspiratorial air. "Young brother, I possess an ancestral treasure tome. Would you be interested? It has been passed down for 18 generations." "What kind of tome?" Xuan inquired, curiosity piqued. "If it's a cultivation manual or something, I might take a glance," he mused. "This book only requires 10 top-grade spirit stones." Upon hearing Xuan's words, the lecherous middle-aged man produced a yellowed tome from his trousers. The book appeared quite aged, its pages tattered as if it had been perused countless times, and it exuded a foul odor. Upon glimpsing the title on the cover, Xuan nearly fainted. The title read 18 Band. With a mere thought, he recognized that this book was undoubtedly not a good one. How about it? "Look at the illustrations. They're quite lifelike." "Young brother, are you interested?" the middle-aged man said, flipping open a page deliberately. Xuan could see that it was a hand-drawn illustration, far from the realistic content he had encountered in his previous life study materials. "Get away from me." Xuan kicked the man aside and disappeared into the crowd. Initially, he had thought the mysterious claims of an ancestral treasure tome might lead to some valuable cultivation text, only to find it was something so distasteful. If this had been during his teenage years, perhaps it would have intrigued him. However, the current Xuan had long since lost interest in such matters. After all, during his previous life in university, he had amassed 5 gigabytes of premium study materials. Regrettably, he had not deleted them before transmigrating to this world, and now the memory lingered uncomfortably. After leaving, Xuan found himself at a dumpling shop. He ordered a bowl of willow leaf dumplings filled with wood ear mushrooms. Selecting according to his preferred taste, the shop offered a variety of dumpling shapes, including skyline dumplings, butterfly dumplings, and willow leaf dumplings. While enjoying his dumplings, the surrounding cultivators began discussing recent significant events. "Hey, have you heard? I've heard that many distinguished disciples have emerged recently." "Indeed, I have also heard that with the opening of the Tianyuan ruins, many prodigious disciples are eager to seek their fortunes. After all, the Tianyuan ruins open once every century, making it quite a rare opportunity. I have some insider information that seems to suggest a peerless fairy from Hualuo Palace will also be attending the Tianyuan ruins." "What? Hualuo Palace? Is that true?" Hualuo Palace is said to be a haven for beauties, where even the most ordinary disciple could outshine others in any sect. Rumor has it that some cultivators have seen Hua Sherman. Is she the Hua Sherman ranked 3rd on the Eastern Wilderness Fairy list? My goodness, is the flower fairy about to make her debut? I'm so excited. It is said that those who make it onto the fairy list are as beautiful as fish that sink and geese that fall, eclipsing the moon and shaming flowers. I must attend the Tianyuan ruins this time, not for any other reason, but simply to explore the ruins. As soon as the cultivators mentioned Hua Sherman, their expressions lit up with excitement, unable to contain their enthusiasm. The Hualuo Palace? I have heard of this sect, which seemingly specializes in admitting female disciples, each of whom is a bewitching beauty. Moreover, the palace master of Hualuo Palace is an alluring, ice-cold beauty who has never wed. I wonder how many cultivators have fantasized about entering Hualuo Palace just to catch a glimpse of these celestial maidens. While Xuan was savoring his willow leaf dumplings, he couldn't help but silently ponder upon hearing the discussions among the cultivators. He also intended to inquire about the location of the Tianyuan ruins. After finishing his dumplings, Xuan ventured onto the streets and inquired with a cultivator. Learning that the Tianyuan ruins lay a mere 10,000 miles from Tianyuan City, not a distant journey at all. Thus, Xuan resolved to set forth to the Tianyuan ruins the following day. His guiding principle in life was to follow wherever beauty beckoned. Subsequently, Xuan arrived and as he was about to enter, a woman approached him, her face veiled. Yet, when she came into view, the very air seemed to blush with embarrassment. Her figure was exquisite, with a slender waist that was irresistible to man. What was more, she exuded an intoxicating fragrance that was utterly captivating. Ding! A voice from the system echoed in Xuan's mind. detected the unparalleled beauty Xuan. Please pursue her. As Xuan marveled at the stunning beauty before him, he couldn't help but think, so it is her. No wonder she is so breathtaking. His mentor had indeed been right. Men were all philanderers. However, Xuan's gaze was different from that of other men. It lacked any lewdness, and he was undeniably handsome. At that moment, upon noticing Xuan, Xuan secretly gasped in admiration. Nevertheless, she quickly distanced herself from Xuan and entered the room next door. How intriguing, Xuan murmured to himself, before also stepping into the inn. Despite the system's prompt, Xuan did not rush to engage with Xuan, as they were still strangers to pursue a beauty. One must tread carefully and take measured steps. After entering his room, the sky had darkened. Meanwhile, a figure cloaked in black entered Tianyuan City. This figure, revealing only a pair of eyes, bore an eerie gaze, as if a devil ready to devour. Hey, Tianyuan City, tonight, I, Li Wujia, shall be the brightest star. The sinister laughter echoed through the night, sending chills down the spine. This young man was none other than Li Wujia, the young master of the ghostly demon sect. The ghostly demon sect belonged to the dark arts, practicing a cultivation method primarily reliant on the souls and blood of living beings, which led to disdain from righteous cultivators, who had repeatedly attempted to eradicate this sect. Nevertheless, many practitioners still chose the path of the ghostly demon sect, primarily due to the rapid advancement afforded by its methods, while cultivators adhering to orthodox techniques might remain at the foundation stage. Those practicing demonic arts could have already broken through to the golden core stage. This was the true reason many were willing to take such risks, and why the dark sects were often hard to extinguish. Li Wujia's descent from a mountain was driven by a desire to refine a treasure using the blood and souls of cultivators. With the opening of the Tianyuan ruins, he believed many young prodigies would flock to Tianyuan City. For Li Wujia, tonight represented the greatest opportunity and feast. Children, go forth and find the trails of young cultivators. Li Wujia whispered upon reaching the streets. He then exhaled deeply, and in an instant, numerous wisps of black smoke billowed from his mouth. As this black smoke filled the air, several ethereal figures of infants materialized, emitting soft cries. These infants were the souls of newborns that Li Wujia had previously devoured, their blood and flesh fully consumed. Yet their souls preserved for his nefarious purposes. Li Wujia sought to train these souls into his spies and enforcers. Remarkably, these infants possessed considerable abilities. After undergoing Li Wujia's training, they could assist him in locating fresh prey and even engage in combat with commendable prowess. Time passed slowly as Li Wujia sat cross-legged, awaiting the return of his scouts. After an hour, he suddenly opened his eyes, and at that moment, the space around him quivered, while dark light flickered. The scouts he had dispatched were returning. Upon their return, the infants surrounded Li Wujia, communicating in their cooing cries. After a series of soft sounds, a glimmer of brilliance appeared in Li Wujia's eyes. Children, you have done well. I did not expect such a gathering of talented young cultivators in Tianyuan City. Once I refine their souls and blood, the power of my soul-seizing banner will undoubtedly ascend to new heights. Li Wujia's voice dripped with a chilling delight. With those words, he set off toward his first destination. Soon, the anguished cries of numerous victims echoed from an inn, though the sounds were obscured by thick black mist, preventing them from spreading. These cries were the result of many cultivators falling victim to Li Wujia's soul and blood extraction. After completing his grim task, Li Wujia exited the inn, exclaiming, "Such tender blood, just to my taste, and these souls are equally invigorating. The night has granted me these darkened eyes, which I shall use to seek out souls and blood." Having drained the young cultivators in that inn, he swiftly made his way toward another one, where Xuan and Xuan resided. Children, our first target lies here. This room smells delightful. It must belong to a woman. Otherwise, a foul man would not be so fragrant at the door. Upon arriving before a door, Li Wujia couldn't help but murmur. If Xuan were here, he would undoubtedly recognize the owner of this room, none other than the unparalleled beauty. Xuan that moment. Xuan was luxuriating in a bath, the water caressing her exquisitely smooth skin, filling her with a profound sense of contentment. However, In the next instant, her delicate brows furrowed as she sprang from the bath. Swiftly donning a garment that lay before her, the droplets upon her body evaporating in an instant, and her veil reappearing on her face. This was due to her master's previous warning. She should never remove her veil in public, for her beauty was so stunning that revealing her true visage would surely shatter the hearts of countless men. "Who goes there?" Xuan intoned after preparing herself, her voice a melodious sound that resonated like heavenly music to any external listener. "Ah, quite alert, are we?" A chilling voice echoed in response, and a shadow materialized in the room. Upon seeing this figure, Xuan's brow knitted tightly, her beautiful eyes narrowing as they fell upon the cloaked figure before her. A hint of grave concern evident on her face. She could distinctly sense the overwhelming aura of power emanating from him, far surpassing her own, prompting her to become intensely vigilant. "Sir, you must have taken a wrong turn." "We are not acquainted," Xuan declared. "Not at all. I have come seeking you." "Hiss, you are quite the sight, so fragrant indeed." The figure in black inhaled deeply, then reached out an arm. In an instant, the bathwater transformed into a stream, which he drew into his mouth, so fragrant and thirst-quenching, truly befitting of a transcendent beauty's bathwater. "Tea makes me reluctant to end your life," Li Wuji remarked nonchalantly, licking his lips, appearing unsatisfied after savoring Xuan's bathwater. "You perverted fiend, get out," Xuan retorted, her voice laced with fury. As her words fell, a 30-centimeter long ancient flute appeared in her hand, which she placed to her lips, aware that the intruder had come seeking trouble. She steeled herself for battle. "Hee, how delightful! A maiden who plays the ancient flute. I too possess a long flute. Would you care for a tune?" Li Wuji exclaimed with excitement upon seeing the flute in her mouth. Men often favored those skilled in the art of the flute, as such talents could be quite enchanting. "Are you a demon cultivator?" Xuan asked coldly. Truth be told, had the intruder not uttered that sinister laugh, she would not have been so certain of his identity. However, the moment he did, she recognized him as a demon cultivator, for that laugh was their trademark. "You are quite astute to have deduced my identity so swiftly. However, the more you know, the less you can be allowed to live. That I shall have you play for me before I claim your soul and essence." Li Wuji replied coldly. "Humph, it is not my intelligence, but rather your foolishness that is amusing. A demon cultivator daring to wreak havoc in the realm of righteous practitioners. Die," Xuan declared fiercely. With that, she began to play her flute, unleashing a wave of invisible sound that surged forth with lethal intent. For demon cultivators, there was a universal consensus that they deserved extermination, hence Xuan's immediate and lethal assault. Such a young maiden at the 7th level of the Golden Core stage. Impressive. If I were to refine your soul, it would greatly benefit my treasures, Li Wuji thought to himself as he sensed the terrifying wave of sound. He quickly summoned a treasure to seal the area, aware that any combat sounds escaping could pose a significant disadvantage to him. With a gentle squeeze of his hand, he burst the incoming sound waves with a resounding bang, dissipating them into the air. A Yuan Ing stage cultivator? Xuan's expression changed dramatically upon witnessing how effortlessly he had crushed her sound waves. She had initially believed their powers to be evenly matched, but to her astonishment, he was indeed at a higher cultivation level. The gap between the Yuan Ing and Golden Core stages was immense. As the saying goes, each realm is a world unto itself. Indeed, so do not harbor thoughts of resistance. In the face of absolute power, all attempts at defiance are futile. Come now, I shall grant you the opportunity to play for me before I claim your soul, allowing you to save her life as you depart. In this sense, I am quite benevolent, Li Wuji declared. He was in no hurry, as the targets he had sent his subordinates to find were all of the Golden Core stage. To a Yuan Ing cultivator, those at the Golden Core stage were akin to mere ants. Humph, you shall not succeed. Xuan would rather die than allow you to prevail, she proclaimed, her voice frigid. She continued her assault towards Li Wuji. What a shame to refuse a drink when offered. Yet I find such defiance rather appealing, Li Wuji remarked casually as he approached her. Meanwhile, in the adjacent room where Xuan resided, he sat upon his bed, engrossed in his cultivation. However, the next moment, his brow furrowed as he sensed a chilling aura enveloping him. Though the chill was faint, Yi Xian, being a transmigrator, possessed a soul power far superior to that of the inhabitants of this world. Therefore, he was able to discern the cold, killing intent that sent shivers down his spine. What is happening? My perception cannot be mistaken. Could it be Xuan? When I encountered her earlier, I noticed a dark aura at her brow. She must be facing a calamity. Yi Xian pondered, rising from his spot and stepping outside. A.S.'s gaze fell upon Xuan's room. His expression shifted drastically. He could clearly see dark mists swirling within her chamber. Indeed, something is amiss, Yi Xian exclaimed, his face paling. Without hesitation, he dashed towards her room. Moving with great speed, he burst through the door, only to find the room shrouded in thick black mist. Yet, the mist did not obscure his vision. He beheld a cloaked figure, emitting a sinister laugh as he prepared to unfasten his belt. Meanwhile, Xuan was restrained, clearly unable to move. Damn it, beast! How dare you lay your hands on the woman I care for? I shall carve you to pieces. Yi Xian spoke in a deep voice. Then he activated the myriad swords returning to their origins around him, directly shattering the black mist defenses in this place. How dare you, a demon cultivator, come here to harm the lady? Today, you shall pay with blood for your crimes, Yi Xian declared coldly, swiftly positioning himself in front of Xuan, shielding her behind him. Xuan was engulfed in despair, for she never imagined that as soon as she exited the flower-falling palace, she would be targeted by a member of the demon clan. What crushed her spirit even further was the realization that this place was utterly sealed off. Even if she wanted to send a message to her master, it was impossible. The moment Yi Xian stood before her, Xuan felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude. She was struck by how tall and formidable Yi Xian appeared. Upon noticing Yi Xian's arrival, Li Wuji furrowed his brow. Just moments ago, he had set up isolation formations here, yet Yi Xian had managed to breach them. Why did you arrive now, of all times? Just as I was about to take care of business. This is utterly intolerable. Who is this insolent brat that dares to ruin my plans? I will annihilate you, Li Wuji roared, then opened his mouth wide, summoning several wailing infants to charge at Yi Xian. Infants turned into vengeful spirits. This is outrageous, Yi Xian said gravely upon seeing the infants. Clearly, these babies were once the cherished offspring of their mothers. Yet they had been wickedly transformed into spirits by this fiend. From what Yi Xian understood, the process of creating such spirits was exceptionally cruel. It was said that the extraction had to occur on the 10th day before the mother's delivery. And once the infant was taken out, death was inevitable. Old Yao, I crave fish, Yi Xian called into the void. He sensed the presence of the figure in the black robe before him, whose cultivation had reached the nascent soul realm. Yi Xian had no desire to become cannon fodder. He would fight if he could, and if not, he would call on old Yao for assistance. Here I come. With Yi Xian's words, Yao Yi appeared before him. Kill! Upon Yao Yi's arrival, he immediately engaged in combat. Why, Yi Xian turned to Xuan and asked, My lady, are you unharmed? Rest assured, with me here, no one shall lay a finger on you. Wah! Xuan was completely bound by Li Wuji's restraints and could barely utter a sound. Even your voice is restrained. This is too much. Are you suggesting I should help you break free? Yi Xian inquired, observing Xuan's inability to speak. Xuan nodded vigorously. Very well, Yi Xian replied, then began to unravel the bindings on her. Moments later, the restraints on Xuan were completely lifted. However, she still found herself unable to move or speak. Xuan could only make muffled sounds. There seems to be another restraint in a sensitive area. This complicates matters, Yi Xian remarked, feeling somewhat awkward. The main issue was that he and Xuan were not well acquainted. If he mishandled the situation, it could lead to misunderstandings. Although Yi Xian appreciated beauty, he always approached tasks with caution and precision. Xuan felt similarly troubled, but realized that if Yi Xian did not help her, she would remain immobilized for an extended period, a prospect she wished to avoid. After contemplating, she silently signaled Yi Xian, hoping he would assist her in breaking free, assuring him she would be fine. All right. Upon receiving her consent, Yi Xian approached her side. The previous restraints had been easy to remove. But this one required proximity and direct contact. As Yi Xian's aura enveloped her, Hua Man felt an overwhelming shyness, having never been this close to a man before. Though she had encountered men before, she had always adhered to her master's advice to avoid any entanglements. As her master had warned, men are trouble. Associating with them will lead to ruin. While Hua Man did not fully grasp how being with men could lead to such a fate, she trusted her master's wisdom, who treated her like a cherished daughter. At this moment, the atmosphere felt distinctly peculiar, unlike any she had experienced in the presence of her master or fellow disciples. Even when her master was unclothed, it had never felt this strange. Just hold on, I'll have this sorted out quickly. Yi Xian reassured her, channeling his true essence through his right hand and pressing it upon a specific area on Hua Man's body. Hua Man involuntarily let out a soft sound, feeling as if a current had surged through her. In an instant, the restraints binding her were lifted while Yi Xian withdrew his arm, feeling a lingering sensation he could savor for a long time. It was truly remarkable as she regained her freedom. Hua Man's face flushed crimson, and she lowered her gaze, unsure of what to say. After a prolonged moment of shyness, she mustered the courage to say, "Thank you. There's no need for gratitude. We should help one another when venturing into the world." Yi Xian replied nonchalantly. Meanwhile, Hua Man felt a strange sensation wash over her. The man before her did not seem as fearsome as her master had described. In fact, up close, Yi Xian appeared quite handsome, with a striking face and eyes that seemed to reflect the cosmos. As Yi Xian conversed with Hua Man, he had already dispatched the infant spirits, obliterating the vengeful entities Li Wuji had created. "Damn it, I will remember you." Li Wuji seethed with rage upon witnessing his hard-earned spirits vanish into thin air. Acknowledging that he would gain nothing today, he exited with a final threat. "You think you can escape?" "Not a chance," Yi shouted as he pursued Li Wuji. "Would you like to take a look?" Yi Xian asked Hua Man. "MMHM, I want to see. If it's too dangerous, I'll just call my master." Hua Man nodded eagerly. "Don't worry. Old Yao can handle a demon cultivator with ease." Yi Xian reassured her as they stepped outside. Upon emerging, they beheld Yao, Yi, and Li Wuji locked in a fierce battle. Their strengths evenly matched. However, Yi Xian felt no concern. After all, righteousness would triumph over evil, and he had faith in Yao Yi's abilities. Casually, Yi Xian pulled out a handful of sunflower seeds and said to Hua Man, "Here, enjoy some seeds while we watch the spectacle." Upon witnessing Yi Xian's actions, Hua Man couldn't help but chuckle. She perceived Yi Xian to be distinctly different from the men she had encountered previously. When he looked at her, there was no overt desire to possess her. Rather, he exuded a sense of ease. Hua Man did not hesitate. She accepted the sunflower seeds he offered, and together they became mere spectators of the unfolding drama. Meanwhile, the battle below intensified with fervor. However, after Yao Yi destroyed the soul-snatching banner, Li Wuji found himself in dire straits. His formidable prowess stemmed primarily from that very artifact, which had just been obliterated by Yao Yi. A piercing scream resonated as Li Wuji was hurled backward, crashing heavily to the ground. In that moment, he was gravely injured. Upon hitting the earth, Yao Yi approached him with a chilling intent to kill. "You cannot slay me. I am a young master of the Li Ghost sect. If you take my life, my sect will not spare you." Feeling the murderous intent radiating from Yao Yi, Li Wuji could not help but plead. "The Li Ghost sect?" Yao Yi's brows furrowed at the mention. He was well aware of the notorious reputation of the Li Ghost sect, a formidable evil sect with disciples spread throughout the eastern wilderness. He had not anticipated that the individual before him was the young master of such a sect. Killing him today would undoubtedly invite retribution from the Li Ghost sect, placing Yao Yi in a predicament. To kill or not to kill? If it were any other demonic cultivator, Yao Yi would not hesitate. Yet this man was a young master, which made the situation markedly different. "Old Yao, just do it. If the sky falls, I'll bear it for you. Do not worry." Yi Xian, munching on sunflower seeds, casually remarked. "Very well." Yao Yi nodded in agreement upon hearing Yi Xian's words. "No, you cannot kill me." At that moment, Li Wuji was consumed by fear. Truth be told, he had descended the mountains secretly, intending to strengthen his soul-snatching banner. Little did he know he would encounter such a formidable opponent, one he could hardly defend against. Enough with the chatter. Perish! Yao Yi's voice was as frigid as ice. With that, he descended upon Li Wuji with a powerful punch. Crack! As the punch landed, Li Wuji's chest caved in, and he collapsed, blood oozing from his 7 orifices. Clearly on the brink of death, why, Gongzi, shall I dispose of the body? Yao, he inquired, his cautious nature making him meticulous in his actions. Leave it be. I still have questions for him, Yi Xian replied, popping the last sunflower seed into his mouth and clapping his hands. With that, Yi Xian leaped forward to stand before Li Wuji. Do not kill me. I beg you. Li Wuji coughed, desperation lacing his voice. Although he was a demonic cultivator, the instinct to survive was strong within him. After all, cultivation was no easy feat. I will pose some questions. If you answer them truthfully, I may spare your life. Yi Xian stated coolly. Of course, despite his words, Yi Xian had no intention of granting mercy. For demonic cultivators were the sworn enemies of righteous practitioners. They would be exterminated without a second thought. Ask away, Li Wuji replied through gritted teeth, his pain evident. Produce your storage ring, Yi Xian commanded coldly. Currently, his resources were limited, and he deemed it necessary to plunder from his enemies. Realizing Yi Xian demanded his storage ring, Li Wuji quickly summoned it with his spiritual sense. Yi Xian inspected the contents and found the ring disappointingly meager. What a pitiful haul, he muttered, then demanded, where is the Li ghost sect located? This was a crucial inquiry, for Yi Xian understood that eliminating Li Wuji would surely provoke vengeance from the sect. Thus, he sought to ascertain its location to eradicate it himself once he grew stronger. Avoiding future complications, the location of the Li ghost sect? I do not know, Li Wuji stammered, refusing to divulge such information. Very well, then you may die, Yi Xian responded coldly. With that, he struck down upon Li Wuji, extinguishing even his 3 souls and 7 spirits. Yi Xian showed no mercy towards his enemies. Initially, a mere bystander, Huasherman was left astounded by the scene of Yi Xian's execution of Li Wuji. She could hardly reconcile the approachable figure of Yi Xian, with his gentle smile, with the terrifying aspect he had just displayed. Truly, the depths of the ocean are unfathomable. After eliminating Li Wuji, Yi Xian approached Huasherman. Miss Hua, you may now rest easy, he said. Thank you for tonight. Huasherman expressed her gratitude. Although her master had repeatedly warned her against speaking casually with men, she had broken that rule, feeling that Yi Xian was unlike other men. Moreover, he had saved her life, a significant act of kindness she could not ignore. Not at all, Yi Xian replied, and they each returned to their respective lodgings. Upon returning, Yi Xian found himself lost in thoughts of freeing Huasherman from her constraints. That moment had truly been unforgettable. After all, she was ranked 3rd among the celestial beauties, and even without seeing her true visage, her figure and grace were utterly captivating. Meanwhile, in the adjacent inn, Huasherman lay awake. Unable to sleep, a singular image haunted her mind. Yi Xian's hand resting over her heart. It was a feeling that defied description, one that she did not find repulsive, but rather somewhat enticing. She relished that tingling sensation. Her master had said that men were all boorish, yet why did she harbor such thoughts? No, she must forget him. Men are all wicked. Her master had cautioned her against mingling with them, lest she fall into darkness. Yet her master had never specified what that darkness might entail. Innocently, Huasherman could not help but ponder. As time gradually passed, the following day swiftly approached. On the morning of the 2nd day, when Yi Xian rose to prepare for his journey to the Tianyuan ruins, he discovered that the door to Huasherman's room stood ajar. It was evident that she had already departed from the inn. Yi Xian shook his head and, after completing the necessary checkout procedures at the inn, he set forth towards the location of the Tianyuan ruins. The opening of the Tianyuan ruins was imminent. At that very moment, in an opulent and grand hall located hundreds of thousands of kilometers away from Tianyuan City, a man clad in a yellow robe adorned with 9 dragons sat upon a throne. His gaze fixed ahead. This was, of course, the imperial palace of the Violet Country. The imposing figure in the dragon chair, draped in the regal attire, was none other than Jiang Xinrui, the sovereign of the Violet Country. Below him, a remarkably corpulent man knelt on the ground, his form so round that it lacked any discernible length, width, or height, weighing no less than 1,000 pounds. This rotund individual was the very fiancé mentioned by Jiang Qingyan, a veritable embodiment of obesity. Minister Zhu Lucio pays his respects to your majesty, Zhu Lucio proclaimed as he knelt. Rise, Lucio, Jiang Xinrui replied nonchalantly. Thank you, your majesty, for your graciousness. Zhu Lucio nodded, standing up. Upon rising, he resembled a towering mountain, his body quivering with excess flesh, presenting an utterly unappealing sight. However, to perceive Zhu Lucio merely through the lens of his corpulence would be a grave misjudgment. Despite his size, he was undoubtedly a formidable warrior, the guardian deity of the Violet Country, with unfathomable power. Your Majesty, I have heard that Qingyan has returned. Might I request an audience with her? It has been quite some time, and I yearn to see her. Zhu Lucio requested earnestly. This rebellious daughter has indeed returned after gallivanting for over half a year. Summon Yenner to me at once. Jiang Xinrui commanded upon hearing Zhu Lucio's request. Yes. A eunuch nodded and promptly departed to summon Jiang Qingyan. Shortly thereafter, Jiang Qingyan entered the grand hall. Qingyan pays her respects to father, she exclaimed as she knelt. Humph, so you're aware of my existence as your father, are you? Jiang Xinrui retorted angrily upon seeing Jiang Qingyan. Your Majesty, it is Qingyan's folly. I beseech you to show her mercy. Zhu Lucio interjected. Very well, very well. In light of Lucio's plea, I shall spare you this time. Rise, Jiang Xinrui declared that in truth, he held an immense affection for Jiang Qingyan. But her secretive departure for over half a year had caused him both worry and anger. Now, seeing his daughter return unharmed, his ire naturally dissipated, though he maintained a facade of imperious authority befitting a ruler. Thank you for your kindness, father, Jiang Qingyan responded as she stood. Qingyan, where have you been for the past half year? We have all been quite concerned for your safety. Now that you have returned unscathed, we can finally breathe easy. Zhu Lucio inquired with genuine concern, his gaze filled with affection. Stay away from me, you fat toad. Jiang Qingyan retorted disdainfully. To be candid, Jiang Qingyan held a deep-seated dislike for Zhu Lucio. I genuinely care for you, Qingyan. Your Majesty, I humbly beseech you to grant us your blessing for marriage. Zhu Lucio suddenly knelt, imploring Jiang Xinrui. Very well. Qingyan is now over 18, and it is indeed time for her to wed. Furthermore, you hold a fondness for her that I am at ease with her marrying you. Jiang Xinrui nodded. Despite Zhu Lucio's corpulence, his prowess was undeniable, making Jiang Xinrui believe that marrying his daughter to Zhu Lucio was a prudent choice. After all, royal daughters must sometimes make political sacrifices. Father, I refuse to marry. Jiang Qingyan shouted defiantly. Yenner, you are rebelling. I have indulged you in the past, but this matter is non-negotiable. You will marry whether you like it or not. Jiang Xinrui retorted, his temper flaring. Then kill me, Jiang Qingyan declared fiercely. Her character was one of stubbornness. Once she voiced her convictions, there was no turning back. Are you truly so obstinate? Do you think I wouldn't dare to act against you? Jiang Xinrui's fury nearly overwhelmed him. He recognized that his daughter had been spoiled since childhood, leading to her current defiance. Yet he understood that feelings could be nurtured over time, although Jiang Qingyan may not currently favor Zhu Lucio. Forcing the marriage might eventually lead to affection developing between them. After all, love often blossoms with time. Bring Yenner to me and bind her. Prepare for the wedding in a month, and ensure she is closely guarded during this period. Jiang Xinrui commanded. Yes, 2 guards promptly entered the grand hall, prepared to bind Jiang Qingyan. However, at that moment, she coldly laughed and said, Father, I am already carrying the child of the man I love at D. Oh, you truly wish to invite disaster upon us both. Her declaration sent shockwaves through the room. Initially, both Zhu Lucio and Jiang Xinrui were taken aback, but after a moment's delay, Jiang Xinrui exclaimed in disbelief, What? You are with child. His tone was laden with incredulity. Indeed, if you do not believe me, summon a royal physician. Jiang Qingyan replied nonchalantly. She had no intention of marrying Zhu Luqiu. As long as she did not have to wed him, she would do anything. Xuan was the one she loved, and she was willing to bear his child. I do not believe it. Someone, fetch Physician Zhang. Jiang Xinrui commanded. Before long, Physician Zhang hurried into the grand hall. I pay my respects to your majesty. Long live the emperor, he proclaimed as he knelt. Dispense with the formalities, Physician Zhang. Please examine Qingyan. She claims she is pregnant. Jiang Xinrui instructed. Yes, your majesty. Physician Zhang nodded and approached Jiang Qingyan to take her pulse. After a moment, he reported to Jiang Xinrui, Your Majesty, Princess Qingyan is indeed pregnant, and she is already 3 months along. Physician Zhang, are you certain? Jiang Xinrui asked, his incredulity mounting. Absolutely, your majesty, Physician Zhang affirmed with a nod. You rebellious daughter, do you wish to drive your father to madness? Upon confirming that his daughter was indeed 3 months pregnant, Jiang Xinrui felt as if his heart might burst with rage. Meanwhile, Zhu Luqiu's face turned crimson, fists clenched in anguish. The torment he felt surpassed even that of having his heart ripped from his chest. Physician Zhang, you may leave. Jiang Xinrui waved his hand dismissively. Once Physician Zhang had departed, Zhu Luqiu roared with fury. Princess Qingyan, tell me who the father is. I shall kill him. Zhu Luqiu is truly ruthless. The scoundrel who made Jiang Qingyan pregnant has nothing to do with you. Jiang Qingyan replied with indifference. You rebellious daughter, Luqiu, now that Qingyan is already with child, your marriage must be abandoned. If you fancy those young ladies, I shall marry one off to you, Jiang Xinrui declared. Yes, your majesty. Zhu Luqiu nodded, retreating with a look of discontent. Once outside the palace, Zhu Luqiu let out a soft whistle. In an instant, several shadowy figures appeared before him. General, what are your commands? Be vigilant in the coming days. I must find the man responsible for Jiang Qingyan's pregnancy. Once located, report immediately. Additionally, keep a close watch on the palace. I want to know every visitor and their conversations. Rest assured, General. The shadows nodded before vanishing. Zhu Luqiu glanced back at the palace, a flicker of sharpness flashing in his eyes, though it was fleeting. Moments later, he departed. After Zhu Luqiu left the palace, Jiang Xinrui looked at his daughter, Jiang Qingyan, with a mixture of disappointment and frustration. Qingyan, my wayward child, your father has arranged for you to marry Zhu Luqiu, yet you sneak off and bear another's child. Have you no regard for the Jiang family's honor? How will the people of Ziluan view us? You have truly infuriated your father. In truth, Jiang Xinrui was deeply upset. It was scandalous for Jiang Qingyan to be pregnant before marriage. Father, I would rather marry anyone else than that rotund fool. Jiang Qingyan retorted defiantly. For her, happiness was paramount. Zhu Luqiu's corpulence did not bode well for a fulfilling life together. That man is said to have crushed several maidservants under his weight. I refuse to be a political pawn. But my daughter, do you not understand? Marrying Zhu Luqiu was meant to balance power. The Zhu family's influence now surpasses ours, posing a significant threat. As long as our ancestors are alive, they can suppress the Zhu clan. Should they pass, our family will be in peril. Jiang Xinrui lamented, feeling the weight of leadership. Everyone envies the life of a monarch, yet few grasp the multitude of burdens they bear. Father, I apologize, but if that's the case, I can never marry him. Jiang Qingyan shook her head. All right, I shall not blame you. But tell me, what is the man you love like? What of his character and family? Jiang Xinrui's tone softened, turning gentle. I know nothing of his family or his cultivation. Jiang Qingyan responded, shaking her head. You rebellious daughter, how could you bear a child without knowing anything about him? Jiang Xinrui's frustration surged upon realizing his daughter was so uninformed yet involved with another man. Despite his love for her, he found her choices maddening. I in the world, we pursue love, not lineage. Did I love him, not his family? Jiang Qingyan replied nonchalantly. And where is he now? Have someone fetch him? Jiang Xinrui inquired. No need. He is not home. He has gone to train. Jiang Qingyan shook her head. Rebellious girl, go rest. You are driving me to despair. Jiang Xinrui waved his hand, clearly exasperated with the conversation. Thank you for your grace. Father, I shall take my leave. Jiang Xinyan nodded and quickly exited the grand hall. Once she departed, Jiang Xinrui couldn't help but exclaim, "Truly, my daughter brings me nothing but grief. How did I end up with such a child who neglects her training to frolic about? You run off and become pregnant with another's child, all while knowing nothing of him." After venting his frustrations, he commanded, "Send word to take good care of Princess Qingyan and ensure she has a smooth pregnancy." "Yes, your majesty." Meanwhile, at the foot of a grand mountain, countless cultivators gathered, gazing at the majestic peak with anticipation. This was the famed Tenyuan ruins. These disciples hailed from various nearby sects, all eager to seize the opportunities within. "This time, I must secure a fortune within the ruins to prove myself to my cousin, who looks down on me as a weakling. Once my cultivation rises, I shall become formidable." Many vowed silently, their fists clenched with determination. Just then, a disheveled young scholar, Ma Wenkai, approached, his attire tattered and face smudged. Yet his eyes shone brightly with hope. "Master, this must be the Tenyuan ruins you spoke of," he asked, peering ahead with anticipation. However, he felt a twinge of worry, for the other disciples around him possessed formidable strength, leaving him feeling insignificant. Yet as he scanned the crowd, his spirits lifted upon spotting many beautiful women, their grace surpassing that of ordinary folk. "Surely, if I could win the affection of one such beauty, my fortunes would change. Indeed, this is the place that do not feel inferior. Once the ruins open, I shall guide you to your fortune. Your strength will surpass theirs." A phantom voice assured him. Unbeknownst to Ma Wenkai, this spectral figure was merely a remnant spirit, not an ancient deity. "Understood, master," he nodded eagerly, his eyes sparkling with determination, entirely oblivious to the trap he had unwittingly stepped into. Shortly after Ma Wenkai's arrival, another figure descended, a captivating woman, the enchanting Hua Sherman. However, her veiled visage and obscure position did not attract much attention. Shortly after Washerman's arrival, Yi Xian also made his way here. Upon witnessing the multitude of cultivators before him, Yi Xian was taken aback, for the number seemed to reach several tens of thousands of disciples. The Tianyuan ruins had unexpectedly attracted such a vast gathering of disciples. It was evident that these ruins were truly extraordinary. Yi Xian marveled silently. Boom! Just as Yi Xian was lost in thought, a thunderous roar suddenly erupted from the direction of the mountain peaks ahead. The deafening sound reverberated through the heavens, shaking the very clouds that, in tandem with this booming noise, countless divine lights emerged from the mountainside. Upon seeing these divine lights, all the disciples present turned their gazes toward the mountainside. Yi Xian included that moment. A dark entrance appeared at the mountainside, seemingly unfathomable in depth. Clearly, it was a dark and profound chasm, a place that had been eroded by the passage of time. "Haha, the Tianyuan ruins have opened. My springtime has arrived," exclaimed many disciples, their faces alight with excitement upon witnessing this scene. The disciples reveled in their exhilaration. The divine lights gradually dissipated, revealing a set of requirements for those wishing to enter the Tianyuan ruins. It was decreed that only those at the Yuan-Ing realm and above could enter, and disciples over the age of 30 were barred from entry. However, this stipulation held little significance for the gathered disciples, who were well aware of these long-established rules. "Let us go in. The opportunities within are mine for the taking," one disciple declared. You scorned me in the past, but once I emerge from the Tianyuan ruins, I shall be a being you cannot aspire to." After the divine lights completely faded, countless disciples shouted in unison, rushing toward the entrance. These disciples stepped into the pitch-black opening. They swiftly vanished from sight, clearly indicating the presence of a teleportation array. Once most of the disciples had entered, Yi Xian also made his way toward the entrance. Observing this, Ma Wenkai could not help but express his anticipation. "Master, should we not enter as well?" Ma Wenkai had already set his sights on numerous beautiful female disciples, eagerly planning to pursue them once he gained strength, hoping to have them as his cultivation partners. The mere thought sent a thrill through him. Indeed, but once inside, do not wander aimlessly. Following my guidance, I've entered the Tianyuan ruins before and know where the opportunities lie, Zhan Ling instructed Ma Wenkai. "Understood, master," Ma Wenkai nodded, Stepping onto the teleportation array of the Tianyuan ruins, he felt a dizzying sensation as the world spun around him. Upon regaining his bearings, he discovered he had been transported to a different realm, one that resembled a picturesque world filled with blue skies, white clouds, babbling brooks, and towering mountains. Clearly, this was a small world unto itself. Master, what shall we do next? Ma Wankai inquired, his sole objective being to grow stronger and become an unparalleled existence. Surrounded by beautiful women. Allow me to see. Yes, continue forward. Your goal is to uncover the opportunities that lie ahead. Once you find them, your strength will ascend to the Yuan Ing realm. Once you break through to that level, you will be the most formidable being here, and attracting beautiful women will be a mere trifle, Zhang Ling articulated with a chuckle. Indeed, following Zhang Ling's guidance, Ma Wankai began his journey forward. After approximately 2 hours of walking, he spotted a magnificent palace ahead. This is it. We have arrived, Zhang Ling exclaimed with uncontainable excitement upon seeing the palace. Disciples were already entering the palace, and when nearby cultivators sensed the aura emanating from Ma Wankai, they cast sympathetic glances in his direction. They could hardly believe that an ordinary person incapable of cultivation had also arrived at the Tianyuan ruins. Does he not know the meaning of danger? One might wonder. Underestimate me at your peril. I will prove you wrong. Ma Wankai clenched his fists, fueled by anger. Such expressions had always been directed at him by scholars during exams, and he was determined to rise above them. Let us enter, Zhang Ling urged. Very well, Master. Ma Wankai nodded and made his way into the grand hall. Upon entering, he found numerous disciples engaged in fierce combat, vying for the opportunities within. The ground was littered with several corpses. Each met with a tragic end. Seeing this scene, Ma Wankai instinctively felt a wave of fear wash over him. After all, he had never witnessed such brutality. The most he had seen before were the slaughtering of pigs and ducks. Yet here lay the bodies of living beings, extinguished in an instant. In that moment, Ma Wankai comprehended the harsh reality of the cultivation world. It was far from the idyllic image he had imagined. Do not mind them. Go to the sculpture ahead. Your opportunity lies within that statue. Zhang Ling sensed Ma Wankai's trepidation and reassured him. Understood, Master. Ma Wankai nodded resolutely and advanced toward the sculpture within the grand hall. Before long, he stood before the statue, which was a lifelike copper sculpture of a male figure. Your opportunity lies with this statue. Just kiss its lips, and the spiritual liquid will flow forth, Zhang Ling commanded. Upon hearing his master's words, Ma Wankai exhibited a look of hesitation. For many cultivators were present in the hall, that it would be quite embarrassing to perform such an act in front of them. Though he yearned for strength, this task sounded rather humiliating for a man. What? Are you unable to do it? Remember, this is your only path to power. Once you become strong, everything else is trivial. Do you not wish to be the greatest in the world? Surrounded by beautiful women, there is a stunning beauty here. Grow strong, and she will belong to you. Zhang Ling urged, I want to grow strong. I refuse to remain a waste in the eyes of others. After Zhang Ling's encouragement, determination ignited within Ma Wankai's eyes. Resolute in his decision, he approached the statue's lips. First, the surrounding cultivators failed to notice Ma Wankai's unusual action. However, it was not long before they recognized his peculiar behavior, prompting one disciple to exclaim, What kind of pose is that? Quite unique indeed. Upon the call of this disciple, the others were jolted back to reality, turning their gazes toward the location of the statue. Upon witnessing the scene before them, expressions of sheer astonishment adorned their faces, for the spectacle was undeniably shocking to behold. In broad daylight. Such an act. How audacious. One might wonder how one could muster the courage to engage in such behavior. Surely, it would be infinitely more delightful to purchase a piece of cured meat and playfully carve a hole in it at home, or perhaps to bring a dog, donkey, or cow from their abode to alleviate their desires. Yet here you are, indulging in this embarrassing display. How utterly disgraceful. Some of the female disciples, upon witnessing this scene, shyly turned away, unable to bear the sight any longer. As for Ma Wankai, he paid no heed to the peculiar gazes surrounding him. Following the guidance of his master, he took a swift SIP in the next moment. An incredibly rich and pure energy surged forth. As this energy coursed through his body, Ma Wankai felt it meandering within him. Before long, his cultivation rapidly advanced. Qi Refinement Stage 1, Qi Refinement Stage 2, Qi Refinement Stage 3, Foundation Establishment Stage 1, Foundation Establishment Stage 2, Golden Core Stage 1, Golden Core Stage 2, Yuan Ing Stage 1. Ultimately, Ma Wankai's cultivation broke through to the Yuan Ing Stage 1, propelled by the overwhelming energy. Before it finally ceased, the onlookers were left in a state of shock, utterly unable to believe the reality before them. Initially, they had assumed that Ma Wankai's actions were driven by a certain impulse. Yet the outcome was astonishing. After his encounter with the statue, he had ascended to the Yuan Ing Stage 1. This opportunity was simply beyond comprehension, a stroke of luck that defied expectations. That it was a sight to behold. Who could have imagined that the finest fortune lay within this statue? Indeed, it was something one would scarcely dream of, evoking an intense envy among the disciples present. The earlier jeers were now eclipsed by a profound admiration and jealousy. Master, I have succeeded. My cultivation has truly advanced to the Yuaning stage. Ma Wankai exclaimed with uncontainable excitement that he felt an overwhelming power coursing through him, capable of shattering mountains and splitting rocks effortlessly. That is indeed the case, but my dear disciple, you rejoice too soon. The reason I guided you to do this was for my own benefit, cackled the malevolent spirit. Master, what do you mean by that? Ma Wankai inquired, somewhat bewildered. Yet he sensed an unfriendly undertone in his master's words. The reason I urged you to do this is to make you my bridal garment. The spirit cackled ominously. As the spirit's words hung in the air, its ethereal power abruptly pierced through Ma Wankai's brow, invading his mind. Master, what are you doing? I have done nothing to betray you. Ma Wankai felt an excruciating headache emerging. Having just experienced a breakthrough, he was at a loss on how to wield his newfound power in self-defense. You fool! Did you read in vain? You should know that there is no such thing as a free lunch, that I have made you stronger solely to seize your body. But fret not, dear disciple. In the end, I will be you, and you will be me. I shall fulfill the unaccomplished desires of your heart. The spirit cackled. Once the spirit had finished speaking, it began to exert its power to usurp Ma Wankai's being. No. At that moment of possession, Ma Wankai felt an unbearable pain engulfing his entire body, as if it no longer belonged to him. In that instant, he was engulfed in torment. He longed to cry out for help, yet found himself unable to produce a sound. His consciousness began to blur. What was happening to him? Why was everything suddenly so wrong? Witnessing Ma Wankai's sudden collapse and writhing on the ground left the surrounding disciples utterly astounded. They were oblivious to the spirit's possession. Otherwise, they would have fled in terror. Perhaps it was the overwhelming surge of cultivation that rendered him unable to cope. This seemed plausible. Some of the self-proclaimed clever disciples speculated as they turned their eyes to Ma Wankai. At that moment, they beheld him clutching his head, his body contorted like that of a shrimp, racked with pain. Little did they know, Ma Wankai was in the throes of a frantic possession, suffering immensely. This torment was beyond description, as if he were trapped in the depths of an infernal abyss. No, Ma Wankai could acutely sense his consciousness fading rapidly. In that moment, memories of his childhood flooded his mind. He recalled the happiness of his early years, surrounded by his parents and grandparents. Those days were filled with joy and carefree bliss. Yet, those memories were fleeting and faint after the age of 3. However, his family faced relentless misfortune. By 13, his life was irrevocably altered as all his loved ones perished, leaving him utterly alone. Those were dark, painful, and desolate days. He had once thought this was an opportunity, only to find himself deceived. This realization led Ma Wankai to understand that his previous life had not been so dreadful. Rather, it was his perception that had soured. Simply being alive was a form of happiness. Yet now, it seemed he was truly on the verge of departing from this world. How cruelly fate had tormented him. Ultimately, Ma Wankai lost all consciousness. Cackling with glee, I have finally succeeded in the possession. Though the original body was merely a bookish youth, its spiritual root is quite commendable. From this moment forth, the world is my oyster, and I shall soar to new heights. Ma Wen Kai, or rather, the spirit, murmured after the successful usurpation. Rising from the ground, he surveyed the surrounding disciples. His gaze swept over them. They felt as though their very beings were no longer their own. The coldness in Ma Wen Kai's eyes was terrifying. Cackling with glee, I have just succeeded in my possession. Now, you shall assist me in solidifying my spirit, Ma Wen Kai proclaimed with a sinister smile. Upon hearing this, the disciples quickly realized the grim reality, that Ma Wen Kai had been possessed. This is bad. We must flee, they cried out in panic, attempting to escape. However, Ma Wen Kai had anticipated their move. He swiftly formed hand seals and chanted incantations, as swiftly as the law commands, seal of heaven and earth. At the incantation's conclusion, the fleeing disciples were horrified to find a wall materializing before them. At this moment, escape was utterly impossible. Cackling with glee, you cannot escape. Become the nourishment to solidify my spirit. Ma Wen Kai's lips curled into a sinister smile as he spoke. After finishing his words, he approached a disciple directly. The terrifying true essence enveloped the disciple entirely. No. The disciple, ensnared by the true essence, was so frightened that his soul nearly escaped him, letting out a piercing scream. Don't be afraid. It will hurt for a moment, but it will soon pass. I shall make it quick, Ma Wen Kai declared. Then, with a surge of verdant true essence, he proceeded to devour the disciple's soul and flesh, leaving nothing but bones in an instant. A demon. Upon witnessing the transformation of a fellow disciple into mere bones in an instant, the others were paralyzed with fear. Now it's your turn. How delightful. I have savored the taste of youth, and it is truly exquisite. Ma Wen Kai smacked his lips. He then turned his gaze towards the remaining disciples. Spare my life. I'm still young. My mother is waiting for me to return home for dinner. I have come from humble beginnings. As the saying goes, children from poor families mature early. Each of these disciples pleaded for mercy. Yet, Ma Wen Kai paid them no heed. With a swift motion, he formed hand seals and muttered incantations. In no time, a massive net of green light enveloped the hapless disciples. As the net descended, their screams filled the air, for their souls were being rapidly stripped away. Soon, streams of blood emerged from the tops of their heads. Ma Wen Kai opened his mouth and swallowed the bloodlines, such pure essence, and still so youthful. He marveled. He continued to consume the souls of the disciples, and with their anguished cries silenced, they were all reduced to a pile of bones. Next, Ma Wen Kai began to stabilize his own soul. The remnant spirit that had taken over him was originally a malevolent cultivator, whose soul had been shattered by righteous practitioners due to his numerous misdeeds. It was by chance that this remnant spirit encountered Ma Wen Kai, granting it a chance at survival. After absorbing so many souls and pure blood, Ma Wen Kai felt his condition improve significantly. He recalled that his greatest regret in life had been never having been with a woman. Within the Tianyuan ruins, there were many female disciples. Thus, he resolved to find one to fulfill his regret, believing that only then could his soul fully merge with that of Ma Wen Kai. As he prepared to depart, a mesmerizingly beautiful figure suddenly appeared before him. This figure was truly enchanting. Even the remnant spirit, who had beheld countless beauties in life, was left in awe. Her long, slender legs were exquisitely toned, her alluring curves captivating, and her soulful eyes seemed capable of ensnaring one's very spirit. Most strikingly, she held a 30-centimeter-long ancient flute, clearly indicating that her path of cultivation was the art of the flute. A stunningly beautiful woman who could play the ancient flute was irresistible to any man. This unparalleled beauty was none other than Hua Sherman. After entering the Tianyuan ruins, Hua Sherman had not encountered any significant opportunities. Wandering aimlessly, she stumbled upon a palace, believing that such places often harbored fortuitous encounters. However, she never imagined that upon her arrival, she would be met with such a horrific scene. The ground was littered with bones, over 100 of them, devoid of any remnants. It was a sight of unspeakable cruelty. Did you do this? Are you a malevolent cultivator? Xuan demanded, her beautiful eyes narrowing into icy slits as she gazed at Mao Wenkai. Feeling utterly helpless, she lamented her fortune. During her first venture outside the sect, she had already encountered the malevolent sect's young master, Li Wuji, and now faced another evil cultivator. If you say I am, then I am. If you say I am not, then I am not. My dear, how about we share a delightful night together? A moment of spring is worth 1,000 gold. I see you cultivate the flute. So your skills must be exceptional. Mao Wenkai grinned ominously. Get lost, Xuan snapped, her anger boiling at his words. Li Wuji had made similar demands of her, and now this malevolent cultivator was no different. Why were men in this world so perverse and wicked? With her words, Xuan placed the ancient flute to her lips and began to play. The haunting notes filled the air. Waves of murderous intent surged forth, conjuring a terrifying whirlwind aimed directly at Mao Wenkai. That you're merely at the 7th level of the Golden Core stage. Not bad, but today you've met your match. Mao Wenkai sneered as he observed the approaching waves of sound. He swiftly formed hand seals and chanted, with utmost urgency, "Shatter." Mao Wenkai's words seemed to resonate with immense power. Upon uttering them, a fierce green light erupted around him. Clashing with the oncoming sound waves. Boom! The two energies collided, producing a deafening roar. Yet, in an instant, the sound waves disintegrated a nascent soul stage practitioner. Xuan's face paled as she watched her sound waves collapse. She felt her luck had truly run out. Having previously encountered Li Wuji, a nascent soul, she now faced another of the same caliber. The gap between the Golden Core and nascent soul stages was astronomical. And given her limited combat experience, she stood no chance against Mao Wenkai. However, there was no time for Xuan to dwell on her misfortune. After obliterating the sound waves, Mao Wenkai's attack surged towards her. Her expression shifted dramatically as she hastily retreated. Although she narrowly escaped the attack, a gust of wind from the collision swept her veil away. In that moment, as the veil fell, the world seemed to change, revealing a face that could make any man swoon. Mao Wenkai found it fitting to describe Xuan with the following lines. In 1,000 years, no beauty is unmatched. The fairest is a sight to behold. A visage that could topple nations, stunning all under heaven. For a moment he was left speechless. Having never encountered such breathtaking beauty, he thought even the celestial maidens must pale in comparison, as so beautiful, so exquisite. A stunning beauty who can also play the ancient flute. How delightful! As Mao Wenkai emitted a series of hissing gasps, he drew closer to Xuan. Cursed be it, his power is formidable. I must flee this place. Xuan thought to herself as she observed Mao Wenkai approaching. She was no fool. She understood all too well that she was no match for the man before her. Thus, the wisest course of action was to escape. She would seek her fortunes here, and only after her cultivation had progressed would she confront him again. With this thought in mind, Xuan propelled herself forward with remarkable speed. It must be said that the stunningly beautiful woman was equally enchanting even in flight. Captivating all who beheld her, as Xuan made her escape, Mao Wenkai returned his insignificant plaything to its original place, sneering. Escape? Can you truly escape? With those words, he pursued her. In his eyes, there was no doubt that Xuan was destined to fall into his grasp, eventually becoming a mere tool for his desires. The extraordinary beauty he coveted would not elude his clutches. Meanwhile, 1,000 meters away, a figure was steadily advancing. This individual was strikingly handsome, with a tall and straight stature, exuding an extraordinary aura. Naturally, it was Xuan. After entering this realm, he had not encountered any grand opportunities, only the occasional minor fortune. Yet he remained unconcerned at why Xuan's ambition was to experience the beauty of women across the world, to have them bear him children, thereby elevating his own cultivation. Thus, he would steer clear of perilous places. I wonder where Miss Hua's gone. I still have an unfinished bond with her, Xuan mused, a glimmer of anticipation flickering in his mind. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a figure captured his attention. The sight was so breathtaking that it instilled an irresistible urge to gaze, rendering him immobile. Such beauty! Xuan could not help but exclaim inwardly, In the next instant, the figure was alarmingly close to him, but it was then that Xuan recognized the young woman before him. Was it not Xuan? Though she was not veiled at present, her form and those expressive eyes had left a profound impression on him. Yet, something seemed amiss. Xuan appeared rather distressed, with traces of blood at the corner of her mouth. "Miss Hua," Xuan called out, a note of concern in his voice. Hearing someone call her, Xuan looked up and instantly recognized the young disciple before her. "Young Master Yi?" she exclaimed. Xuan was well acquainted with Xuan, the first young man in her life to speak so much to her, her savior. She could hardly believe her fortune in encountering him once more, observing her breathless state, her chest heaving in waves of distress washing over her. Xuan inquired curiously, "Miss Hua, what has transpired?" At that moment, he found it hard to believe that Xuan, a formidable cultivator, appeared so disheveled, blood seeping from her lips, clearly having endured a fierce battle. "Alas, I do not know why, but I have encountered yet another malevolent cultivator. His power is immense, akin to Li Wuji, a being of the nascent soul realm," Xuan lamented. "What? The nascent soul realm?" Xuan's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing this. Indeed, he likely was not at that level previously, but must have unearthed some fortuitous opportunity within this realm, thus achieving a breakthrough. Xuan warned, urgency lacing her tone. "Young Master Yi, you must flee. I cannot drag you down with me. He will soon be upon us. I will hold him off while you escape." Her expression betrayed genuine concern. Xuan was not merely putting on an act. She understood that Xuan's cultivation was inferior to hers, making him no match for Ma Wenkai. Furthermore, Ma Wencai's lust for her beauty meant he would not kill her outright. However, if he encountered Xuan, the outcome was uncertain. "What are you saying, Miss Hua? If we witness an injustice, we must lend a hand. Since fate has brought us together in this moment, we shall confront it together," Xuan insisted. Shaking his head, he was not a man who would flee in the face of danger. "Yet his strength is formidable, and your guardian cannot enter this place. Within the Tianyuan ruins, that malevolent cultivator is likely the most powerful presence here. I truly despise my own weakness. If only my combat abilities were stronger." Xuan expressed her frustration. "Do not fret. Miss Hua, we will face this evil together. At the very least, we can look out for one another. If we must perish, let us do so side by side, for that way, the path to the underworld will not be lonely," Xuan declared resolutely. Upon hearing his words, Xuan felt an overwhelming wave of emotion. Tears nearly spilled from her eyes. Despite their lack of familiarity, he had saved her once before at the Tianyuan Inn, and now fate had intertwined their paths again. In that moment, Xuan realized that not all men were the brutish creatures her master had described. Xuan was different. He was filled with humanity, unlike others, and his gaze held no trace of lewdness. "Thank you. Let us hurry," Xuan urged. "Indeed." Xuan nodded, and the two prepared to flee. However, in the next instant, a sinister voice echoed from behind them. "Ha ha! Running quite swiftly are we. You made it easy for me to find you. Oh, and there's an extra foul man with you. How amusing. He is coming." Xuan's brows furrowed in alarm as she heard those words. Turning to look, Xuan beheld a figure emerging into view. The individual appeared scholarly, yet his eyes betrayed a bloodthirsty gleam. Any ordinary person would likely be paralyzed with fear upon meeting his gaze. "It's not him. It's a remnant spirit that has taken over." Upon recognizing Ma Wencai's appearance, Xuan instantly grasped the situation. "Taken over?" Xuan exclaimed, realization dawning on her. "Yes, indeed. However, he has effectively merged with the original body. Thus his combat abilities are quite formidable." Xuan nodded. "I see. Nonetheless, his fighting prowess surpasses that of Li Wuji. We must escape quickly and avoid a direct confrontation," Xuan insisted. "Agreed," Xuan affirmed, and the two hastened away. Witnessing their flight, Ma Wencai's lips curled into a chilling smile. Attempting to escape? This time, there will be no exit." As the words of Ma Wencai fell, he clasped his hands in a gesture and intoned, "Urgent as the law commands, seal of heaven and earth." With the recitation of this incantation, a barrier manifested around him, encasing Xuan and Xuan within. Witnessing this scene, Ma Wenkai could not help but reveal a cold smirk, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha! Do you think you can escape beneath my very nose? Dream on!" After uttering these words, his figure flickered and he entered the celestial seal. However, in the next moment, Ma Wentsai's expression changed dramatically. For within the seal, there was nothing but emptiness. They escaped? He exclaimed in astonishment. This was something Ma Wenkai had never anticipated. It seemed that the youth possessed knowledge of the arcane art of evasion. Truly frustrating, but you cannot elude me. Ma Wentsai's demeanor turned icy as he continued his pursuit. Meanwhile, Yi Xian and Hua Sherman found themselves 1,000 meters away, gasping for breath. Yet as Hua Sherman gazed at Yi Xian, her eyes reflected disbelief and surprise. "Young Master Yi, I never imagined you were versed in the art of evasion," she exclaimed. "That I've dabbled in it a little, but that sinister cultivator is indeed formidable. Given our current strength, we are no match for him. Thus, we must flee swiftly and seek opportunities." Yi Xian replied, but he recognized that although Hua Shimon's cultivation was commendable, her lack of battle experience severely diminished her combat effectiveness. Yi Xian believed that if his cultivation could reach the 6th or 7th layer of the Golden Core stage, he would undoubtedly be able to defeat Ma Wenkai. However, with his current cultivation at merely the 2nd layer, he still had a considerable distance to cover to reach that level. Of course, Yi Xian pondered that if he were to seduce Hua Sherman, perhaps the system would reward him with significant cultivation gains. Yet he could never force himself upon a girl, for such actions were beyond his character. "Well then, what shall we do next?" "I will fully cooperate with you," Hua Sherman said. "I possess some knowledge of formations, and will set up a few here to buy us some time for our escape." Yi Xian replied. He was not foolish. Since they could not win in a fight, they would flee. He had no intention of engaging in a futile battle with Ma Wenkai, as such an approach could prove counterproductive. Yi Xian's principle was to never undertake actions without certainty. "Agreed." Hua Sherman nodded and retreated to a safe distance. At that moment, Yi Xian circulated his true essence, arranging formations around them. "Miss Hua, let us go." After setting up a few formations, Yi Xian and Hua Sherman continued their flight. Not long after they had escaped, Ma Wenkai arrived at their previous location. Upon seeing the formations before him, his expression turned even colder. "This little wretch truly understands formations, obstructing my plans. Once I capture you, I shall ensure you meet a gruesome end." Ma Wentsai's voice was chilling. He believed that had Yi Xian not appeared out of nowhere, he might have already enjoyed the pleasures that awaited him with Hua Sherman. He was savoring life, and even began to indulge in his desires. Urgent as the law commands, "Break," Ma Wenkai declared, forming seals with his hands and chanting incantations. In an instant, a tremendous aura erupted from him, crashing toward the formations before him. Boom! When the attack collided with the formations, it produced a deafening roar. Yet, in an instant, with a resounding crash, the formations were obliterated. This illustrated the disparity in power. In the face of absolute strength, all efforts were in vain. With the formation shattered, Ma Wenkai gave chase once more. During his pursuit, he occasionally encountered disciples who had no time to react before being drained of their souls and flesh by him. Soon, he spotted the figures of Yi Xian and Hua Sherman. "You two truly know how to flee, but do not think you can escape. That in the face of absolute strength, all resistance is futile." Ma Wentsai's expression was frigid, especially as he fixed his gaze on Yi Xian, filled with boundless murderous intent. Upon hearing Ma Wentsai's words from behind, Yi Xian and Hua Sherman halted in their tracks. For Yi Xian had not anticipated Ma Wentsai's speed. "You cur, you do chase after your grandfather quite swiftly," Yi Xian said coolly. "Humph, brat, you have thwarted my plans, and today I shall have you sliced into 1,000 pieces." Ma Wenkai glared at Yi Xian, his outrage palpable, as Yi Xian had delayed the fulfillment of his desires, an affront he could not tolerate. "Miss Hua, did you see that? Stay close to me. There's a hidden formation here that should not be easily broken. We can enter it and offend it. Next, I must take your hand," Yi Xian instructed Hua Sherman. "Take my hand?" Upon hearing Yi Xian's words, Hua Sherman was filled with anxiety, for no man had ever held her hand since her childhood. Her heart raced, and her face flushed with warmth. "Little wretch, Prepare to pay with your life? Ma Wankai bellowed, then immediately formed seals with his hands and directed his attack at Yi Xian's position. This time, Ma Wankai was determined not to let Yi Xian escape. Witnessing this, Yi Xian acted without hesitation, reaching for Hua Shiman's delicate hand and diving into the formation before them. Initially, Hua Shiman was still in a daze. But in the next moment, she felt a strong arm grasp her hand like a tea that instant. Her heart trembled, an unusual sensation coursing through her entire being, akin to an electric shock. Yet there was no time for Hua Shiman to ponder, as she was pulled by Yi Xian and vanished into the formation. Rumble. Just as Yi Xian and Hua Shiman disappeared from their original spot, Ma Wencai's attack struck where they had just stood. However, the attack failed to hit them, merely colliding with an afterimage. Wencai had been so confident of victory, believing this time Yi Xian was destined to perish. Yet, after the attack, he was nearly driven to curse in frustration. For Yi Xian and Hua Shiman had vanished from sight. Damn it! Curse your ancestors! Despite the fact that Ma Wencai rarely used coarse language at this moment, he found himself unable to restrain an outpouring of expletives. He had not anticipated that Yi Xian and Hua Shiman would escape once again. It was astonishing to discover that a formation was concealed here, a formation that must have existed long before the Tianyuan ruins. That accursed little beast possesses the knowledge to unravel various formations. After observing the surroundings intently, Ma Wencai could not help but exclaim vehemently. He then stepped into the formation. However, in the next instant, an overwhelmingly terrifying flash of blades surged forth from within the formation. Upon sensing the dreadfulness of this onslaught, Ma Wencai's expression shifted dramatically. He hastily formed hand seals and initiated an attack. Yet, to his utter disbelief, the murderous intent emanating from this formation was far too ferocious. Even someone as formidable as Ma Wencai could not withstand it. With a muffled groan, he was propelled backward from the formation, crashing heavily onto the ground. Puff! After falling, he spat out a mouthful of thick, crimson blood. Damn it, how could this formation be so terrifying? It even made me bleed. It seems that if I wish to pursue that young lady, there is only one course of action. To wait here. I refuse to believe they will not emerge, Ma Wencai declared fiercely. Just as he contemplated this, several disciples, drawn by the commotion, rushed over. Upon seeing these disciples, Ma Wencai's expression turned icy, sealing the heavens and earth. He commanded urgently, sealing the disciples in place. He then refined their souls and essence. These disciples could not fathom why they had encountered such a monstrous fiend, even as they breathed their last. As for Yi Xian and Hua Shiman, once they stepped out of the formation and gazed into the distance, their faces lit up with astonishment. Before them lay an abundance of spiritual energy. A veritable garden filled with spirit herbs. The array of spirit herbs was diverse, each of considerable quality. Who would have thought that this place would turn out to be a medicinal herb garden? We have turned misfortune into fortune, Yi Xian exclaimed excitedly. In his elation, he momentarily forgot to release Hua Shiman's hand, and they remained closely entwined, hands still clasped together. Indeed, so many spirit herbs. We are bound to prosper. Even the typically aloof beauty, Hua Shiman, could not contain her excitement. However, she soon realized that Yi Xian was still holding her hand like a tea that moment. She felt a peculiar sensation in her palm, one that was both exhilarating and shy-inducing. Flustered, she quickly withdrew her delicate hand. Ahem, I apologized. I was just caught up in the urgency of the situation, Yi Xian said somewhat awkwardly like Tia's words. Hua Shiman's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, akin to a blooming sunset, enchanting enough to leave one spellbound. Miss Hua, I had no idea you were so beautiful, Yi Xian complimented earnestly. Many claim that all women are the same, especially in the dark, but after experiencing the likes of the chaotic Holy Maiden, the Dustfall Fairy, and Princess Qingyan, Yi Xian could confidently assert that every woman possesses her own unique charm, different in voice, stature, and aura, leading to an entirely distinct experience. Young Master Yi, Hua Shiman stammered, her embarrassment rendering her unable to lift her head. All right, I shall cease my flattery. Now, let us search for some spirit herbs that can aid in our cultivation breakthrough, that we must strive to elevate our powers swiftly. The formation we entered was formidable, and that fellow should not be able to follow us for the time being. Thus, we can focus on our cultivation here. Once we emerge, it will be his demise. Yi Xian asserted a Xuan nodded in agreement. Yi Xian spoke the truth that eliminate Ma Wen Kai. Their only chance lay in rapidly enhancing their cultivation. And now, with an entire garden of spirit herbs at their disposal, they were more than equipped. The two began to stroll through the herb garden, assessing the available resources. Remarkable! Each herb is at least 500 years old, rich in potency. Yi Xian exclaimed, brimming with joy, although he was not a master alchemist. His family had always encouraged the study of spiritual herbs, granting him a general understanding of their properties. Thus, he recognized nearly all the herbs in this garden. Xuan, too, appeared elated. She had been stuck at the 7th level of the Golden Core realm for far too long. But now she felt the opportunity for a breakthrough was at hand. With so many spirit herbs, she believed she could ascend 2 minor realms that Xuan considered, if she were to refine all the herbs suited for breakthroughs. She might even reach the nascent soul realm. As for whether Yi Xian might attempt to seize the herbs for himself, she harbored no such concerns, though their time together had been brief. She had developed sufficient trust in Yi Xian as a reliable man. Thus, the two continued their exploration of the herb garden, each step revealing an even greater expanse than they had imagined. What a windfall! Yi Xian marveled. Young master Yiluk, what spirit herb is this? It's so beautiful, Xuan exclaimed. Hearing her call, Yi Xian turned to see what she was pointing at. However, in the next moment, his expression shifted dramatically. Miss Hua, do not move. Hu girl, do not touch that flower, he warned. Upon hearing Yi Xian's urgent reminder, Xuan instinctively tightened her grip on the flower, inadvertently tearing off a petal. Young master Yi, what is it? She asked, her eyes wide with curiosity. Xuan had no inkling that she had just triggered a calamity. Oh no, what happened? This flower is so soft, I accidentally broke it. But it smells so fragrant, she exclaimed, bringing her hand to her nose to savor the aroma. Is this the love flower poison? Just touching it can infect one with the poison, and the only antidote is... Yi Xian began, but he hesitated, believing Xuan would understand the gravity of the situation. Why didn't you say so earlier? What should we do now? She asked, her anxiety mounting at that moment. Xuan felt an unusual sensation stirring within her. As if Yi Xian appeared increasingly handsome, she found herself wanting to be near him, yearning for a more intense connection. I don't know. Yi Xian shook his head, stating, firstly, my knowledge of alchemy is rather limited. Secondly, from what I understand, the antidote for the love flower poison can only be achieved through the union of yin and yang, much like the charm poison. However, as Yi Xian spoke, he sensed that the toxin from the love flower had already begun to permeate the air due to a petal being broken by Xuan. Consequently, Yi Xian found himself inhaling the love flower poison. Master Yi. Just as Yi Xian contemplated his next move, Xuan was completely under the control of the love flower poison. Her voice was melodious, her eyes reflecting a hint of desire as she approached Yi Xian. Initially, Yi Xian managed to maintain his composure, yet soon his defenses crumbled. The love flower poison he inhaled began to take effect, and thus the two entered a state of mutual affection. After 2 hours, Yi Xian and Xuan finally completed a romantic rendezvous. This romance emanated from the depths of their hearts, and they were utterly consumed by passion, leaving a swath of spiritual herbs in disarray. Observing the chaos around him, Yi Xian could not help but conclude that when a woman becomes fervent, a man's presence becomes insignificant. His heart swelled with satisfaction. Were it not for the harmonious divine beast accompanying him, Yi Xian would have cherished the moment further. Yet, upon reflection, he decided against it, that if he were to encapsulate this feeling in 3 words, they would undoubtedly be exquisitely delightful. Following the completion of this romantic date with Xuan, a voice echoed in Yi Xian's mind. Ding! Detection indicates that the host has accomplished the most cherished act of life with Xuan. Xuan has surrendered to the host. Reward: 500 years of cultivation. Ding! Reward: a low-grade heavenly technique. Qian Kuan that new Ding! Reward: a life-bound treasure. The 3-generation copper coffin. Note: The 3 generations copper coffin is a supreme celestial artifact, capable of burying the past, present, and future, and can entomb mortals, divine emperors, and immortals alike. Its power will amplify as the host's cultivation strengthens. Ding! The treasures and techniques have been deposited into the host's storage space. Please cultivate and integrate them at your convenience. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Yi Xian's expression turned extremely excited. The rewards were remarkably bountiful, granting not only 500 years of cultivation, but also a heavenly technique and a life-bound treasure. Particularly, the life-bound treasure sounded exceptionally promising. However, Yi Xian mused that the only downside would be carrying a large copper coffin on his shoulders while traversing the world. That might seem rather peculiar. Yet upon further contemplation, he found it quite impressive that, in stark contrast to Yi Xian's elation, Xuan, upon the antidote's effect, began to realize the significance of what had transpired. Oh no, I am no longer pure. Tears streamed down her face as she lamented. Xuan had never anticipated that during this outing, she would lose her most treasured possession. Of course, while she appeared to be sobbing uncontrollably, internally, she felt a sense of bliss. The sensations she had just experienced were indeed marvelous. Although the initial moments were heart-wrenching, the subsequent experiences were a delightful indulgence. However, being a young woman, Xuan would never openly express that the experience was wonderful. Instead, she wept, looking utterly pitiful, for such was the expectation of a lady. Dear lady, please do not cry that I, too, am at fault for not warning you beforehand. Rest assured, now that I have shared this with you, I, Yi Xian, shall not abandon you. Upon returning to my family, I will marry you. Yi Xian spoke earnestly. His words were sincere. He was not the kind of man who would forget his obligations after an encounter. He was not one to abandon a woman after having been intimate with her. How would killing you benefit me? Woo-woo. Xuan feigned distress. In truth, she was deeply moved at why Yi Xian was undeniably different from other men. She felt fortunate to have met him and to have entrusted her most precious possession to him. Dear lady, how about we prepare for a breakthrough in our cultivation? Yi Xian inquired, with the system granting him 500 years of cultivation. He was eager to discover how far he could advance. I guess it that you intend to neglect me after taking advantage of me, Xuan retorted, shaking her head with a hint of playful indignation. Her beauty was captivating, and any man would find it hard to resist her charm. Then how about we simply lie here for a while? Yi Xian suggested. No, I want a hug, Xuan whispered. All right. Yi Xian nodded, drawing her into his embrace. Time seemed to still, and Yi Xian felt that everything was utterly blissful. He wished for life to remain this way forever. Why, Yi Xian? I want more, Xuan murmured, recalling the exquisite sensations she had just experienced. Very well, I shall fulfill your request, Yi Xian agreed. And thus, a day and night passed in this manner. On the following morning, Yi Xian and Xuan gathered a plethora of spiritual herbs for their breakthrough. Placing them before themselves, dear lady, let us strive together for this breakthrough. Yi Xian encouraged her to, let us, Xuan replied, nodding that at this moment she had truly transformed into a captivating woman. Why, Yi Xian understood why so many were entranced by her beauty. A young maiden, newly blossomed into womanhood, resembled a ripe peach, radiantly gorgeous and enticing. Perhaps this was why Cao Cao was unable to resist those who were already wed. After speaking, Yi Xian silently addressed the system. Merge the 500 years of cultivation. Ding! Acknowledged host. As the system's words resonated, an overwhelming surge of energy flooded into Yi Xian's body. He trembled violently, struggling against the sheer force. Why is this system so brutal? Yi Xian exclaimed, then began circulating his true essence to manage this colossal influx of energy, refining his internal organs and golden core. Before long, Yi Xian's cultivation began to ascend. Golden Core Stage 3. Golden Core Stage 4. Golden Core Stage 5. Golden Core Stage 6. Yi Xian's cultivation halted upon reaching the 6th stage of the Golden Core realm. This 500 years of cultivation had propelled him through 4 minor realms. His golden core appeared even more robust and polished. Indeed, as one advances, the energy required for breakthroughs increases significantly. This 500 years of cultivation had only allowed him to ascend 4 minor realms. However, with my current level of cultivation, coupled with 2 celestial tier techniques and a personal magical artifact, I am more than capable of challenging the formidable beings at the initial stage of the nascent soul realm. Xuan murmured to himself. He was in no rush to break through his cultivation. Patience was key. Although the system had rewarded him with 500 years' worth of cultivation, there remained a significant disparity between the system's rewards and reality. System, it's time to fuse my personal magical artifact, the 3 generations copper coffin. Xuan commanded. Ding! Understood, the system replied. In the next moment, the 3 generations copper coffin merged seamlessly with Xuan. If one were to look closely, they would notice a 3-layered coffin mark emblazoned on his back. However, it would be nearly impossible to detect at a casual glance. Xuan had become a man of magical artifacts, he murmured, although the personal magical artifact was now one with him. Summoning it would require only a single thought. The 3 generations copper coffin could be called forth at will, proving to be exceedingly useful, with both his cultivation and personal magical artifact now integrated. It was time to begin training in the Great Spatial Shift technique, which, like the 10,000 swords returning to the source technique, was classified as a low-grade celestial tier skill. Xuan said with a glimmer of anticipation. With that thought, he retrieved the manual for the Great Spatial Shift and began to peruse its introduction. The Great Spatial Shift was divided into 7 levels, with its primary principle revolving around the release of the inherent potential that resides within each individual. Every person harbors immense latent power within, often untapped. Yet, in times of dire need, even the seemingly frail can summon strength beyond comprehension. Simply put, the Great Spatial Shift allows one to leverage force against force. When mastered, it enables the practitioner to rebound an opponent's attack with a magnitude of force exponentially greater, showcasing the technique's most remarkable utility. Although there are only 7 levels, the latter stages are challenging to master. And practicing this technique requires a harmonious alignment of body, energy, and spirit. Otherwise, one risks falling into madness. Xuan murmured. He then began his cultivation. Xuan delved into the Great Spatial Shift. Not far from him, Xuan was also rapidly advancing in her own cultivation. 8th level of the Golden Core Realm. 9th level of the Golden Core Realm. After breaking through to the 9th level of the Golden Core Realm, Xuan ceased her ascension. Huff, huff. Once she sensed that her cultivation had stabilized, she opened her beautiful eyes wide. That moment, a deep breath filled her lungs, and she felt an exhilarating clarity of mind. I finally made a breakthrough. I can't believe I advanced 2 minor realms this time. My speed of cultivation must be unparalleled in history, she remarked, a proud smile gracing her lips. Xuan believed that upon her return to the flower-falling palace, her master would be utterly astonished. However, a single worry nagged at her. The fact that she had been with a man that if her master were to find out, she would undoubtedly face punishment. I can't tell my master about this. And besides, being with a man feels incredibly wonderful. Surely, my master has never experienced such a sensation. As she pondered, her gaze drifted towards Xuan. Upon sensing the potent aura of his cultivation, Xuan's eyes widened in disbelief. Is it possible? His cultivation has actually reached the 6th level of the Golden Core Realm. How could this be? I distinctly sensed that he was at the 2nd level of the Golden Core Realm just moments ago. Has he truly advanced 4 minor realms in one go? She thought in astonishment. Xuan, who had been feeling pleased with her own 2 minor breakthroughs, suddenly found them trivial in comparison to Xuan's progress. Xuan, what secrets do you conceal? I sense that you are extraordinary, she whispered to herself. Nevertheless, Xuan was astute enough not to pry further. She understood that there would be many future interactions between herself and Xuan. Whatever secrets he held would eventually come to light. Displaying excessive curiosity might create a rift between them. After all, Xuan had promised to marry her. Meanwhile, Xuan was wholly absorbed in his cultivation, oblivious to the torrent of thoughts swirling in Xuan's mind. I've reached the 3rd level. It seems that the Great Spatial Shift is not overly challenging for me. He murmured. He continued his practice. 4th level of the Great Spatial Shift. 5th level. 6th level. Within half a day, Xuan had mastered the 6th level of the Great Spatial Shift. Now he faced the crucial final stage, according to the manual. The 7th level was notoriously difficult to master. "This is troublesome," Xuan muttered. He began to focus on the incantation for the 7th level of the Great Spatial Shift. However, as he activated the incantation, his expression changed dramatically. Hua Shimon's demeanor shifted as well. Why Xuan's face turned a disturbing shade of red and blue, his body trembling in apparent agony, as if he were losing control. "What is happening?" Hua Shiman exclaimed. Worry etched across her face upon witnessing Xuan's distress. She couldn't fathom why, despite her master's warnings against any interaction with men, she felt an overwhelming concern for Xuan. "Xuan, what's wrong?" she asked anxiously as he coughed up blood. "I'm fine. Don't worry." "Sure, man. Just protect me," Xuan replied. "All right, but please be careful." Hua Shiman nodded. Xuan affirmed. He began to reflect on the reasons for his earlier failure. What went wrong? I was clearly following the incantation correctly, yet it felt as if my whole body was about to explode. Is the 7th level of the technique flawed, or is it simply too challenging for an ordinary person to master? Xuan pondered, deeply perplexed. The essence of the Great Spatial Shift lies in the interplay of rigidity and flexibility, the dual forces of yin and yang. The colors on his face signified the settling of blood and the transformation of qi within. By that logic, my earlier practice was correct. He realized that I understand now. At the 7th level, one must shatter the constraints of the previous 6 levels. As cultivators, we are inherently rebellious, battling against both man and heaven. Now it makes sense. After a moment of contemplation, Xuan suddenly grasped why he had failed earlier. The key was that at the 7th level, one must abandon the previous 6 layers and embrace a contrarian approach. With this revelation, Xuan resumed his cultivation. This time, he encountered no significant obstacles and successfully advanced to the 7th level of the Great Spatial Shift. At last, he had succeeded, though his cultivation remained at the 6th level of the Golden Core realm. With 2 celestial tier techniques and the 3 generations copper coffin, he was more than capable of defeating entities at the 1st and 2nd levels of the nascent soul realm. Xuan could not help but express his joy. He then opened his eyes. "How do you feel?" Hua Shiman asked with some concern. "I'm fine." "Wait, Shiman, have you broken through to the 9th level of the Golden Core realm?" Upon sensing the aura of cultivation emanating from Hua Shiman, Xuan couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. "Yes, but compared to you, I'm still far too weak. You have advanced 4 small realms in one go." Hua Shiman nodded. It might be due to the spiritual herbs here that allowed me to fortuitously break through 4 small realms. If we encounter that fellow again, our strength will surely be sufficient to battle that evil cultivator," Xuan declared. However, he refrained from mentioning the true reason behind his own 4-realm breakthrough, as it was due to his system, a matter he would never disclose to anyone. For the nature of such a system was exceedingly mysterious and could bring him considerable trouble if revealed. Indeed, when we emerge, it will mark the end of that fellow," Hua Shiman asserted vehemently. "Shiman, let us divide the unused spiritual herbs here equally. When you return to the Flower-Falling Palace, you can present them to your master," Xuan proposed. "All right," Hua Shiman nodded. The two then began to gather the spiritual herbs around them. Meanwhile, Ma Wenkai sat cross-legged on the ground, immersed in his cultivation, surrounded by countless white bones. These bones belonged to disciples who had entered the Tianyuan ruins for training. These disciples passed by Ma Wenkai. He drained their souls and flesh. Due to the sheer number of disciples consumed, Ma Wenkai's cultivation had surged directly to the 2nd level of the nascent soul realm. However, while he sat in meditation, his cold, piercing gaze occasionally darted towards the location of the formation where Xuan and Hua Shiman had vanished. The killing intent radiating from him was palpable. "You little brats, you've been inside for so long. I refuse to believe you won't come out. When you do, I shall tear you to shreds, and as for that girl, I shall have my fun with her. I will not only have her serve me, but I will make her experience both the waterway and the dry route, teaching her the consequences of provoking me." Ma Wenkai swore fiercely that it could be said that Ma Wenkai's obsession was particularly intense. Ever since he laid eyes on Hua Shiman's beauty, he had resolved not to rest until he had her. He discovered that after seeing Hua Shiman, no matter how beautiful other girls were, They appeared as mere refuse in his eyes, failing to ignite any interest within him. This was the primary reason he remained steadfastly guarding the formation, just as Ma Wankai was lost in thought. The formation before him suddenly trembled violently. The next moment, an unbelievable scene unfolded before his eyes. The killing array abruptly vanished, revealing a grand door. Above the door, 3 prominent characters spelled out spiritual herb garden. Ma Wankai peered through the door, only to find a garden appeared completely barren, devoid of any herbs. This the spiritual herb garden. Damn it, so this formation was concealing a spiritual herb garden all along? Ma Wankai's expression darkened. He leaped forward swiftly towards the garden. Upon entering, he discovered that not a single spiritual herb remained in the distance. 2 figures were dividing the last of the herbs between them. Damn, I've finally found you after all this time. This time, you have nowhere to escape. Ma Wankai's voice was icy. For the past half-month, Ma Wankai had endured torment, waiting outside while Xuan and Xuan reveled in comfort. He understood that the killing array primarily protected the spiritual herb garden, and now that the herbs had been harvested, the array had ceased to function. Well, you little rascal, you managed to enter. Your timing is impeccable. We were just about to find you, Xuan said casually upon hearing Ma Wankai's words. As he spoke, he and Xuan stored the harvested herbs and turned their gazes towards Ma Wankai. Tension filled the air, and hostility was palpable. Hand over all the spiritual herbs obediently, and I may grant you a quick death. Otherwise, your demise will be most tragic, Ma Wankai threatened, his eyes glinting with bloodlust as he fixed his gaze on Xuan. Oh, is that so? It remains to be seen who will prevail, Xuan replied. Sure, man, since you just broke through, do you wish to have some fun with him? Xuan suggested to Xuan. Yes, I'll use him to hone my newly acquired powers. Xuan affirmed, nodding. With her words, Xuan will summoned an ancient flute into her hands. She began to play. Her previous hesitance dissipated, and her mastery over the flute soared after her intimate encounter with Xuan. The melodious notes transformed into a wave of formidable power, charged with destructive force, crashing towards Ma Wankai. Upon sensing the strength of the flute sound, Ma Wankai's brow furrowed. 9th level of the Golden Core realm? I never expected you to break through 2 small realms in such a short span of half a month. It seems the benefits of this spiritual herb garden are far too abundant for you, he remarked. But it matters not, for my cultivation has reached the 2nd level of the nascent soul realm, Ma Wankai declared solemnly. As Ma Wankai finished speaking, he formed hand seals and chanted incantations, urgent as the law commands. Shatter! With the utterance of his spell, a torrent of terrifying true essence erupted from him, transforming into countless swords of light that surged to meet the oncoming wave of sound. Boom! 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 The clash between the sword rain and the sound waves produced a thunderous roar, resembling 2 ancient mountains colliding. The very void around them trembled, as if on the brink of explosion, resonating with a cacophony of vibrations. After the fierce confrontation, both Ma Wankai and Xuan were forced back several hundred meters. Once they regained their footing, Ma Wankai expressed his astonishment. Impressive little girl. I never anticipated that a mere 2 small realm advancements would enhance your combat prowess so significantly. This truly exceeds my expectations. However, I have no intention of harming you. Otherwise, our fun would be ruined. His tone dripped with provocation. Die. Upon hearing such word from Ma Wankai, Xuan was engulfed in immeasurable fury. She resumed playing the ancient bamboo flute in her mouth and engaged in battle with Ma Wankai. However, in this clash, Xuan found herself at a disadvantage. Xuan could naturally discern that Xuan's innate talent was remarkably formidable. The primary reason she struggled against Ma Wankai was her relative lack of experience. If she were granted several life-and-death combat experiences, she would undoubtedly prevail. Nevertheless, Xuan believed that it was unnecessary for a young woman to endure such peril. He would take on the responsibility of fighting, as he did not wish for the woman he cared for to suffer any harm. I have warned you, little girl, that you are no match for me, that I hope you recognize your place. Once I have dealt with him, we can indulge in romantic moments under the moonlight, Ma Wankai remarked with a lewd expression. Xuan, step aside. I shall handle this scoundrel and see him off on his final journey. Yi Xian asserted as he approached Hua Shimen. Why, Yi Xian, can you truly manage? He possesses the cultivation of the second level of the Yuaning realm. Allow me to assist you, Hua Shimen inquired, a hint of concern in her voice. Rest assured, he is merely a rogue cultivator and poses no significant threat to me. You may enjoy the spectacle from the sidelines, Yi Xian replied with unwavering confidence. Very well, Hua Shimen nodded in agreement. Though their acquaintance was relatively brief, after two profound exchanges, she held considerable faith in Yi Xian's capabilities, though Yi Xian was not one to engage in mere verbal sparring. His strength was genuinely formidable. Ha ha ha. Foolish wretch, you truly underestimate the situation. A mere 6th-level golden core cultivator dares to threaten me. You must still be dreaming, Ma Wenkai exclaimed, his anger palpable, upon hearing the exchange between Yi Xian and Hua Shimen. Ma Wenkai was infuriated. The reality was that Yi Xian's true cultivation was indeed inferior to Hua Shimen's, yet he had managed to slip away from under Ma Wenkai's nose multiple times. Now, he audaciously proclaimed his intention to annihilate him. A blatant display of hubris. With his words, Ma Wenkai swiftly formed hand seals, unleashing his full power as a second-level Yuan cultivator. Countless sword lights and blade shadows surged towards Yi Xian with the intent to kill. It was evident that Ma Wenkai aimed to eliminate Yi Xian. My strength is more than sufficient to vanquish you. Universe shift, 10,000 swords return to origin, faced with the onslaught of lethal blade shadows. Yi Xian did not dare to be complacent. He executed both universe shift and 10,000 swords return to origin simultaneously. In an instant, a torrent of sword light surged forth, countering the overwhelming wave of blade shadows. Boom! The collision of their attacks produced a thunderous roar. Terrifying blade shadows approached Yi Xian. He utilized universe shift to neutralize all incoming assaults. Poof! Initially, Ma Wenkai appeared to have the upper hand. However, in the next moment, his expression drastically changed, as a piercing sword aura suddenly tore through the void, heading straight for him, and the Wenkai could scarcely believe that Yi Xian possessed such a technique. Nonetheless, the ferocity of the attack was beyond his capacity to withstand. In the next instant, Ma Wenkai was struck by the sword aura. Poof! Upon being pierced by the sword energy, he spat out a mouthful of thick blood. How dare you seek your own demise? Ma Wenkai was utterly enraged. This sword aura had inflicted significant injury upon him, causing his composure to shatter. Ma Wenkai uttered his words. An astonishing scene unfolded. A blue glow erupted from his body, tearing his garments to shreds. Subsequently, a demonic manifestation emerged before Yi Xian. This malevolent figure was covered in green fur, with bulging veins and menacing fangs, reminiscent of an ancient monstrosity. Foolish wretch, I shall make you pay. After transforming, Ma Wenkai lunged at Yi Xian, exuding an overwhelming wave of murderous intent. Wherever he passed, the ground crumbled beneath him. Why, Yi Xian, be cautious. He is transformed, Hua Shimen warned, her voice laced with urgency as she prepared to intervene. Not worry, I have a way to eliminate him, Yi Xian assured her, then summoned a 3-layered coffin that materialized before him. Addressing the demonic Ma Wenkai, he declared, Friend, it is time for you to ascend. 3 Lives Copper Coffin, open, Yi Xian commanded. As his words fell, the coffin emitted a resounding boom, and its lid swung open. That moment, tendrils of black mist, akin to demonic clouds, began to spread forth, carrying an unfathomable force of attraction. The rapidity of the unfolding events left even the formidable Ma Wenkai unprepared. He was still reeling from Yi Xian's earlier display of immense power. Amidst his shock, Ma Wenkai heard Yi Xian's command, Friend, it is time for you to ascend. In the next instant, an overwhelming force of suction enveloped him. Oh no! At that moment, Ma Wenkai finally reacted. He hastily gathered his true essence, chanting ancient incantations in an attempt to resist. However, Yi Xian also channeled his true essence and exerted control over the 3 Lives Copper Coffin, drawing it directly before Ma Wenkai. Faced with the immense power of the coffin, Ma Wenkai found himself devoid of any means of resistance, and he was swiftly drawn inside. The coffin's lid sealed tightly, leaving no room for escape. Foolish wretch, release me, or when I emerge, it will be your doomsday. The demonic Ma Wonkai pounded on the coffin's surface, shouting from within, still harboring delusions of grandeur. Ascend. Yi Xian's lips curled into a chilling smile as he activated the lethal mechanisms within the coffin. No. Ah, the anguished cries of Ma Wonkai echoed within the coffin, tearing through the silence. In a brief moment, the screams ceased abruptly, leaving nothing but silence to ensure Ma Wen's sigh's complete annihilation. Yi Xian triggered the lethal mechanisms once more. This should suffice. Yi Xian murmured softly. He then directly opened the Three Lives copper coffin. As the coffin creaked open, it revealed that Ma Wonkai had been reduced to a pile of ashes within, leaving nothing behind to be on the safe side. Yi Xian swiftly scattered the ashes. After ensuring everything was in order, he felt a sense of relief as he stored the Three Lives copper coffin away. At that moment, Xuan stood with her cherry-red lips slightly parted, utterly astonished. She could clearly sense that the techniques Yi Xian had just employed, Wanjian Guizong and Qinkun Denui, were anything but ordinary. Moreover, the Three Lives copper coffin he had just used was unimaginably extraordinary. The once formidable Ma Wonkai had simply vanished in a thin Xuan gazed at Yi Xian. Her beautiful eyes sparkled like stars. This man was indeed worthy of admiration. Not only was he exceptionally powerful, but his combat skills were also astonishingly formidable. Why are you looking at me like that? Yi Xian asked, feeling a bit shy as he rubbed his nose. Noticing Xuan's infatuated gaze. Why, Yi Xian, though your cultivation is weaker than mine, your combat prowess is truly remarkable. You just faced a cultivator at the nascent soul realm, and that treasure you used was so unique. Xuan exclaimed. That Three Lives copper coffin is my life's treasure. Xuan, what are your plans next? Yi Xian inquired. Well, I wish to return to the Flower Falling Palace. My purpose for coming out this time was to break through. And now that I have, I must go back, Xuan replied. That's fine. However, Xuan, I still need to train outside for a while longer. Once I am done, I will come to the Flower Falling Palace to marry you. Rest assured, I will take full responsibility for you. Yi Xian assured her with a nod. Yi Xian, what are your plans? Do you wish to stay here? Xuan asked. We have already obtained the greatest opportunity here. I'll escort you out. We should leave quickly. I sense many disciples are approaching. Yi Xian urged. After Yi Xian spoke, he and Xuan departed from that place. Just as they left, 100 young disciples arrived in the spiritual herb garden. However, upon their arrival, they couldn't help but frown in confusion. There's nothing left, but I distinctly felt a disturbance here moments ago. Damn it, all the spiritual herbs have been harvested. None remain. Who could have done this? How outrageous. Oh, there are a few spiritual herbs left here. Although somewhat damaged, they still seem usable. I'll take them. Holy crap, what is up with these spiritual herbs? They have a peculiar scent. Let me take a whiff. What the hell? This scent is reminiscent of a man and a woman. Someone must have been here, getting cozy. The world is going downhill. I wonder where those two scoundrels are, the disciples grumbled. Meanwhile, Yi Xian and Xuan had reached the exterior of the Tianyuan ruins. As they stepped outside, both sneezed simultaneously. Who is cursing us? Just wait until I catch you. I'll make you regret it. Yi Xian said coldly. Why, Yi Xian, you truly are one of a kind. Xuan chuckled upon hearing his playful remark. She suddenly realized that while Yi Xian was fierce towards his enemies, he was gentle with those close to him. Being with him felt effortless and light, much like her time spent with her fellow disciples at the Flower Falling Palace. Of course, I'm handsome. After all, Yi Xian joked. Enough of your flattery. Having spent so much time with you, I'll surely be punished by my master when I return. I must go now. Take care of yourself. Yi Xian, Xuan said. Xuan, do you remember? I live in Xuanqing. In 2 years, I'll return to my family. You can come visit me then. Yi Xian remarked. I'll remember. Farewell. Xuan nodded, transforming into a streak of light and vanishing into the horizon. Watching Xuan's departing figure, Yi Xian couldn't help but reveal a dreamy expression. Despite her seemingly aloof demeanor, she had exhibited a wild side in the spiritual herb garden once she let loose. Although their time together had been brief, she had shown herself to be bold and proactive, which Xuan found incredibly appealing. He wondered about Huashiman's other sisters, having heard that every disciple of the flower-falling palace was exceptional. Yet, he quickly dismissed the thought, realizing that if Huashiman caught wind of it, she would not let him off easily for being so greedy. Having already won her affections, he mused about her sisters as well. Calculating the time, he noted there were less than 2 years until he could return to his family. He already had 4 companions, yet he was still a distance away from the system's stated reward. He hoped for good fortune in the coming years, and mused that Li Xiao should be nearing childbirth soon. However, Xuan was aware that the duration of a woman's pregnancy in this world differed from that of his previous life. In his former world, pregnancies typically lasted 9 months and 10 days, but in this mystical realm, the duration varied. The better the child's spiritual roots, the longer the pregnancy lasted. Given that Li Xiao was destined to become a chaotic saintess, her child would undoubtedly possess remarkable spiritual roots. With these thoughts in mind, he set forth on a new journey. However, after walking a considerable distance, Xuan furrowed his brow, sensing several faint auras lurking about a kilometer away. "Are they trying to follow me? I've scattered your ashes," Xuan remarked coldly. Little did he know, several cultivators who couldn't enter the Tianyuan ruins were lying in wait outside, intending to follow and seize treasures from the disciples as they emerged. Upon seeing Xuan, these middle-aged cultivators felt an impulse to rob him, believing he must have acquired something extraordinary to have exited so soon. Xuan, oblivious to their intentions, continued boldly on his path. After a while, he stopped and addressed his pursuers. "You've been following me for quite some time. It's time to show yourselves." "Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh, kid, you're quite clever." As soon as Xuan finished speaking, the middle-aged cultivators who had been tracking him revealed themselves, surrounding him in an instant. Xuan had concealed his cultivation level to appear as a first-level golden core, while these middle-aged cultivators were all at the 6th or 7th level of the golden core realm. To them, Xuan was merely an insignificant insect, and they thought they could toy with him however they pleased. "Young man, surrender the fortuitous treasures obtained from the Tianyuan ruins, and I may spare your life." Otherwise, spoke a fierce-looking middle-aged man. Though his subsequent words remained unvoiced, it was clear to any sensible individual that if Xuan failed to relinquish the treasures today, his demise was all but certain. "To be frank, I have no desire to take a life. I merely wish to traverse this world, to witness its splendor, and to pursue the woman I adore, before I harbor any murderous intent." "You still have a chance to escape," Xuan calmly declared. His words were sincere, reflecting his true feelings. Xuan abhorred violence. Equipped with a branching system, his aim was simple: to embrace beautiful women who met the system's criteria, to share intimate moments, and to bear children together, thus enhancing his own strength. Therefore, he yearned for a joyous existence, shunning the tumult of conflict. Yet he was a man with principles. Should his adversaries seek self-destruction, he would reluctantly oblige. "Ha! You think you can kill us? How utterly absurd!" They scoffed, laughter echoing among the encircling middle-aged cultivators. Little did they know, they were unwittingly stepping closer to their own demise. "It seems you wish to ascend to the heavens. Allow me to assist you." Xuan's voice grew grave as he observed their reckless bravado. With a mere thought, he summoned his life-bound treasure, the Three Lives Copper Coffin. Xuan believed there was no predicament that could not be resolved with the Three Lives Copper Coffin. Utilizing it to address troubles was, in itself, a gesture of final respect toward his foes. "Oh, you wield a coffin? How amusing! They mock. One might mistake it for a funeral procession." Yet the moment Xuan uttered, "Esteemed friends, please ascend to the heavens," their laughter was abruptly silenced. As he opened the coffin, a torrent of dark demonic clouds surged forth, filled with a palpable aura of death, sweeping towards the encroaching cultivators with an overwhelming force. Not good. The cultivators' expressions shifted dramatically as they sensed the insatiable pull. They hastily attempted to resist with their powers, but the force was insurmountable. In no time, they were all drawn into the Three Lives Copper Coffin. "Senior, please spare us." "We were wrong," they pleaded as they were engulfed. "I have already granted you a chance, yet you squandered it. Not blame me for my ruthlessness. Depart with dignity," Xuan replied coldly. After uttering these words, he activated the lethal mechanism within the coffin that a cacophony of anguished screams erupted from within, only to be abruptly silenced. Once the cries faded, Xuan reopened the coffin, revealing only a pile of ashes, the souls of the cultivators obliterated. With no chance for reincarnation, Xuan shook the coffin, scattering the ashes into the air. With this task completed, he stowed away his life-bound treasure and continued his journey forward. Yes, for Yao Yi. He did not appear this time, silently shadowing Yi Xian from the shadows, ready to reveal himself at a moment's notice should Yi Xian require assistance. Meanwhile, a considerable distance away, a woman clad in a flowing red dress was fleeing in a state of disarray. Pursued closely by a group of ruthless cultivators, the woman appeared quite beleaguered, her attire stained with blood and torn in several places, her face smeared with dirt. Yet, despite her disheveled appearance, her beauty shone through. Tall and elegant, her figure might not compare favorably to that of Luo Ningxue or Hua Sherman in certain aspects, but her presence exuded an unparalleled grace that set her apart from ordinary women. Lin Wanbai, you might as well resign yourself to being captured. There's no escape for you. They taunted, every act of defiance is futile. Look at the chaos you've wrought upon your family. If you had simply complied and accepted your fate as young Master Ji's concubine, none of this would have transpired. Indeed, my master's charm is unparalleled. Should you choose to join him, you would experience a life of unending bliss. Yet here you are, leading your family to ruin. How lamentable. Upon hearing the words of these individuals, the woman known as Lin Wanbai clenched her fists tightly, her eyes shimmering with an endless cold light, particularly when a mention of her family's ruin due to her was uttered. Lin Wanbai stumbled, nearly collapsing to the ground. Lin Wanbai was originally the esteemed daughter of the Lin family in Linyuan City, possessing unparalleled beauty that could captivate a nation. The Lin family held considerable power within Linyuan City. However, not long ago, while out, Lin Wanbai caught the attention of Jida, a young master from another family. Upon beholding Lin Wanbai's exquisite beauty, Jida immediately developed an infatuation for her. He promptly sent someone to the Lin family to propose, requesting Lin Wanbai to become his concubine. Naturally, the Lin family resolutely refused this proposal, for they knew Jida all too well, a man of no merit, whose daily pursuits consisted of frequenting brothels and bullying virtuous women. The local populace spoke of Jida with clenched teeth, as many nearby women had suffered at his hands. Yet, the citizens could only curse him in silence, as the Ji family was among the most powerful in Linyuan City. Furthermore, Jida had an elder brother who was a direct disciple of the esteemed Linyuan sect, the most formidable sect in the vicinity, which deterred anyone from provoking the Ji family. Thus, the Ji family had become the undisputed tyrants of Linyuan City. The head of the Ji family doted on his son Jida immensely, turning a blind eye to his son's notorious exploits. After the Lin family rejected Jida's advances, the Ji family sent a host of formidable warriors to the Lin residence, declaring that any woman Jida desired must be given to him, with no option for refusal. The head of the Lin family, upon hearing this, was incensed, vowing that he would rather die than cast his daughter into the flames of despair. In response to this defiance, the Ji family's cultivators erupted into a fierce confrontation with the Lin family. Ultimately, it was only through the desperate struggle of Lin Wanbai's parents that she was able to escape. However, her parents and the entire Lin family perished tragically in Linyuan City. Ji family, I will ensure that you pay for this 1,000-fold. Lin Wanbai vowed silently, her fists clenched as she resolved to survive. Otherwise, her parents would have died in vain. With great effort, she stifled her breath and continued to flee, fully aware that if the Ji family's members captured her, her fate would be worse than death. Such audacity! Upon witnessing Lin Wanbai's flight, the Ji family cultivators revealed icy expressions and continued their pursuit. Meanwhile, on another front, Yi Xian moved swiftly, advancing forward. After covering some distance, he paused, remarking, "This place is quite pleasant. I shall rest here before resuming my journey." He leaned back against a large tree, preparing to take a respite while enjoying the surrounding scenery. For Yi Xian, few pleasures surpassed sitting back to admire the landscape or exploring life with beautiful women. However, just as he settled down to rest, a figure suddenly darted towards him. This apparition was a woman clad in a flowing red dress, exuding an exceptional aura that Yi Xian found even more captivating than the likes of a Xiao, Luo Ningxu, Princess Jingyan, and Hua Sherman whom he had previously encountered. This red-dressed woman was none other than the fleeing Lin Wanbai. Upon reaching Yi Xian's side, she uttered, "Senior, please save me." With that, she collapsed to the ground, unconscious. "Hey, miss." Observing Lin Wanbai's sudden collapse beside him, Yi Xian furrowed his brow and hurried to her side. Yet Lin Wanbai remained unresponsive, her consciousness lost. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Wanbai had managed to escape for so long solely due to her indomitable will, achieving what seemed miraculous. Otherwise, she would never have reached this point. What has transpired? She appears gravely injured, though not fatally, Yi Xian murmured to himself after assessing Lin Wanbai's condition. Just as he pondered this, a flurry of sounds erupted, followed by dozens of figures encircling Yi Xian. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he understood that Lin Wanbai's injuries were the handiwork of this group. "Who are you, boy?" one of the Ji family cultivators inquired, noticing the young man beside Lin Wanbai. "Who I am is of no concern to you," Yi Xian replied coldly. He had no desire to meddle in affairs that did not concern him. Yet the dire condition of this young woman compelled him to act. Otherwise, she might face grave danger. Although Yi Xian was often perceived as cold-hearted, he was not one to turn a blind eye to suffering. To save a life is more virtuous than building a pagoda of 7 stories. Moreover, at the moment Lin Wanbai collapsed, Yi Xian detected a glimmer of desperation in her eyes, akin to a dying person grasping for a lifeline. A clear manifestation of her hope for survival. "I advise you not to interfere. The matters of the Ji family are beyond your capacity to manage. Hand over this girl, and perhaps you may spare your life. Otherwise, there will be no mercy," the leading Ji family cultivator warned sternly. "Enough of this nonsense. Lao Yao, handle them," Yi Xian commanded, his brow furrowing at the threat. He despised being coerced, especially by a group pursuing a single woman. Their shameful behavior only fueled his ire. With his words, Yao Yi, the dog of the king, swiftly appeared before Yi Xian. After a year of cultivation, Yao Yi had reached the 2nd level of the nascent soul stage, and he felt immense gratitude towards Yi Xian, knowing that without him, he might still be trapped at the 9th level of the golden core stage. He would follow Yi Xian's orders unconditionally. "Young Master Yi, what are we to do? Erase all traces?" Yao Yi asked. "Absolutely. Against our enemies, obliterating all traces is the only option," Yi Xian affirmed. "Understood." Yao Yi nodded and charged toward the Ji family pursuers. "You are a senior of the nascent soul stage? You cannot kill me. We are cultivators of the Ji family in Lingyuan City." Upon sensing Yao Yi's powerful aura, the Ji family pursuers' faces paled. For most of them were only at the foundation establishment stage, with only 2 possessing golden core cultivation. Against such an opponent, a single thought from Yao Yi could annihilate a multitude. Yet regrettably for them, pleas for mercy would avail them nothing. Yao Yi would not entertain any distractions. His principle was singular. He would comply with whatever Yi Xian commanded. Other matters were of no concern to him. The affairs of the Ji family or the family held no relevance to him whatsoever. Soon, a cacophony of anguished cries filled the AI. Yi Xian paid no heed to the chaos. Instead, he swiftly lifted the unconscious Lin Wanbai and hurried away to a distant location. Yi Xian was acutely aware that lurking behind the pursuit of Lin Wanbai could be formidable adversaries. This venture into the unknown was reliant solely on his own abilities, and he recognized that rescuing someone in a realm of fantasy could entail life-threatening risks. An hour later, Yi Xian had relocated to a safer haven. Upon reaching this new sanctuary, he gently laid Lin Wanbai down and retrieved some spiritual herb from his storage ring to concoct a potion for replenishing energy and healing wounds. After preparing the elixir, he administered it to Lin Wanbai, confident that it would alleviate her condition. Subsequently, he kindled a campfire nearby and waited for another hour to tea that moment. Lin Wanbai let out a soft whimper and opened her beautiful eyes. As she regained consciousness, her strikingly handsome visage came into view, a sight that would stir the heart of any woman. A gentle voice emerged. "You are awake. Did you save me, esteemed senior?" Lin Wanbai exclaimed. her heart swelling with gratitude upon realizing her safety. Her memories were fragmented. She only recalled calling for help as she fainted beside a young man. Now, it was evident that this dashing figure had come to her rescue. "Indeed, you fainted, so I assisted you," Xuan replied, nodding. "Thank you for saving my life, esteemed senior. Please accept me as your disciple. I, Wanbai, vow to serve you faithfully," Lin Wanbai declared, kneeling before him with sincerity etched on her face. "Accept you as a disciple?" Xuan felt somewhat awkward, for his own cultivation was not particularly advanced. Ding! Side quest activated. Do not accept Lin Wanbai as a disciple. However, agree to teach her cultivation techniques to empower her for family vengeance. Upon avenging, the host may then take her as a disciple, and upon completion, the host will be rewarded with the supreme alchemy technique. The system informed Xuan. Upon hearing the system's pronouncement, Xuan comprehended that Lin Wanbai was identified by the system as a potential partner. "Lin Wanbai, let me clarify. First, I am not a senior. You may call me young Master Yi. Secondly, I will not take you as a disciple, but what?" Lin Wanbai asked, her anxiety palpable. She knew she was cornered, with the Ji family's cultivators surely searching for her. The Ji family was formidable, and her only hope lay with Xuan. "However, I can teach you cultivation techniques to make you stronger, but I have one condition," Xuan stated. "Thank you, young Master Yi. What is the condition?" Lin Wanbai inquired eagerly, her beautiful eyes fixed on him. She believed she could meet any condition he set, as long as it meant she would not be captured by the Ji family's cultivators. "I haven't fully decided yet. We can discuss it after you exact your vengeance. There's a waterfall nearby. You should wash up and change in a fresh attire," Xuan advised, of course, young master. "Thank you." Lin Wanbai nodded. She was willing to comply with anything that would enable her to grow stronger and avenge her family, and she headed off to cleanse herself. Before long, Lin Wanbai reappeared before Xuan. At that moment, the blood and grime had been washed away, revealing a countenance that could captivate countless hearts. Dressed in a flowing red gown, her aura was unparalleled, reminiscent of a celestial sword maiden, imbued with an air of invincibility. What a stunning presence! Xuan gazed at the ethereal beauty of Lin Wanbai, momentarily entranced, though she may not possess the voluptuousness of others like Luo Ningxiu. Her grace was unmatched and far superior to that of Jiang Qingyan and Luo Ningxue. Why, Xuan had to concede that such an exquisite temperament in a woman held an irresistible allure for men, akin to that of a newlywed bride. Feeling the weight of Xuan's gaze, Lin Wanbai shyly lowered her head, her fingers nervously fidgeting with the hem of her garment, overwhelmed by the attention. Yet, Xuan, upon observing her, deduced the essence of Lin Wanbai's tragic background. "Wanbai, from this day forth, you shall train diligently by my side. I hope you strive earnestly to confront your enemies," Xuan declared. "Young Master Yi, I will," Lin Wanbai responded, as the topic of her foes arose. A fierce glint ignited in her eyes. She could not forget the harrowing sight of her parents' demise in a pool of blood. All for her sake. This vendetta would be repaid 1,000-fold, and she would ensure the Ji family paid a heavy price, particularly for the instigator. Jita, she vowed to dismember Jikong. Your current cultivation is at the 8th level of the Foundation Establishment realm. Focus on enhancing your strength first. Once you reach the Golden Core realm, I will teach you a sword technique, Xuan instructed. "Yes, young Master Yi." Lin Wanbai nodded in agreement. Xuan then produced a plethora of spiritual herbs capable of facilitating breakthroughs in cultivation. Upon seeing the abundance of herbs before her, Lin Wanbai's eyes sparkled with excitement. Though the Lin family had once been a respectable clan in Lingyuan City, she knew they could never amass such a wealth of spiritual herbs at once. If you refine and absorb these herbs, you should be able to break through to the Golden Core realm. Xuan explained that he understood that the technique he practiced, the 10,000 swords returned to one, was a celestial-grade cultivation method. Allowing Lin Wanbai to train in it prematurely would be unwise, as it demanded a rich concentration of true essence. "Young Master Yi, this is far too precious," Lin Wanbai exclaimed upon witnessing the rare spiritual herbs. Though she yearned to enhance her cultivation, she felt unworthy of such generosity from Xuan. whom she had only recently met. Wanbai, remember, your priority now is to cultivate and seek revenge, that I am investing in your growth, because I foresee a future where you will be of service to me. Begin your training, Yi Xian said earnestly. His words rang true. His unreserved assistance to Lin Wanbai was indeed driven by his own aspirations. There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Upon hearing Yi Xian's declaration, Lin Wanbai knelt before him and said, "Thank you, young Master Yi. Once I have avenged my family, I will do everything in my power to fulfill your wishes and never betray your expectations." Lin Wanbai's words resonated with strength and conviction. She understood that a drop of kindness should be repaid with a fountain of gratitude. It is in the most challenging times that one truly comprehends the value of those who extend a helping hand. "Rise, for you must no longer kneel so casually," Yi Xian urged as he assisted Lin Wanbai to her feet. "I understand, my lord," she replied with a nod. Following Yi Xian's guidance, she settled into a meditative posture on the ground and began her cultivation. Yi Xian, too, entered a state of training. Though his progress was slow without the aid of the system, he remained diligent, knowing that perseverance could compensate for his shortcomings. As time passed, half a month slipped by. Lin Wanbai's cultivation reached the 9th level of the foundation establishment realm. However, despair clouded her heart. She felt tantalizingly close to breaking through to the golden core realm, yet always just out of reach. It was akin to a couple playing a game, where the wife senses she is on the verge of a breakthrough, only to be disheartened when the husband falters at the critical moment. The frustration was almost unbearable. "My lord, I feel like a failure. No matter how hard I try, I cannot ascend to the golden core realm. I am unworthy of the precious elixirs you have provided." Lin Wanbai lamented. "Wanbai, you are not a failure. Your fixation on vengeance has hindered your ability to find peace within. Remember, a gentleman's revenge is not to be rushed. The foremost priority is to elevate your cultivation. Without formidable strength, all your plans are in vain. Set aside thoughts of revenge for now, and strive for harmony of spirit, energy, and mind," Yi Xian advised. Though he was not yet a master, he possessed some experience in cultivation, having once faced similar dilemmas. "Understood," Lin Wanbai affirmed, nodding earnestly. Heeding Yi Xian's counsel, she cast aside thoughts of revenge and focused on unifying her spirit and energy. In doing so, she finally shattered the barriers preventing her ascent to the golden core realm. With a resounding crack, her cultivation surged from the 9th level of foundation establishment to the golden core realm. After a breakthrough, a multitude of sword energies swirled around Lin Wanbai, transforming her into a radiant sword, transcending the ordinary. What is that? The celestial sword body. Remarkable! To break through to the golden core realm and awaken such a physique. Yi Xian mused in astonishment upon witnessing her transformation. He considered that once she had avenged herself, he would take her home to start a family, leaving the battles to him. After all, men are meant to bear the weight of the world. Once her breakthrough was complete, Lin Wanbai reigned in her aura and opened her eyes. At that moment, her presence seemed even more extraordinary. Clad in a flowing red gown, she appeared as a celestial sword maiden. "My lord, I have truly succeeded. Thank you for your guidance." Lin Wanbai expressed her heartfelt gratitude, aware that without Yi Xian's intervention, she might have met a dire fate at the hands of Ji Kong. "This is all a result of your own efforts, Wanbai. Now, gather your belongings, for I wish to visit a nearby city. I plan to acquire some formation tools, and I will teach you both formation techniques and swordsmanship. Once you master these arts, you will be ready to seek vengeance in Linyuan City," Yi Xian declared. He was aware that the head of the Ji family had attained the 8th level of the Golden Core realm, relying heavily on Ji Kong, the eldest son of the Linyuan sect, who was currently away. If Lin Wanbai could elevate her cultivation to the 3rd level of the Golden Core realm or higher, and he imparted the 10,000 swords returning to the sect and killing formation techniques to her, she would undoubtedly have the power to obliterate the Ji family. In truth, Yi Xian could have annihilated the Ji family himself, but it was Wanbai's inner demons that needed addressing. Only by resolving them could she be free from their grasp. "Yes, my lord," Lin Wanbai replied, gathering her belongings. In that moment, she resembled a country girl, yet her extraordinary aura remained unmistakable. This won't do. Your presence is too striking. You will attract attention on the streets. I must devise a way to disguise your aura. Ah, I've got it. Let us create some bandit masks, Xuan exclaimed suddenly. Drawing on his past experiences with numerous dramas, he recalled that wearing such masks often rendered one unrecognizable. Soon, 2 bandit masks were crafted. Try it on, Xuan instructed. Lin Wanbai nodded and donned the mask. Upon seeing the transformed Lin Wanbai, Xuan was momentarily taken aback. While others wore bandit masks to instill fear, Lin Wanbai's appearance evoked an instinctive desire to whisk her away and start a family. In that instant, Xuan realized that while one could conceal their appearance, the essence of a person's character could never truly be hidden. This will suffice, he decided, then summoned the Three Lives Bronze Coffin. Hoisting it onto his shoulder, "My lord, what an unusual style you have. Quite unique," Lin Wanbai remarked, astonished to see Xuan carrying a bronze coffin. "Your lord is proficient in both joyous and somber occasions. Should we encounter any trouble, I shall send them on their final journey," Xuan replied, and together they made their way to the nearest city. After 2 hours, they arrived within the city walls. Upon seeing Xuan in his bandit mask, shouldering a massive bronze coffin, many people instinctively kept their distance, for he indeed exuded a certain bandit-like aura. Once inside the city, Xuan purchased numerous formation tools and treated Lin Wanbai to the finest delicacies, including abalone from the renowned Lin Fairy's stall, an exquisite sight on the street, rich yet not greasy, an absolute delight. Having dined to their heart's content, Xuan and Lin Wanbai sought a quiet place. Now, prepare to cultivate the 10,000 swords returning to the sect. This technique is part of the celestial sword art. When unleashed, it manifests as a myriad of swords paying homage to their master. Akin to a grand ritual before a divine entity, the sword strikes are relentless, emanating a powerful aura that transforms the user into a wisp of smoke, scattering energy in all directions. An array of swords whirls like a tempest, creating a breathtaking spectacle. The core principles of the 10,000 swords returning to the sect are encapsulated in 4 phrases. All chi arises naturally, swords pierce through voids, return to the essence of martial arts. And the sect's teachings endure, mastered to perfection. This technique can render every flower and blade of grass as a sword. Xuan elucidated the concepts with great eloquence. Beside him, Lin Wanbai listened intently, absorbed in the discourse. Once Xuan concluded his explanation, Lin Wanbai began her cultivation. Simultaneously, Xuan entered into a state of meditation himself. As he demonstrated the sword techniques to Lin Wanbai, his own understanding of the art deepened significantly. He then produced a considerable amount of spiritual herbs and commenced his cultivation. After several days of relentless effort, Xuan finally managed to arduously break through to the 7th level of the Golden Core realm. Upon achieving this breakthrough, Xuan exhaled a long breath of stale air, feeling a mix of relief and frustration. Without the aid of a system, his advancement was painfully slow. However, at that moment, Lin Wanbai, having mastered the technique of 10,000 swords returning to the sect, seemed to flourish, as if the technique were tailor-made for her. Observing the surging sword energy emanating from Lin Wanbai, Xuan could not help but nod in appreciation. It must be said that Lin Wanbai's prowess in the sword arts was indeed commendable. In just a few days, she had successfully cultivated the 10,000 swords returning to the sect. "Wanbai, take a moment to rest. Afterward, I shall teach you the formation techniques," Xuan suggested. "Yes, young master," Lin Wanbai nodded, moving to sit beside him. The two settled down on the ground to recuperate. After a brief respite, Xuan began to instruct Lin Wanbai in the intricacies of formations. Though she excelled in swordsmanship, Lin Wanbai appeared somewhat out of her depth when it came to formations. "Wanbai, your posture is incorrect. When setting up a formation, your speed must be swift, and you must channel your entire essence. Otherwise, in a duel with an adversary, you may find yourself defeated before you can even establish your formation." Xuan admonished that, "I understand, young master." Upon hearing Xuan's guidance, Lin Wanbai adjusted her posture accordingly. After making the necessary changes, she discovered that she could finally set up some minor formations. "Yes, that is more like it." At this pace, in a month's time, we shall be ready to venture to Lingyuan City, Yi Xian remarked, nodding in approval as Lin Wanbai began to grasp the nuances of formation techniques. Lin Wanbai, upon receiving Yi Xian's commendation, allowed a rare smile to grace her lips, a smile that could captivate nations and stir emotions. Yet, the thought of her parents' tragic demise soon clouded her heart with sorrow. Wanbai, I can empathize with your feelings, but death cannot be reversed. All you can do is live well and seek vengeance for your loved ones, Yi Xian encouraged. Young master, I understand, Lin Wanbai replied, her determination unwavering. In the following month, Yi Xian and Lin Wanbai continued their cultivation together. Through their diligent practice and the consumption of countless spiritual herbs, Lin Wanbai's cultivation progressed from the first to the fourth level of the Golden Core realm. One morning, Lin Wanbai eagerly approached Yi Xian. Young master, do you think with my current strength, I could defeat someone at the 8th level of the Golden Core realm? She inquired. Naturally, it is possible, though it may require considerable effort. Yi Xian replied. That is sufficient. I shall seek revenge and obliterate the Ji family, Lin Wanbai declared fiercely, her aura thick with murderous intent. Let us go. I shall accompany you to Lingyuan City. Yi Xian nodded in agreement. Thus, Yi Xian and Lin Wanbai set forth toward Lingyuan City. The city was not far from their location, and after several hours, they arrived. Lingyuan City remained bustling and vibrant, seemingly unaffected by the fall of the Lin family. However, as Lin Wanbai walked through the streets, a profound sense of desolation enveloped her, for everything felt alien and devoid of familiar faces. Only memories lingered, memories that brought pain to Ji family. You could not have anticipated my return. Today marks your doomsday, Lin Wanbai hissed as she stood before the Ji family estate. Yet her primary target was Jida, the architect of her family's downfall. With a determined leap, Lin Wanbai bounded toward Jida's quarters. Yi Xian, however, remained at a distance, choosing not to intervene unless a more formidable opponent appeared. In no time, Lin Wanbai arrived at a courtyard. Upon entering, her brow furrowed as peculiar sounds of a woman's voice and playful noises reached her ears from within. She understood immediately that Jida was once again tormenting another woman. Without hesitation, she approached the door and kicked it open with force. As the door swung wide, an embarrassing scene unfolded before her eyes. A young man and a woman were engrossed in a rather intimate engagement, clearly lost in a game of cosplay. Had Yi Xian witnessed this scene, he would have been all too familiar with it. The young man, who was currently preoccupied, was none other than Jida, the very person Lin Wanbai yearned to eliminate, the executioner responsible for her family's demise. Initially, Jida was in high spirits, reveling in his pleasures, but his expression darkened the moment he heard an intrusion. Who dares interrupt me? Did I not make it clear that I should not be disturbed while I am occupied? Jida growled, his temper flaring. He assumed it was merely a family member interrupting his enjoyment. Jida, Lin Wanbai's voice rang out, laden with an inexorable killing intent. Upon hearing the voice of a woman, Jida's demeanor shifted, his attention snapping to the doorway. The next moment, disbelief washed over his face. Lin Wanbai. Initially, Jida was struck by incredulity, feeling as though he were ensnared in a dream. He had sent many out to find Lin Wanbai. Yet for 2 months, she had vanished without a trace, as if she had never existed. Today, however, he could scarcely believe she had walked right into his midst. Lin Wanbai, I have been searching for you relentlessly these past few months. Who would have thought you would deliver yourself right into my hands? Today, I shall make you my plaything, and we shall indulge in an experience of fire and ice, and soar like dragons in the sky. Upon confirming that the exquisite, ethereal figure before him was indeed Lin Wanbai, Jida was engulfed in excitement. In that moment, Jida felt his desire surging, as if he were a long-separated lover, finally reuniting with his beloved. You brought ruin upon my family. Today, I shall shatter you into 1,000 pieces. Lin Wanbai's voice was as cold as ice. Ha! Lin Wanbai, I thought you would have gained some insight in these 2 months. Jida retorted that I never expected you to remain so obstinately unyielding. Yet matters not. I possess an unparalleled understanding of your kind. Women, initially, you were desperate to end your existence, but in the end, it is you who clings to me, yearning for my affection. Look at her. When I first captured her, she was utterly intent on dying. Yet now, she complies with my every whim. Upon hearing Lin Wanbai's words, Jida erupted into hearty laughter. It is fair to say that after years of profound study of women, Jida has come to comprehend their nature exceedingly well. Humph, even when faced with death, she still dares to dream. Prepare to meet your end. Lin Wanbai's voice was as cold as ice. The vengeance for the annihilation of my clan surpasses even the heavens. Hey, as Lin Wanbai's words fell, a terrifying aura erupted from her, crashing directly toward Jida. You foolish woman. Today, I shall make you mine. Witnessing Lin Wanbai's offensive, Jida retaliated without hesitation. Although Jida indulges daily in the pleasures of life, her innate talent is formidable. She has already reached the 9th level of the Foundation Establishment realm. However, to Lin Wanbai, Jida's current prowess is akin to that of a weakling. When their attacks collided, Jida's assault was as futile as an egg striking a rock, shattering instantly. You possess the cultivation of the nascent soul realm. Upon witnessing her attack being so effortlessly crushed, Jida's complexion turned ashen. She abruptly realized that she had grossly underestimated Lin Wanbai. It was evident that Lin Wanbai had come prepared. You are correct. Brace yourself for a punishment of 1,000 cuts. Lin Wanbai stepped forward with determination. As her words echoed, she unleashed the oppressive force of her golden core realm, ensnaring Jida, rendering her immobile. Help! Someone save me! In that moment, Jida comprehended that her life was in jeopardy. Consequently, she cried out for assistance. Having previously dismissed the cultivators surrounding her to avoid interference in her amusement, as Jida's voice faded, a contingent of Ji family's guards rushed forth with great fervor. Upon arrival, they beheld their young master being manhandled by Lin Wanbai as if he were a mere rag doll. Lin Wanbai, release my young master, the captain of the guards commanded sternly. Release him? Do you truly believe that is possible? This dagger is meant for my mother, Lin Wanbai retorted with a chilling smile. Plunging the dagger into Jida's chest, as the dagger emerged, a fountain of blood erupted forth. Help me! Jida screamed in a manner reminiscent of a slaughtered pea. In that moment, she was utterly terrified. Miss Lin, let us speak amicably. The guards found themselves at a loss, uncertain of how to proceed, for their young master was indeed in Lin Wanbai's grasp. Should they rashly intervene, it might provoke Lin Wanbai to hasten their young master's demise. Lin Wanbai disregarded the captain's pleas and continued to stab Jida with the dagger. This blade is for my father. This blade is for my second uncle. This blade is for my second mother. With each thrust, Lin Wanbai uttered a name. In a short span, Jida's body became a gruesome mess, bloodied and unrecognizable. Yet none of Lin Wanbai's strikes were fatal, and thus Jida remained alive. Miss Lin, I was wrong. Spare me this once, and I shall reform my ways. Jida coughed, blood spilling from her lips. She was genuinely terrified, sensing her life force gradually waning. Was it a mistake? Does that matter? Can you resurrect my parents? Lin Wanbai bellowed in fury. Miss Lin, you must understand the influence my elder brother wields within the Linyuan sect. Moreover, there is currently an elder of the Linyuan sect in my family. If you spare me, I can plead for leniency, and they will not harm you, Jida implored. Lin Wanbai chuckled, her laughter resounding loudly and unabashedly. The captain of the Ji family's guard had initially thought he could intimidate Lin Wanbai. Yet he was oblivious to the fact that she was not one to be easily intimidated. Threaten me. Do you believe that will work? Not even the King of Heaven could intervene. Next, I shall sever the root of your malice, ensuring you can never commit evil again in your next life. Lin Wanbai coldly proclaimed. As her words fell, the dagger aimed for Jida's most sensitive area. No. Stop. Upon witnessing Lin Wanbai's actions, Jida shrieked in terror, while the captain's expression shifted drastically. A man's vitality is tied to his essence. If severed, to live would be akin to a fate worse than death. Crack. However, this threat proved futile. With a resounding crack, Jida lost that which he held most dear, rendering him incapable of inflicting harm upon any woman ever again. Jida fainted entirely. Quickly, summon the patriarch. The guard captain was drenched in cold sweat, never having imagined that Lin Wanbai would be so fearless. Following through on her threats without hesitation, a Sjita lay unconscious. Lin Wanbai ensured he would not easily slip into oblivion. Channeling her true essence, she infused it into Jida's body, reviving him. Moments later, Jida awakened, but he was in such a state of agony that he was barely alive, having lost a significant amount of blood. How does it feel? Quite painful, I presume. This is the sensation you inflicted upon my family when you murdered them. Now, you shall experience it yourself. A cruel smile graced Lin Wanbai's lips. Lin Wanbai, my family will not spare you, Jida rasped defiantly, coughing blood. Oh, is that so? Then you may take your leave first, Lin Wanbai replied coldly. With her words spoken, she thrust the dagger into Jida's heart. Cough, cough. As the dagger pierced his heart, Jida collapsed into a pool of blood, convulsing once before lying utterly still that it was evident he had perished beyond revival. After Jida's demise, Lin Wanbai severed his head and wrapped it in cloth, intending to use it as a sacrificial offering for her parents. Upon witnessing their young master slain, the guards of the Ji family were filled with rage. Young master, kill her. No, capture her alive, the captain commanded. Kill. In an instant, the guard charged at Lin Wanbai with vengeful intent. You shall accompany your young master, Lin Wanbai declared coldly as she faced the advancing guards. All swords returned to their origin. In the next moment, Lin Wanbai unleashed the celestial level technique, 10,000 swords returning to the sect. Upon its execution, a terrifying wave of sword energy, crafted from pure essence, surged forth, striking the guards before her. Faced with this overwhelming force, the guards found themselves utterly powerless to resist, each one pierced through by the lethal sword chi, collapsing to the ground with wretched cries. After vanquishing the guards, Lin Wanbai, carrying the severed head of Jida, made her way towards the main hall of the Ji family. Meanwhile, within the main hall, an atmosphere of tranquility prevailed. Laughter and music filled the air as Jijun, the head of the Ji family, along with several elders, including Elder Tang Yuan from the Lin Yuan sect, reveled in the performances of beautiful dancers before them. Their spirits were high, particularly Tang Yuan, who was flanked by two charming women. Recently married, a sight he greatly favored. Unlike younger maidens, Tang Yuan preferred the company of mature women who had just entered matrimony on this trip. Having passed through Lin Yuan City on business, he decided to visit the Ji family for a few days of leisure. Haha, Ji family head, I foresee great fortune for your clan. Ji Kong is truly exceptional within the Lin Yuan sect. At this rate, he may well lead the entire sect in the future. You have raised a remarkable son. Lin family head, Tang Yuan remarked, his hands playfully roaming over the two women beside him, embodying the epitome of enjoyment. Him. This was the essence of life, far superior to the austere cultivation within his sect. Where such indulgences would lead to severe reprimands, here, however, he felt unrestrained. It is all thanks to Kong's efforts. As his father, I have done little, Ji Jun replied, a smile blooming on his face, akin to a flower. His heart swelling with pride at Tang Yuan's praise. Just then, a guard from the Ji family burst into the hall, panic etched across his face. Family head, something terrible has happened. What is it? Can't you see we have guests? Ji Jun scolded, frowning at the guard's disarray, as he found it hard to believe anything of significance could befall the Ji family, especially with Ji Kong, the most talented prodigy of the Lin Yuan sect. In their midst, family head, second young master. The guard stammered, clearly overwhelmed by Ji Jun's imposing presence. Speak, what has happened to Ji Jun pressed, his brow furrowing at the guard's hesitation. Although he knew his son was somewhat lacking, he could not bear to see him wronged. He has been killed. The guard finally mustered the courage to declare. What? Has been killed? Upon hearing this, Ji Jun sprang to his feet, an aura of unimaginable fury emanating from him, casting a shadow over the entire room. Tang Yuan, too, withdrew his wandering hands, directing his gaze towards the trembling guard, who was now cowering on the ground. Quaking in fear is that so? The guard nodded, barely able to speak under the oppressive atmosphere. Where is the now? Who is responsible for this? Ji Jun's face hardened as he demanded answers that the guard struggled to articulate. nearly paralyzed by the palpable killing intent. It was I who did it. A melodic voice interrupted, and in the next moment, a figure appeared at the entrance of the hall, clad in a striking red gown. She exuded beauty and an unparalleled grace, with a formidable sword intent swirling around her, as if she were born for battle. Recognizing her instantly, Jun's expression turned icy as he identified Lin Wanbai, who, notably, was carrying a severed head, blood dripping from it. His heart sank as he realized it was the head of his son. Lin Wanbai, you are the one who killed my son. Jun's voice was frigid. Each word spat through clenched teeth, his rage palpable. Had looks the power to kill, Lin Wanbai would have perished countless times over. The enmity of a ruined clan cannot go unavenged. Today, you shall all perish. Lin Wanbai proclaimed, her voice as cold as ice, the sword chi around her intensifying ominously. Foolish and reckless. Elders, eliminate her. Jun commanded, his tone brooking no dissent. Wait, Tang Yuan interjected calmly after Jun's command. What is your wish, Elder Tang? Jun inquired. It would be a pity to kill such a stunning beauty immediately. Let us capture her alive and have some fun before disposing of her. To kill her outright would be too lenient, Tang Yuan suggested nonchalantly. Very well. We shall heed Elder Tang's counsel. Capture her alive, and we shall enjoy her company first. Jun agreed, finding wisdom in Tang Yuan's words. With that, the four elders of the Ji family swiftly advanced towards Lin Wanbai, their formidable energies converging into a powerful wave point. 10,000 swords returning to the sect. Lin Wanbai unleashed her full strength, releasing the technique without reservation. Countless sword energies surged forth, crashing towards the four elders in an instant. Their attacks were obliterated by the terrifying sword chi, which then hurtled towards them with lethal intent. Not good. Realizing their efforts had been so easily thwarted, the elders' faces paled as they retreated hastily. Sensing the rising danger, Jun bellowed, "You dare!" His voice echoed through the space. Yet Lin Wanbai paid him no heed. Directing her sword chi unrelentingly towards the four elders. The hall was filled with screams as the sword chi pierced through the elders, sending them crashing to the ground, groaning in agony, though they did not perish instantly. It was evident that their condition was dire. You seek death. Upon witnessing Lin Wanbai's formidable strike that gravely injured four elders, Jun let out a furious roar. With his anger unleashed, Jun leaped forth, landing directly before Lin Wanbai, and delivered a powerful palm strike aimed at her. This blow was imbued with an exceedingly terrifying force, as a practitioner of the 8th level of the Golden Core stage. Jun's strength was undeniably formidable. The very air trembled as he unleashed a strike. Heavenly Sword Formation. Activate. Sensing the dreadfulness of the attack, Lin Wanbai's Heavenly Sword body surged into action, conjuring a series of array tools in her hands. The technique of 10,000 swords returning to one was executed, a secret taught to her by Xuan. By merging formation and sword techniques, its power surged exponentially. In an instant, the terrifying palm imprint collided with the Heavenly Sword Formation, producing a deafening roar that shook the entire hall. Countless plants and trees in the vicinity were instantly reduced to splinters. After a violent clash, Jun's palm imprint shattered with a thunderous sound, and the ensuing sword energy surged toward him. Enough. At that moment, the powerful Yuan Ing expert Tang Yuan coldly interjected, unleashing an overwhelming pressure characteristic of the Yuan Ing realm. This pressure spread. Lin Wanbai's formidable sword energy instantly dissipated into the void. Simultaneously, a wave of terrifying might surged toward Lin Wanbai. Faced with this oppressive force, she found herself utterly defenseless, letting out a muffled groan as she was propelled backward several hundred meters. Poof! Once Lin Wanbai regained her footing, she coughed up a mouthful of blood. As for Jun, he was drenched in cold sweat, acutely aware that had it not been for Tang Yuan's intervention, he would likely be critically injured by now. Thank you, Elder Tang. This Lin Wanbai is truly formidable. Her sword techniques are intertwined with formations. Had he not intervened, I would have certainly suffered grave injuries. Jun expressed his gratitude. It is of no consequence. Your Ji family is allied with our Lin Yuan sect. We share both glory and misfortune. Were I to refrain from acting today, Ji Kong would undoubtedly hold me accountable in the future. Tang Yuan replied, waving his hand dismissively. He then leaped toward Lin Wanbai, whose complexion had turned slightly pale. Confronted by the terrifying aura radiating from Tang Yuan, Lin Wanbai felt utterly powerless in that moment. She truly comprehended the overwhelming disparity in their realms, which could easily crush one's spirit. I feel so powerless. It seems I am truly destined to perish, Lin Wanbai murmured. However, fear did not grip her heart. She had already avenged herself on the true culprit. The only regret lingering within her was her inability to repay Yi Xian's kindness. Young master, I can only repay your kindness in the next life. She lamented softly, but just then, a chilling voice, as frigid as the very essence of the heavens, echoed through the air. Dare to touch the woman under my protection, and you shall see your end. With these words, a figure appeared before Lin Wanbai in an instant. This figure exuded an unparalleled charm, standing like a celestial being gracing the earth. Upon his arrival, Lin Wanbai felt an immense relief wash over her. This young man, of course, was Yi Xian. Originally, Yi Xian had no intention of intervening in the feud between Lin Wanbai and the Ji family, preferring that she resolve her own conflicts. However, the moment Tang Yuan acted, Yi Xian could not remain passive. How could he allow anyone to harm the woman he treasured? After all, he had yet to complete the task assigned by the system. Wanbai, handle your grievances. I shall take care of this man. Yi Xian instructed Lin Wanbai. Yes, young master, thank you. Lin Wanbai nodded, her eyes glistening with tears. Yet, she was not one to dwell on sentimentality, quickly wiping away her tears and striding towards Ji Jiyun that moment. A terrifying aura of murderous intent surged from the vicinity of Yi Xian and Tang Yuan, causing the very fabric of the void to tremble with a cacophony of sounds. You have audaciously defied me. You should be aware that this territory, spanning several hundred miles, falls under the jurisdiction of our Lin Yuan sect, Tang Yuan proclaimed coldly. Due to the indistinct nature of Yi Xian's cultivation, Tang Yuan could not fully ascertain his strength. He sensed that Yi Xian's cultivation was merely at the golden core stage. Yet the ability to withstand the pressure of a Yuaning expert was indicative of his extraordinary nature. Does that concern me? Yi Xian replied nonchalantly upon hearing Tang Yuan extol the might of the Lin Yuan sect. It does not concern you, but you have provoked me, and that involves the Lin Yuan sect. I harbor no enmity towards you, yet I implore you to withdraw swiftly, lest you face death. Tang Yuan stated matter-of-factly. Though his tone was calm, a palpable aura of menace radiated from him. The murderous intent of a Yuaning expert was undeniably formidable and terrifying. While I bear no animosity towards you, Lin Wanbai is the girl I protect. Should you seek to harm her, it is an affront to me that I make this clear. If you wish to live, depart now. Otherwise, I shall show no mercy. Yi Xian declared. As he uttered these words, the very essence of the surrounding spiritual energy quaked violently. The murderous intent swirled, colliding with the attack emanating from Tang Yuan. It seems you are intent on courting death. Very well. I shall grant you that wish. Tang Yuan seethed, incensed by Yi Xian's defiance, in his eyes, as an elder of the Lin Yuan sect, despite being merely an outer court elder. He held a position of authority, and thus, anyone should show him a modicum of respect. Yet here stood a mere boy, likely still in his youth, openly threatening him, a notion Tang Yuan found utterly intolerable. As Tang Yuan finished speaking, a spear materialized in his grasp, exuding an aura of chilling authority, and it hurtled toward Yi Xian. Meanwhile, Lin Wanbai had approached the Ji family patriarch. Miss Lin, you cannot kill me. The events of the past were merely a misunderstanding. With Dai dead, your vengeance has been fulfilled. Do not let it extend to my family. Ji Jun pleaded desperately. His singular aim was to buy time, hoping that Tang Yuan would eliminate Yi Xian before coming to his rescue. In that moment, Lin Wanbai, wielding her full power, was truly formidable. He was no match for her. Not harm innocents. Then why did your Ji family annihilate my entire Lin family? Why? Lin Wanbai demanded, her voice resonating with fury. Caught off guard by her question, Ji Jun found himself at a loss for words. Answering such a query was an insurmountable challenge, since you cannot provide an explanation. "Then you shall die," Lin Wanbai spoke in a low voice, then unleashed the myriad swords returning to their origin and the heavenly sword formation, charging towards Ji. In no time, Lin Wanbai and Ji Jun were engaged in fierce combat. After Lin Wanbai clashed with Ji Jun, the battle between Yi Xian and Tang Yuan had reached a fever pitch. This moment, Tang Yuan, wielding a spear, rapidly thrust it towards Yi Xian's body. The distance between them diminished swiftly. 10 meters, 8 meters, 6 meters, 1 meter, 10 centimeters. The spear was on the verge of piercing Yi Xian's throat. Kid, this time you are undoubtedly doomed," Tang Yuan remarked with a cruel smile. After exchanging blows with Yi Xian, Tang Yuan realized that the latter was exceedingly formidable. However, this time, Yi Xian could not escape his fate. There was only one path ahead, death. Is that so? Universe shift, just as the spear was about to pierce his throat. Yi Xian bellowed. The seventh layer of universe shift began to operate frantically. As it activated, Tang Yuan's eyes widened in shock, for he sensed the surrounding environment undergoing violent changes. Simultaneously, his thrusting spear seemed to be drawn by an incomprehensibly immense force, rendering it unable to advance even a fraction. Even more alarming for Tang Yuan was that the spear in his hand appeared to be beyond his control. "What is happening?" Tang Yuan exclaimed, bewildered. Yet, before he could comprehend the situation, an even more powerful force surged towards him. No. Tang Yuan let out a wretched scream, horrified to discover that this force was not only insurmountable, but that the spear in his grasp was now aimed at him. This was utterly preposterous. The spear was entirely beyond his command, but everything transpired too swiftly. Even Tang Yuan, a practitioner at the nascent soul stage, felt a pang of helplessness. Huffed. In the next moment, the spear pierced through his chest with a force greater than before. Bang! Tang Yuan grunted and was sent flying backward, crashing heavily to the ground. Puffed. After collapsing, he spewed blood uncontrollably. That moment, Tang Yuan appeared utterly wretched, his body impaled by the spear, blood gushing from his mouth. However, a practitioner of the nascent soul stage would not perish so easily. When Tang Yuan looked at Yi Xian, his gaze was filled with dread, for the technique Yi Xian had just employed was terrifyingly formidable. How could it convert his own power into that of another? What kind of heaven-defying technique was this? While Tang Yuan was still in shock, Yi Xian began to advance swiftly towards him. Since he was an enemy, he would seize the opportunity to claim his life, and no chance for the foe to catch their breath would be granted. However, Yi Xian also recognized the terrifying nature of his technique. He had to admit that the skill bestowed upon him by the system was indeed remarkable. "Fellow cultivator, for the sake of the Lin Yuan sect, spare me. I was wrong," Tang Yuan pleaded desperately at this moment. He realized that his attempt to show off had resulted in a severe miscalculation. "I'm afraid I never grant mercy to my enemies," Yi Xian replied, shaking his head. Then with a thought, he summoned the 3 generations copper coffin. "Fellow cultivator, please ascend," Yi Xian commanded. In the next moment, the coffin swung open, releasing an overwhelming torrent of death energy, accompanied by an immense pulling force. No. Faced with this force, Tang Yuan shrieked in terror, only to be swiftly drawn into the 3 generations copper coffin. "Fellow cultivator, release me. The Lin Yuan sect will not let you go," Tang Yuan cried out anxiously after being absorbed into the coffin. "Even at death's door, you still threaten me with the Lin Yuan sect? How confident you are! Go in peace," Yi Xian said coldly. After speaking, he focused his thoughts and triggered the killing intent within the coffin. As the killing intent was activated, a piercing scream erupted from within. However, Tang Yuan was a practitioner at the nascent soul stage. To ensure Tang Yuan's complete demise, Yi Xian activated the killing intent once more. Only after confirming that Tang Yuan was utterly dead did Yi Xian open the 3 generations copper coffin, scattering Tang Yuan's ashes while keeping his storage ring intact. Yi Xian retained the useful items, such as spiritual stones, and destroyed the rest. Those who opposed Yi Xian faced but one fate: death and obliteration, with no chance of reincarnation. Moreover, Yi Xian discovered a phenomenon with the 3 generations copper coffin. Whenever he used it to eliminate opponents of a higher cultivation level, the death energy would become denser, and its pulling force and power would intensify. This was why Yi Xian favored using the coffin to send higher-ranked enemies to their demise. That Ji Jun, initially being overwhelmed by Lin Wanbai, was startled by the anguished cries. He glanced over and nearly fainted in shock. Before him, the once formidable elder Tang Yuan was being suppressed within the coffin by Yi Xian. Moments later, Tang Yuan was reduced to ashes, scattered by Yi Xian. This revelation nearly terrified Ji Jun to death, for he had never imagined that elder Tang Yuan would meet such an end. However, in that brief moment of distraction, an onslaught of sword energy surged forth. Faced with this overwhelming force, Ji Jun found himself utterly defenseless, and he was pierced by the sword energy. Cough, cough. After a few coughs, Ji Jun collapsed to the ground, lifeless, his eyes wide open, filled with disbelief. Subsequently, Lin Wanbai exterminated the remaining members of the Ji family, for they had previously annihilated the Lin family in like manner. Today, Lin Wanbai merely returned the favor for the atrocities committed against her family. After vanquishing the Ji family, Lin Wanbai followed Yi Xian's instructions and set a great fire. Once everything was in order, she and Yi Xian proceeded to the ruins of the Lin family's former residence. Upon their arrival, Lin Wanbai began to pay tribute to her parents and family members, using Ji Da's head as a sacrificial offering. "Father, mother, I have avenged you. Rest in peace." Lin Wanbai bowed deeply, tears shimmering in her eyes. "Wanbai, do not grieve too much. I believe your parents would want to see you well, and they would be very pleased." Yi Xian consoled her. "Young master, thank you. If it were not for you, I might have perished." Lin Wanbai expressed her gratitude and own need for thanks. "I merely did what was expected of me," Yi Xian replied, shaking his head. "Young master, you once asked me to promise you something. Whatever you command, Wanbai shall not hesitate." Lin Wanbai declared at that moment, "Let us discuss that matter another time. For now, let us leave this place." Yi Xian understood the gravity of the situation. The crowd around them was vast and filled with prying eyes. Moreover, should he encounter any cultivator from the Lin Yuan sect, it would undoubtedly lead to complications. Having slain Elder Tang Yuan, it was clear that the Lin Yuan sect would not simply let the matter rest. The death of an elder was a significant disgrace for the sect. "Very well, my lord." Lin Wanbai nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Yi Xian and Lin Wanbai made their way into the distance. Meanwhile, at a location 10,000 miles from Lin Yuan City, a magnificent flying vessel was approaching the city. This vessel appeared extraordinary, immense in size, and undoubtedly a treasure craft. On board stood dozens of young men and women, particularly a young man at the forefront, whose eyes shimmered with a dazzling light, emanating an overwhelming aura with every movement. If Lin Wanbai were present at that moment, she would undoubtedly recognize that this young man was Ji Kong, the eldest son of the Ji family whom she had previously eliminated. "Brother Ji, we must be quite close to Lin Yuan City now, correct?" a young man behind him inquired, his tone laced with flattery. Ji Kong was currently regarded as the most powerful disciple of the younger generation within the Lin Yuan sect, his strength rivaling that of the elders. That it was widely understood that Ji Kong was destined to be the next sect leader. Given his rapid growth in strength and considerable contributions to the sect, earning him the favor of both the elders and the sect leader. "Indeed, we shall arrive in just another hour," Ji Kong affirmed with a nod. "Brother Ji, your sudden return to the family must surely bring joy to your kin. Of course, with Brother G's formidable strength, it won't be long before you become our next leader." "Haha." The mention of Ji Kong filled the surrounding disciples with profound reverence, their words tinged with pride. The female disciples, especially, radiated admiration, wishing fervently to be enveloped in Ji Kong's embrace. Ji Kong relished the flattery from his juniors, though he maintained a composed exterior. However, he was perplexed by an inexplicable emptiness in his heart. An hour later, Ji Kong and his companions arrived at Lin Yuan City. He then focused his energy, shrinking the flying vessel until it was no larger than the palm of his hand, which he stored within a spatial ring. An astonishing feat with swift strides, Ji Kong led his fellow disciples toward the city. Invigorated by the return to his homeland, he couldn't help but wonder about his brother, who had an insatiable fondness for women. Ji Kong pondered this. He guided his disciples toward his family's location. However, upon reaching the site etched in his memory, his expression shifted dramatically. Before him lay nothing but ruins, only remnants of what once was. What has happened here? I distinctly remember this being the location of my family. Ji Kong furrowed his brow, an ominous premonition creeping into his heart. Had they relocated? As these thoughts coursed through his mind, he reached out and seized a passing cultivator. Tell me, what has transpired here? Where is the Ji family residence? He demanded coldly. Are you inquiring about the former Ji family? The cultivator hesitantly replied. Precisely, Ji Kong responded, his voice devoid of emotion. The Ji family has been exterminated, the cultivator divulged. What? Ji Kong exclaimed in disbelief. An overwhelming aura of power radiated from him, causing the cultivator to tremble in fear. Please, spare me. The Ji family's downfall was not my doing. The cultivator, overwhelmed by terror, was drenched in cold sweat, losing all control of his bowels. That I am well aware was not you. But do you know who was responsible? Ji Kong's tone was frigid. I speak, reveal everything you know, or face annihilation. It is said that it was the Lin family's young lady, Lin Wanbai, who brought about the Ji family's demise. The Ji family sought to ally with the Lin family through marriage, but the proposal was rejected. In retaliation, the Ji family destroyed the Lin family, leaving only Lin Wanbai to escape. Shortly thereafter, she returned and obliterated the Ji family, accompanied by a young man whose name I do not know. The cultivator recounted, divulging all he knew. Do you know what that young man looks like? I do not. Begone. Ji Kong commanded coldly. Yes. The cultivator stammered, hastily retreating in fear as Ji Kong's overwhelming presence loomed over him. Ji Kong's eyes gleamed with a chilling light, but he was no fool. He surmised the events that had transpired. Undoubtedly, his lecherous brother had coveted Lin Wanbai's beauty and sought to force her into submission. Ji Kong had heard tales of his brother's indiscretions, yet it mattered little that Jida was his own flesh and blood, and it was not for Lin Wanbai to enact vengeance upon him. Lin Wanbai, I shall tear you to shreds, Ji Kong cried, kneeling amidst the ruins, tears streaming down his face. Father, mother, forgive me for my tardiness. Overwhelmed by guilt, Ji Kong lamented that had he been more vigilant, the Ji family might have avoided such a tragic fate. Brother Ji, take heart, his fellow disciples urged, trying to console him. You are the future of the Lin Yuan sect. I am certain the sect leaders would not wish to see you in such despair. After bowing 3 times to the ground, Ji Kong rose, and the sorrow in his eyes was replaced by an unquenchable thirst for vengeance. Send word. Regardless of the cost, we must locate Lin Wanbai and the young man by her side. I will personally ensure they face a fate worse than death, Ji Kong declared, his voice icy and resolute. Understood. The disciples present nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Yi Xian and Lin Wanbai had long departed from Linyuan City and had now arrived at a serene location, devoid of human presence. Here, a magnificent sea of flowers swayed gently in the breeze, creating an atmosphere that was both refreshing and uplifting. Unbeknownst to them, Yi Xian and Lin Wanbai were entirely unaware of Ji Kong's harsh words spoken in Linyuan City. Even if Yi Xian were to learn of it, he would not be troubled. Wanbai, now that your great vengeance has been avenged, it is time to fulfill our promise. Yi Xian gazed at Lin Wanbai, who resembled a transcendent female swordsman. Yi Xian had previously stated that should he assist Lin Wanbai in her quest for revenge, she would owe him one favor. After all, there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Young master, please speak your mind. Wanbai would brave any peril for you. Lin Wanbai responded with a look of resolute determination. Who said anything about peril? I could never bear to see you harmed. Yi Xian exclaimed, his eyes fixed intently on Lin Wanbai. In that moment, he realized just how beautiful she truly was. Though her figure was somewhat modest, her grace and demeanor were exquisite. Under Yi Xian's unwavering gaze, Lin Wanbai felt a rush of shyness, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. But I am so plain, Lin Wanbai replied, lowering her head. That matters not. Plain or not, in my eyes, you are a celestial being, Yi Xian insisted. Now that we are outside, we must not inform my parents. Once we return to my family, I will proudly announce it to them. I find this place quite lovely. Shall we hold our wedding ceremony here? Yi Xian suggested eagerly. He understood that Lin Wanbai had avenged herself, but he had yet to receive any rewards from the system, implying that perhaps consummation was necessary to obtain the promised rewards. Yi Xian eagerly anticipated this outcome. I am willing. Lin Wanbai nodded, her heart racing with excitement. She understood the magnitude of Yi Xian's prowess and felt honored at the prospect of being his partner for life. Very well. Let us wed here, Yi Xian declared. He then plucked a few red flowers from the sea of blossoms and adorned Lin Wanbai's hair with them. She felt an overwhelming sense of bashfulness. Let us begin. I, Yi Xian, vow here and now to cherish Miss Wanbai for all my days, ensuring she never faces humiliation, Yi Xian proclaimed before the ceremony commenced. His words were sincere. He intended to uphold his promise to his partner. As the two proceeded with the ceremony, they exchanged vows. First bow to heaven and earth. Second bow to our parents. Husband and wife, bow to each other. Now, we enter the bridal chamber. That night, the bridal chamber for Yi Xian and Lin Wanbai was amidst the enchanting flower sea. With the sky as their canopy and the blossoms as their Yi Xian found no greater romance than this. As they entered their chamber, they became enveloped in a blissful state. Though Lin Wanbai was initially apprehensive, she soon embraced the sweetness of their union, taking the initiative. Generally timid, a girl can become quite audacious once she grasps the reins of the situation. After a day and a night spent together, as dawn broke, Yi Xian was suddenly alerted by the system's voice within his mind. Ding! The host has completed the task. Reward: Supreme Alchemy Technique. With this announcement, a radiant orb of light surged into Yi Xian's consciousness, filling it with knowledge he had never before possessed, skills in alchemy, and various methods to enhance the happiness and well-being of women. Astonished by the system's astonishing capabilities, Yi Xian marveled at its thoughtfulness. Indeed, Yi Xian exclaimed, casting his gaze upon Lin Wanbai, who now appeared even more enchanting and alluring than before. Wanbai, let us enjoy our honeymoon amidst this floral paradise, Yi Xian suggested, and together they reveled in the beauty of their surroundings. Losing themselves in a blissful embrace that a day later, they lay amidst the flowers, a hint of fatigue gracing their features. Yet their contentment was evident. As Yi Xian rested, the system's voice echoed in his mind once more. Ding! The chaos saintess Li Xiao has given birth to a pair of heavenly roots, dragon and phoenix twins. Reward: 500 years of cultivation, 5-element heavenly roots, a pregnancy pill, and a technique cloud shadow enchantment. Yuan bolted upright. Overwhelmed with excitement, he had heard rumors of the chaos saintess's pregnancy, but never anticipated becoming a father, especially to twins. However, a pang of regret struck him for not being by Li Xiao's side during this momentous occasion. I'm going to be a dad. Ha! Yi Xian exclaimed joyously. Young master, what is happening? Lin Wanbai inquired, puzzled by sudden laughter. Still calling me young master. Yi Xian raised an eyebrow at her. Hubby, Lin Wanbai promptly corrected herself. Having finally grasped the situation, that's much better. Wanbai, I'm feeling exceptionally elated. Let's celebrate with a bang. Yi Xian proposed at again. Can you handle it, hubby? Lin Wanbai asked, taken aback that why Yi Xian's exuberance was infectious, and indeed, happiness invigorates the spirit. Yi Xian spoke. Subsequently, he and Lin Wanbai re-entered their blissful honeymoon phase. After their intimate encounter, Yi Xian began to contemplate his future plans. This time, the system had rewarded him with 5 elemental spiritual roots. The spiritual roots were the most coveted in the realm of fantasy. Possessing such roots promised boundless achievements in the future. Furthermore, having 5 elemental roots meant he could cultivate any path he desired. With these spiritual roots, Yi Xian's cultivation speed was bound to accelerate significantly. With 500 years of cultivation, he would surely break into the Yuaning realm, especially with a Ji Ing Dan in hand. However, to break into Yuaning, he must first transform his Dan into an infant. Yet his golden Dan was so immense and resplendent that breaking through to Yuaning might not be an easy feat. Although other Golden Dawn could usually transcend to Yuan without facing tribulations, exceptions did exist. It was time for him to prepare thoroughly, Yi Xian murmured. Then, addressing the void, he called out, Old Yao, reveal yourself. Coming upon Yi Xian's summons, Yao Yi instantly appeared before him. What do you wish of me, young master? Yao Yi inquired. Old Yao, I may be on the verge of breaking into Yuan, Yi Xian declared. What? Yao Yi staggered back several steps in shock upon hearing Yi Xian's words. This revelation struck him like a thunderbolt from the heavens, for it was utterly beyond his comprehension. Yao Yi distinctly remembered that when he first met Yi Xian, his cultivation was only at the foundation establishment stage. Yet in just over a year, Yi Xian's cultivation had surged to such astonishing heights. This was nothing short of monstrous, to put things into perspective. Yao Yi had spent hundreds of years striving to reach the Yuan realm. Truly, one could not help but feel dwarfed by such comparisons. Old Yao, it's already quite slow for me to reach Yuan within 2 years. Please try not to look so astonished. Yi Xian attempted to console Yao Yi. However, what Yi Xian did not realize was that his statement struck a deeper blow to Yao Yi's spirit. His words were akin to a dagger to the heart. Only 2 years? I apologize for being human. Yao Yi's lips twitched. All right, I have something to discuss, and my request for you to protect me over this past year was indeed driven by my own selfish desires. From now on, you are free. Should you wish to leave, I shall not detain you, Yi Xian stated. Yet, before he could finish, Yao Yi suddenly knelt before him, exclaiming, Young Master Yi, do you wish to cast me aside? I have committed no grave error. Old Yao, what are you saying? I merely meant that if you do not wish to accompany me. Yi Xian began. No, if young Master Yi does not mind, I shall follow you forever. Through mountains of blades and seas of fire, Yao Yi declared. Very well, since you wish to accompany me, I wholeheartedly welcome you. Please rise, Old Yao. Yi Xian hastily urged, assisting Yao Yi to his feet. Here, take these spiritual herbs. They will aid in your rapid cultivation. Yi Xian continued, producing a bounty of spiritual herbs he had gathered from the Tianyuan ruins. He had amassed quite a collection. Thank you, young master. I shall begin my cultivation now. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to summon me. Yao Yi expressed his gratitude. Yao Yi was no fool that he acknowledged that initially he had felt a touch of resentment while following Yi Xian. However, at this moment, he was willing to do anything, even the most menial tasks, just to be near him. With Yi Xian's astonishing cultivation pace, his future achievements were boundless. Not to mention, he had already attracted so many beautiful women. Truly, Yi Xian was the man he admired most. All right, give it your all. Yi Xian nodded. He then turned to Lin Wanbai and inquired, Wanbai, do you know of any expansive locations nearby? A place where a significant commotion would go unnoticed by other cultivators? An expansive location? Let me think. I recall there is a snow-capped mountain where the frigid climate and the blanket of ice deter many cultivators from venturing there. Lin Wanbai responded after a moment of contemplation. What must we do to reach there? Yi Xian asked eagerly, excitement coursing through him. Upon hearing about the snow-capped mountain, Yi Xian's heart raced. In his past life, he had lived in a warm region, where even winter temperatures rarely dipped below 20 degrees Celsius, rendering the existence of snow a mere fantasy. Thus, witnessing snow had long been a dream of his. He had planned to see it after graduating from university. But fate had intervened. Now, it seemed that dream was within reach. However, to get there, they would need to traverse a dense forest rumored to be teeming with dangerous creatures. But I'm unsure of the details. That's merely what I've heard, Lin Wanbai added. Perfect. I need a tranquil place to break through, and I believe the snow-capped mountain is ideal. Let's set off there, Yi Xian proclaimed out of course, wherever you go. I shall follow, Lin Wanbai affirmed. For her, as long as she could stay by Yi Xian's side, she would gladly accompany him anywhere. Let us go, Yi Xian declared. Thus, Yi Xian led Lin Wanbai toward the snow-capped mountain. Time passed swiftly, and 2 days later, they arrive at a location engulfed in towering trees, a forest seemingly ancient. Occasionally, the distant roars of demonic beasts echoed through the air. Yet, Yi Xian sensed that this forest was not overly vast, suggesting it might not harbor particularly fearsome creatures. Next, we shall traverse this forest on our swords. Yi Xian announced. Yes, I will follow your lead. Lin Wanbai obediently nodded while Yi Xian began to prepare, mindful that while this forest might lack large demonic beasts, caution was always prudent in the realm of fantasy. Suddenly, a piercing cry shattered the tranquility. Lin Wanbai looked up into the forest canopy and gasped, "Young master, look, a colossal eagle." At her urging, Yi Xian turned his gaze skyward. And he too was taken aback that a massive eagle, its wings spanning several meters and resembling a gigantic millstone, circled above, as if surveying its domain. That eagle is enormous. Its cultivation is equivalent to that of a human in the early Yuan-Ing realm. Yi Xian remarked, "Yuan-Ing realm? What a formidable eagle!" Lin Wanbai exclaimed, her mouth agape in astonishment. Just as they were contemplating flying over, it seemed an eagle had come to greet them. Yi Xian's lips curled into a faint smile. Upon witnessing the subtle smile on Yi Xian's face, Lin Wanbai understood that this formidable eagle was likely to face dire consequences, as anticipated. No sooner had Yi Xian spoken than he leapt into the air, heading straight for the eagle's domain. Yip! The eagle let out a shrill cry upon spotting Yi Xian, flapping its enormous wings as it charged towards him. The speed of the eagle was astonishing, and it soon reached Yi Xian's side. Its eyes glimmered with fiery intensity. "Brother Eagle, allow me to ride you. Otherwise, I shall resort to force," Yi Xian declared. Although the eagle could not articulate words, it possessed a level of intelligence surpassing that of many other beasts, capable of comprehending certain utterances. Yip! Upon hearing Yi Xian's demand, the eagle nearly fainted with fury. As the king of eagles in this forest, it could not tolerate the notion of a mere human requesting to mount it. With a thunderous roar, the eagle surged towards Yi Xian, intent on devouring the insignificant human before it. In the blink of an eye, the eagle was upon him, its elongated beak open wide, ready to swallow Yi Xian whole. "How dare you? Addressing you as Brother Eagle is a mark of respect. It seems you desire none of my reverence, you feathered fiend," Yi Xian retorted, evading the eagle's sharp beak with a deft leap. Yip! Frustrated at having missed its target, the eagle let out a piercing cry, swiftly altering its trajectory. Its wings, akin to steel, swept towards Yi Xian with ferocious intent, the wind howling as the air was cleaved in two, unaware of your imminent demise. Yi Xian spat, vaulting onto the eagle's back. The creature twisted and turned, attempting to dislodge him, but the more it struggled, the tighter Yi Xian's grip became. "If you refuse my request, I shall pluck your feathers, rendering you a bald eagle. Just imagine how that will affect your chances with the female eagles," Yi Xian stated coldly, yanking a feather from the eagle's plumage. Yip! The eagle shrieked in pain, but more so. It was tormented by the thought of becoming a featherless creature, which would surely deter any potential mates. "Will you comply?" Yi Xian inquired. Yip! The eagle remained obstinate, for as the proud king of eagles, it could not bear the humiliation of serving a human as a mount. "Then I shall continue," Yi Xian declared, proceeding to pluck another feather. Yip! Ultimately, the eagle capitulated, descending to the ground, its body sprawled in submission, tears glistening in its eyes, realizing that this human was indeed ruthless and offered it no dignity. "Since you are willing to let me ride, let us formalize a contract," Yi Xian commanded. The eagle, possessing considerable power, needed to be firmly under Yi Xian's control for him to feel secure. After all, it was a beast, not a spirit creature. Ugh! The eagle, resigned to its fate, released a drop of its essence, sealing the contract with Yi Xian. Thus, the eagle's life and death were now in Yi Xian's grasp, rendering any rebellion futile. "My dear, you are truly remarkable, taming an eagle so swiftly," Lin Wanbai exclaimed with admiration. "Of course, come Wanbai, let us embark on an adventure to the snowy mountains," Yi Xian replied excitedly. He summoned the eagle to fly alongside Lin Wanbai, allowing her to mount as well. Holding her close, Yi Xian addressed the eagle. "Brother Eagle, take to the skies and traverse the great forest." Woohoo whoosh! As Yi Xian's words echoed, the eagle soared into the distance, carrying Yi Xian and Lin Wanbai out on the eagle's back. Yi Xian reveled in the exhilarating sensation of the wind rushing past, the breathtaking scenery unfolding below, If not for the eagle's incredible speed, he would have loved to celebrate on its back, rejoicing in the acquisition of his very own wind dirac. However, he ultimately decided against it. Aerial antics were inherently perilous. After an hour, the eagle guided them through the vast forest, arriving at the summit of the snowy mountains. The landscape was a pristine expanse of glistening white snow, dazzling to the eyes. "Wow, how beautiful!" Xuan exclaimed, leaping off the eagle's back and spreading his arms wide in exhilaration. His joy was palpable, for after 2 lifetimes, he was finally witnessing snow, immaculate and pure atop the mountains. Seeing Xuan's excitement, Lin Wanbai shared in his delight. "Wanbai, in the face of such breathtaking beauty, shall we celebrate atop the highest peak?" Xuan proposed, feeling that to do nothing amid such splendor would be a disservice to himself. "Absolutely," Lin Wanbai responded with enthusiasm. After securing her agreement, Xuan and Lin Wanbai began their ascent to the mountain's pinnacle, leaving the eagle behind at the base. Though the eagle was indeed a creature of burden, Xuan preferred to avoid any disturbances during their celebration. 2 hours later, they reached the summit, greeted by an array of stunning vistas that were simply overwhelming. "Ah!" Xuan cried out in delight. "Ah!" Lin Wanbai echoed, their voices reverberating through the air. "Wanbai, would you be willing to bear me a chubby little child?" Xuan inquired. "I would," Lin Wanbai responded, lowering her head shyly as she spoke. The tenderness of that lower gaze was utterly enchanting. Subsequently, Lin Wanbai and Xuan set about their tasks. Although the chill in the air was palpable, it posed no threat to cultivators. Even without a single garment, they remained unharmed. The ensuing time was filled with harmony between the two, especially after Xuan received rewards from his system, which made him even more capable. Lin Wanbai cooperated wholeheartedly. As time passed, they found themselves in a critical moment. Suddenly, a thunderous rumble erupted, causing the entire summit of the snow-capped mountain to tremble violently. The cacophony of sounds came swiftly, leaving Xuan and Lin Wanbai utterly unprepared. They slid down the mountainside, ultimately becoming ensnared beneath the snow. "Damn it, an avalanche!" After a considerable time, a voice emerged from beneath the snow, cursing profusely. That it was, of course, Xuan's voice. Despite the avalanche, Xuan and Lin Wanbai managed to complete their final cultivation session. Once finished, they emerged from the snow's embrace, after taking a moment to rest. Xuan resumed his busyness. That a few days later, Lin Wanbai turned to Xuan and said, "Husband, I think I might be pregnant." "Ah, so soon. I was hoping to enjoy myself a bit longer. Playing in the snow is quite delightful. I bet even teacher Su hasn't had as much fun in the snow." Xuan mused inwardly. It is worth noting that teacher Su was Xuan's idol in his previous life. Renowned for his signature moves in the air that had evoked envy in countless men. Xuan then conducted an examination on Lin Wanbai, and after thorough checks, he confirmed that she was indeed pregnant. "From now on, you shall remain here peacefully to nurture the child while I strive to break through to the Yuan Ying realm." Xuan declared he understood that during the early stages of pregnancy, a woman must exercise great caution, for any misstep could severely affect the fetus. "All right, husband." Lin Wanbai nodded in agreement. Xuan then selected a suitable location and began to set up protective formations around the vicinity. This was a precautionary measure. Once everything was in place, he settled down and addressed the system. System, fuse 500 years of cultivation. Ding, received host. The system replied. In the next moment, the essence of 500 years of cultivation began to surge into Xuan's body, initiating the refinement of his golden core. As the refining process continued, Xuan noticed that his golden core was growing larger and more resilient. This left him somewhat exasperated. The larger and harder it became, the less likely it was to shatter. To advance to the Yuaning stage, he needed to break the core and transform it into an infant. Nevertheless, Xuan shook his head, casting aside such thoughts. "No need to dwell on that for now. I shall focus on breaking through to the 9th level of the golden core stage first." He then harmonized his energy, spirit, and essence, beginning his breakthrough. 8th level of the golden core, 9th level of the golden core. After reaching the 9th level of the golden core stage, he came to a halt, and no matter how hard he exerted himself, There were no signs of a breakthrough to the Yuaning realm. Xuan felt an overwhelming resistance standing in his way. It seemed that breaking through to the Yuaning realm would require considerable effort. However, he was no stranger to hardship. After 18 years of arduous study in his previous life, he had persevered and ultimately succeeded in gaining admission to a prestigious university. This time around, he was equally undeterred. "I'll see how it goes after consuming the Yuan infant pill," Xuan murmured. He retrieved the Yuan infant pill rewarded by the system and consumed it, then continued to search for signs of a breakthrough. Yet, regardless of his efforts, Xuan discovered that it was futile. His golden core was simply too unyielding. "This is unbelievable. I refuse to accept this," Xuan declared, his expression tinged with frustration. He pressed on with his breakthrough. After a day and night of relentless effort, Xuan finally shattered the golden core, and he felt an immense sense of accomplishment. Onward to victory, he dared not become complacent and immediately pursued his breakthrough. Just as he was on the verge of advancing to the Yuaning stage, a scene of utter horror unfolded before him. The once brilliant sky suddenly darkened as ominous black clouds gathered, accompanied by flashes of lightning and booming thunder. Before long, the power of these thunderbolts converged above Xuan's head. Boom! With a resounding clap of thunder, a bolt of lightning sliced through the sky. Descending directly toward Xuan, it was evident that in order to break through to the Yuaning stage, he would have to endure the tribulation of thunder. What the hell? At the sight of the long, thick bolt of lightning plummeting from the heavens, Xuan couldn't help but curse. He had never imagined that attempting to break through to the Yuaning stage would summon such a terrifying thunderstorm. Would he ever be able to break through peacefully? However, it quickly dawned on Xuan that his rapid advancement had drawn the ire of the heavens. Boom! But there was no time for further contemplation. The thunderous force crashed down, bearing an unimaginable destructive power aimed directly at Xuan. "Break for me." In the face of this heavenly tribulation, Xuan unleashed his technique. 10,000 swords returned to the origin. Countless strands of true essence transformed into formidable sword energy, hurtling toward the thunderstorm in an instant. The overwhelming sword energy collided with the thunderous force, producing a deafening roar. Upon witnessing this, Lin Wanbai expressed her concern. "Husband," yet she understood that in the face of this tribulation, her worries were all she could offer. She was powerless to intervene, for the thunderstorm was simply too fearsome. "Goodness, my lord, to attract such a dreadful thunderstorm just to break through to the Yuaning stage. How intensely does the heavens envy you?" The hidden observer, Yao Yi, was equally astonished. However, he too recognized that he could do nothing to assist. If he intervened now, he would likely be annihilated in an instant. "My lord is so formidable. Surely he will be fine," Yao Yi silently prayed. As Yao Yi and Lin Wanbai fervently hoped for his safety, the first bolt of thunder was obliterated by Xuan's 10,000 swords returned to the origin. Boom! Immediately after, a second surge of thunderous power crashed down. It was evident that the heavenly Tao was also enraged. This bolt of thunder, resembling a colossal thunder dragon, appeared even more formidable and elongated than the first. Its presence was utterly terrifying. "Damn it," Xuan cursed. "Heavenly Tao, show some respect, or I shall surely strike you down one day." However, no amount of invective from Xuan would prove effective. Soon enough, the thunder dragon descended, its overwhelming force seemingly capable of annihilating the very fabric of existence. "Please, thunder, enter the coffin." Faced with this dreadfully powerful thunder dragon, Xuan summoned the Three Lives copper coffin and simultaneously activated the surrounding formation. In no time, the thunder dragon collided with the formation and the coffin, producing a deafening roar. The layers of snow around rapidly melted, transforming into streams of water, and Xuan was shrouded beneath the thunderous might, rendering him invisible. Meanwhile, 1,000 miles away, a group of cultivators, sensing the commotion, suddenly turned their gazes toward that direction, seemingly attempting to peer into the unfolding events. What is happening? Such a terrifying phenomenon. Clearly, a treasure was emerging, situated atop that snow-capped peak. "Let us go take a look," some cultivators murmured, heading towards the mountain summit. However, There were also those who, upon witnessing the scene, shook their heads, choosing not to partake in such matters. For them, survival was paramount. These cultivators understood that those who lived the longest in this world were those who refrained from competition, avoided trifles, and were free from greed. Soon, these cultivators arrived at the foot of the snow-capped peak. At that moment, they beheld an endless display of thunderous power swirling around the summit, an extraordinary spectacle indeed. Charge! The cultivators were stirred to action. You all should leave quickly. There are no treasures here. Lin Wanbai interjected as a group of cultivators approached. Oh look, there's a stunning beauty here. Are you trying to monopolize the treasures? The cultivator sneered. Beauty, I hope you know your place, or else. At that moment, Lin Wanbai, fully aware that her husband was undergoing a breakthrough, could not allow anyone to disturb him. If Yi Xian were interrupted, it could lead to disastrous consequences. As Lin Wanbai's words fell, she launched her attack. However, as time passed, the phenomenon grew ever more radiant, attracting even more attention. At this juncture, Yao Yi and the Eagle Hawk also took action. Yet the sheer number of cultivators was overwhelming, forcing Yao Yi, the Eagle Hawk, and Lin Wanbai to fight with all their might. Just then, an elderly woman appeared at the foot of the snow-capped peak, though hunched over as if nearing the end of her days. Her eyes sparkled with a fierce glimmer. Upon sensing her presence, Yao Yi's brow furrowed. The woman's cultivation level was astonishingly at the 5th stage of the nascent soul realm, with Yao Yi entangled with other cultivators. He found himself unable to contend against her. Before long, the old woman slipped past Lin Wanbai, the Eagle Hawk, and Yao Yi's defenses, making her way directly towards the summit. Meanwhile, Yi Xian, enveloped in the thunderous power, initially resisted its force. However, he soon began to refine his body using a portion of the thunder's energy. In no time, 2 piercing roars erupted from within him, signifying that a nascent soul had finally coalesced inside. To Yi Xian's astonishment, this time he had formed not 1, but 2 nascent souls, an occurrence that left him utterly taken aback. Yet he quickly found solace in the realization that these 2 nascent souls felt entirely comfortable. In fact, he felt immensely powerful, and during this breakthrough, he had also successfully cultivated the cloud shadow step technique. No wonder, even a heavenly Tao cannot tolerate me. To form 2 nascent souls at once is surely an unprecedented feat. Yi Xian murmured to himself. He then retracted his aura and stepped out from the thunderous power. The moment he emerged, he beheld a battle unfolding below. Lin Wanbai, the Eagle Hawk, and Yao Yi were fiercely defending themselves. It was clear they were fighting to protect one another, while an old woman had brazenly approached the snow-capped peak. You seek death. Upon witnessing this, Yi Xian's fury ignited. He was incensed. The consequences would undoubtedly be dire. After all, Lin Wanbai had just conceived their child, and these people dared to lay hands on his woman. It was akin to lighting a lantern in a latrine. Pure folly. Boy, surrender the treasure, and I shall spare your life. The old woman declared, her gaze glinting with malice. That it was evident she believed Yi Xian had discovered some treasure. Otherwise, the others would not be risking their lives to thwart the approaching cultivators. I'll give you nothing, Yi Xian retorted vehemently. Die, he declared coldly, unleashing a punch. Although Yi Xian had not trained in martial arts, his strike exuded immense power, tearing through the air and creating a massive rift. Obstinate fool! The old woman's eyes flashed with cold light, her posture straightening as she radiated murderous intent. She swung her cane down at Yi Xian. Boom! The clash between his punch and her cane produced an ear-splitting explosion. After a fierce exchange, Yi Xian's attack was ultimately shattered. Realizing his strike had failed, Yi Xian's expression turned icy. He had thought he could easily dispatch the old woman before him, but he anticipated her to be at the 5th stage of the nascent soul realm. Time to use my trump card. Friend, please enter the coffin, Yi Xian coldly commanded. As his words fell, he summoned his innate treasure, the 3 Lives copper coffin, enhanced by the thunderous energy and his newfound strength. The coffin's power had significantly amplified. As it appeared, it swiftly moved to suppress the old woman. Caught off guard, she had no time to react before being trapped within the coffin. Die, without giving the old woman a chance to resist. Yi Xian utilized his divine consciousness to activate the murderous intent within the 3 generations copper coffin. Accompanied by a piercing scream, the old woman was instantly annihilated, reduced to nothing but a pile of ashes. Upon hearing the wretched cry, many cultivators turned their gazes toward the scene. They beheld Yi Xian scattering the ashes of the old woman, and at this sight, they felt a chilling dread creep over them, instantly abandoning any thoughts of seizing treasure. After all, even a 5th-tier nascent soul cultivator had been turned to ash by Yi Xian. Their own strength paled in comparison to that of the old woman. Flee! The cultivators ceased their battles, each preparing to escape this place, realizing it was beyond their grasp. This young man was simply too monstrous, an existence they could not provoke, stay. Upon seeing the cultivators attempting to leave, Yi Xian spoke coldly. How dare they think they could leave after bullying his newly pregnant wife? Such arrogance was laughable. A.S.'s words fell, the oppressive aura of his nascent soul realm surged forth. Though Yi Xian was at the initial stage of the nascent soul realm, the power he wielded, possessing 2 nascent souls, was unparalleled by ordinary cultivators. As the nascent soul pressure radiated outward, the cultivators felt as if a colossal sky was bearing down upon them, leaving them breathless and unable to escape. What a formidable pressure, truly deserving of the title of young master. Yao Yi thought to himself, astonished by the aura emanating from Yi Xian. He was utterly shocked, for he recalled that just over a year ago, Yi Xian had been a mere foundation establishment cultivator. In less than 2 years, his cultivation had escalated to such a terrifying level, a feat unprecedented in history. The sheer horror of it left Yao Yi contemplating that if Yi Xian chose to strike him, he would likely be obliterated in an instant. Regardless of the circumstances, he resolved to follow Yi Xian. Even if it meant becoming a servant, husband, Lin Wanbai could not help but reveal a knowing smile, her beauty breathtaking. Cloud shadow, phantom. Yi Xian swiftly invoked the technique, and in an instant he was before Lin Wanbai. Wanbai, are you unharmed? He inquired with concern. Husband, I'm fine, Lin Wanbai replied, though her complexion appeared somewhat pale. You say you are fine, yet your face is ashen. Knowing you are with child, why do you act so recklessly? Yi Xian admonished, though he understood that Lin Wanbai was only trying to protect herself. I was wrong. I won't do it again. Lin Wanbai promised, It's good that you recognize your mistake. Yi Xian kissed her gently. After that, he turned his gaze toward the cultivators he had subdued. Spare my life. As Yi Xian's eyes swept over them, the cultivators felt their souls tremble involuntarily, each pleading for mercy. Whoever dared to lay a hand on my woman. Take your own life, Yi Xian commanded coldly, his voice echoing like a decree from the depths of hell. Why Yi Xian had toiled for months to ensure that Lin Wanbai could conceive, and now that she was with child, he dared not harbor any impure thoughts. Yet, these individuals had the audacity to attack his wife upon arrival. After waiting in vain for the cultivators to act, Yi Xian's fury reached its peak. Very well, since you refuse to act, I shall take matters into my own hands, he declared, his voice as his words fell. His divine consciousness surged, unleashing a barrage of terrifying sword chi formed from true essence, directing it toward the cultivators who had attacked Lin Wanbai. These cultivators stood no chance against the onslaught of sword chi. Each struck down and disintegrated in a blood mist, unable to even let out a scream. Get lost. Yi Xian coldly ordered the remaining cultivators. Yes, yes, yes. The others scrambled to escape, their retreat filled with panic, fearing that a moment's delay would lead them to share the same grim fate as their fallen companions. After witnessing the escape of these cultivators, Yi Xian addressed the eagle. Eagle brother, let us depart. Our next destination is the nearest city, Screech. The eagle nodded before allowing Yi Xian and Lin Wanbai to mount its back. Today, having witnessed Yi Xian's terrifying prowess, the eagle no longer felt any sense of loss. Rather, it felt honored to carry Yi Xian. Once they were mounted, the eagle transformed into a streak of light, vanishing from the scene. Meanwhile, a significant event unfolded in the chaos sacred land this moment. Atop a spiritual mountain, numerous magnificent buildings and caves stood tall, exuding an aura of grandeur. The air was thick with spiritual energy, accompanied by the melodious chirping of birds and the fragrance of flowers. This was the Chaos Sacred Land, one of the three great sacred lands of the Eastern Wilderness region, a place where countless cultivators yearned to enter. However, gaining entry to the Chaos Sacred Land for cultivation was exceedingly difficult, as the requirements for disciple spiritual roots were exceptionally stringent. Li Xiao, as the saintess of the Chaos Sacred Land, was undoubtedly extraordinary. Currently, within a cultivation cave rich in spiritual energy, a stunningly pure and beautiful woman radiating a terrifying aura was conversing with an older woman. Though the older woman appeared aged, her face bore no traces of time, instead exuding a charm unmatched by any other woman. The two, the elder and the younger, were none other than Li Xiao and her master, Wu Jingxin. Wu Jingxin and her disciple, Li Xiao, were known as the Chaos Twin Beauties of the Chaos Sacred Land. It was said that any man fortunate enough to marry either of them would undoubtedly soar to unimaginable happiness. However, Wu Jingxin had exceedingly high standards and remained unimpressed by the countless suitors vying for her attention. Thus, over the years, she remained single, dedicating herself to the sole purpose of teaching her only disciple, Li Xiao. Little did Wu Jingxin expect that after her disciple went out, she would return pregnant, yet still had not revealed who the father was. To speak frankly, upon first learning of her disciple's pregnancy, Wu Jingxin vehemently opposed it. She issued a stern ultimatum. If the child was not dealt with, she would disavow her disciple and threaten to revoke her status as a saintess. Wu Jingxin believed her disciple had acted in a manner unworthy of the title. However, now Wu Jingxin found herself in admiration of her disciple. Despite being pregnant, Li Xiao's cultivation has not been hindered. Rather, she has made remarkable progress in the past 2 years, culminating in the birth of a pair of dragon and phoenix twins. These twins possess the most powerful spiritual roots, enabling them to cultivate independently from birth and even provide feedback to their mother. At this moment, Wu Jingxin feels a twinge of envy, realizing that the man who fathered such extraordinary twins must indeed be a remarkable individual. Disciple, have you not long wished to avoid meeting me? What brings you to seek my company today? Wu Jingxin inquired. Master, did you not previously ask me why I became pregnant? At that time, I was reluctant to disclose anything to anyone, fearing I would be ensnared in endless conflict due to my condition. Today, I wish to share my past experiences with you. Li Xiao explained 2 years ago. When I descended from the mountain, I secretly investigated the perpetrator behind Brother Qin's demise and inadvertently encountered an assassin from the dark web. During the confrontation, I was poisoned with a love toxin and had no choice but to engage in intimacy with a young man, who is the father of my child. His name is Xuan. Not only is he adept in the art of Qi Dunjia, but he is also knowledgeable in various divination techniques. I am well aware that he likely knows who sought my demise. Yet he chose to protect me by withholding the truth. Li Xiao recounted, yes, that's so. The dark web has audaciously infiltrated my chaotic holy land. They truly know no bounds. Wu Jingxin nodded, absorbing her disciple's words. Wu Jingxin now understood that her disciple's pregnancy was indeed an unintended consequence. Foolish disciple, why did you not reveal the truth to me back then? She queried, somewhat perplexed. The pregnancy of a saintess is a matter of great significance, and I did not wish for anyone to harm him. Since I carry his child, I am his partner, and I feel it is my duty to protect him, Li Xiao asserted. Alas, let me offer you a single word. Foolish. Do you intend to visit Xuan? I am quite curious to see what abilities this Xuan possesses, Wu Jingxin remarked with intrigue. He mentioned that he needed to experience the world for 3 years. By my calculations, he should still be out there. Master, may I request something of you? Li Xiao asked with a pleading gaze. Speak, disciple. Wu Jingxin nodded. Currently, I cannot venture out freely. I wish for Master to descend the mountain and protect Xuan for a time. I earnestly beseech you, Li Xiao implored, her expression one of endearment. Very well. I have wronged you in the past. To make amends, I shall descend the mountain. However, if that lad proves to be unworthy, I shall teach him a lesson. If he is indeed a gifted prodigy, I shall discreetly safeguard him for a time. Wu Jingxin agreed. Thank you, Master. With your assistance, I feel reassured. Li Xiao expressed her gratitude. Disciple, shall I investigate the mastermind behind the dark web's attempt on your life? Wu Jingxin inquired. Master, the dark web is not a trivial organization. Please do not concern yourself with it. When I next meet Yi Xian, he will surely reveal the truth, Li Xiao replied. Disciple, you do not mean to imply that the mastermind is that Yi Xian, do you? Wu Jingxin suddenly furrowed her brow. Master, how could you think that? I assure you, it is absolutely not him. I trust his character. Li Xiao shook her head. Very well. I shall take my leave. You must care for the two little ones here. Wu Jingxin instructed. With that, Wu Jingxin's figure vanished from the spot. Watching her master depart, Li Xiao gazed into the distance and murmured, Yi Xian, I am well here. May you be safe. Once you return to your family, I shall bring our children to see you. As for the events transpiring within the chaotic Holy Land, Yi Xian remained blissfully unaware at this moment. He and Lin Wanbai had arrived in a city known as Gai Yunqing. Upon reaching the city, Yi Xian purchased a house and hired a maid. He then turned to Lin Wanbai and said, Wanbai, I have a few matters to attend to and will be away for a while. During my absence, focus on nurturing our child. When I return, I shall take you back to my family. Very well, my dear husband, Lin Wanbai replied obediently. Old Yao Eagle, I entrust Wanbai's safety to both of you. You must take good care of her. Should anything happen to her, do not blame me for turning against you. Yi Xian cautioned. Rest assured, young master. Yao, he nodded. Eagle also nodded gravely in agreement. After ensuring all was in order, Yi Xian set off on a new journey, driven by his own intentions to divert the attention of the disciples from Lin Yuan's sect, as he had already noticed their pursuit. He felt uneasy having Lin Wanbai accompany him, so he decided to leave her behind. After departing Gaiyun City, Yi Xian advanced swiftly. While he progressed, he was being covertly tracked by a cultivator. However, the pursuer bore no significant malice, so Yi Xian deemed it unnecessary to draw them out. Knowing that the main target had yet to appear, Yi Xian moved toward his next destination. In an inn located in a city called Luokong, a young man abruptly opened his eyes wide. Had Lin Wanbai been there, she would have recognized him as Ji Kong, the first son of the Ji family. Senior brother Ji, we have discovered the trail of the young man accompanying Lin Wanbai. A fellow disciple reported. Excellent. Where is he now? Ji Kong's eyes gleamed with a cold light. The destruction of his family and the tragic fate of his loved ones had dealt a tremendous blow to Ji Kong, becoming an indelible scar within him, and no matter how he trained, his cultivation had stagnated. Yet, fortune favored the diligent. With Yi Xian's appearance, Lin Wanbai could not be far behind. He is heading toward Luokong City. And our people are following him, the disciple answered. Unnoticed? Not at all. Good. Let us proceed to the city gates to welcome him. Ji Kong commanded with a frigid demeanor, leading his fellow disciples toward the gates of Luokong City. Meanwhile, Yi Xian was making his way to Luokong City. Fully aware of the impending events, he was undaunted by potential confrontations, confident in his strength. With the system by his side, he felt invincible, ready to traverse the realms without fear. A few hours later, Yi Xian arrived at the city gate of Luokong. Luokong. This name carries a certain intrigue, he mused. Upon gazing at the name of the city before him, Yi Xian could not help but reveal a chilling smile. At that moment, he sensed a palpable aura of murderous intent. Suddenly, an overwhelming pressure began to envelop the area. As this oppressive force spread, a figure materialized before Yi Xian in an instant. The figure was a young man, tall and relatively handsome, yet his eyes bore a shadowy hue, as if he were someone to whom one owed a great debt. Upon sighting this young man, Yi Xian immediately recognized him. This individual was none other than Ji Kong, the first son of the Ji family, which had been annihilated by Lin Wanbai. He bore a resemblance to Ji Jun, the head of the Ji family, that you've kept me waiting for quite some time. Ji Kong said coolly as he approached Yi Xian, unfurling a portrait in his hand. After a brief examination, Ji Kong confirmed that the young man before him was indeed the accomplice of Lin Wanbai, the one responsible for the destruction of his family. As Ji Kong spoke, an intimidating aura radiated from him. His cultivation was at the 6th level of the nascent soul realm, causing the very air around them to tremble. Your efforts are appreciated. Now, pray tell, what brings you to seek me? Yi Xian replied nonchalantly, simultaneously employing the Chinquan Great Shift technique to deflect the incoming pressure. Disclose Lin Wanbai's whereabouts, and I might grant you a swift death. Otherwise, I will ensure you suffer endlessly." Ji Kong's voice was as cold as ice. Upon hearing Ji Kong's words, several passers-by, who were also cultivators, cast sympathetic glances at Yi Xian, recognizing Ji Kong's formidable reputation as the most talented disciple of the Lin Yuan sect. Known for his overwhelming strength and ability to fight above his rank, the annihilation of your family was orchestrated by me from the shadows. Let us settle this matter, Yi Xian stated calmly. Very well, you have the spirit of a man. Out of respect for your courage, I shall offer you the opportunity to duel in the arena, Ji Kong declared. His intention was to demonstrate to all the cultivators in Luokong City that his actions were not mere acts of bullying, but rather a confrontation that Yi Xian willingly accepted. Let it be so, Yi Xian nodded, aware that some matters must be confronted head-on to avoid future complications. Has this young man lost his mind? How could he so readily agree to Ji Kong's challenge? Others murmured, incredulous at his audacity. Does he not understand the sheer power of Ji Kong? Foolish indeed. If he had declined, Ji Kong would not have been able to kill him easily within the confines of Luokong City, given the regulations against deadly duels unless on the arena. However, once on the arena, no one could easily provoke him. The crowd buzzed with anticipation as they witnessed Yi Xian's bold acceptance of Ji Kong's challenge, many of them breaking into a cold sweat on his behalf, sensing the vast disparity in their powers. Then let us proceed. Ji Kong's lips curled into a sinister smile upon hearing Yi Xian's agreement. With that, he strode confidently into the city, followed closely by Yi Xian. Since evasion was no longer an option, facing the challenge with bravery was the only course. News of Yi Xian and Ji Kong's impending duel spread through Luokong City. Excitement erupted among the cultivators, for both the fantastical realm and Yi Xian's previous life were never short of spectators. Soon, they arrived at the arena, a designated site for resolving grievances and conflicts between cultivators. A glance revealed faint traces of blood upon the arena, a testament to the countless life and death legends that unfolded there daily. Upon arrival, Ji Kong ascended the arena first, surveying the assembled crowd with an air of unshakable confidence. "Come, let us settle this here." Ji Kong beckoned. "Consider it done," Yi Xian replied, leaping onto the arena as well. Below, a throng of cultivators had gathered, and many women felt a pang of sympathy upon witnessing Yi Xian's striking appearance. Yet they understood the arena's rules. Only one would leave alive. You led Lin Wanbai to obliterate my Ji family. Today, I shall announce to the world that you will be subjected to 1,000 tortures. Ji Kong's voice was frigid. As his words fell, he brandished a 1-meter-long crescent-shaped blade, emanating a chilling glow and an aura of lethal intent. With a weapon in hand, Ji Kong's power surged. "Prepare to perish." He roared, "Blade shatters the heavens." Ji Kong unleashed a devastating strike, the crescent blade slicing through the air in a magnificent arc, hurtling towards Yi Xian. The dazzling blade light pierced the void, radiating a murderous intent that was palpable. Such strength! No wonder he is the Lin Yuan sect's most gifted disciple. Others gasped, "It's terrifying. I feel as though I would have faltered the moment Ji Kong made his move." Many disciples felt their scalps tingle in fear, their eyes fixed on Yi Xian, eager to witness his reaction to this onslaught. However, to their dismay, Yi Xian remained as composed as ever, his expression unchanged, a faint smile gracing his lips. What is happening? The blade light is almost upon him, yet he stands motionless, they whispered. Has he been paralyzed by fear? It seems so, considering Ji Kong's formidable reputation. This young man is utterly unaware of his own insignificance. Provoking Ji Kong like this, upon witnessing Yi Xian standing motionless in place, many cultivators exchanged glances, shaking their heads in dismay. It was evident that, in their perception, Yi Xian was destined for demise this time. Not only the disciples, but even Ji Kong, upon seeing Yi Xian's stillness, could not help but reveal a cruel smirk. Ji Kong had not anticipated that Yi Xian would prove to be so utterly inept, leaving him utterly astonished. Just as Ji Kong contemplated this, the next moment, the overwhelming blade light he had unleashed, imbued with the might to annihilate worlds, surged toward Yi Xian, striking him fiercely. As the onlookers beheld Yi Xian being enveloped by a tempest of blade light. Their hearts ached for him, for they recognized that he was the most pitiable soul to have perished on the life and death stage. Unlike others who at least had the opportunity to resist against the specter of death, Yi Xian found himself completely defenseless against Ji Kong, the foremost prodigy of the Abyss sect. It was truly a lamentable fate. As these disciples shut their eyes in anticipation, awaiting Ji Kong's declaration of the end. They found themselves perplexed when no such pronouncement came. Puzzled, they opened their eyes to gaze upon the life and death stage, only to be met with astonishment. The spot where Yi Xian had stood was now utterly vacant, devoid of any remnants. Good heavens, how tragic! He was obliterated in a single strike. One cultivator exclaimed in disbelief, "Brother, he hasn't died. He is still alive." What? Many cultivators turned their attention to another part of the life and death stage, where they beheld Yi Xian standing unscathed, his demeanor calm and composed. He had evaded the attack. This was simply inconceivable. The onlookers were engulfed in disbelief. As for Ji Kong, he was even more astounded than the spectators, for he had not anticipated that Yi Xian's agility would be so formidable. That it should be noted that although Ji Kong's previous strike had not been executed with full force, it had still been immensely powerful. The fact that Yi Xian had effortlessly avoided it was utterly surprising to Ji Kong. "You managed to dodge my blade? How unexpected," Ji Kong remarked. "However, the next strike will not be so easily evaded." "Is that so? Then unleash all your techniques. Let me witness the prowess of the top prodigy of the Abyss sect." Yi Xian retorted. In truth, the footwork Yi Xian had employed earlier was the Cloud Shadow Mirage. He had not anticipated that this technique would prove to be so effective, allowing him to evade an attack from a 6th-level nascent soul cultivator with such ease that it was indeed impressive. Round Moon, 9 Heaven Slash. Hearing Yi Xian's dismissal of his abilities, Ji Kong bellowed as he swung his crescent blade toward Yi Xian. For the prideful Ji Kong, failing to injure or eliminate Yi Xian with a single strike was a significant blow to his ego, especially considering his status as the foremost prodigy of the Abyss sect. Ji Kong launched his attack. A series of blade lights resembling crescent moons erupted, enveloping the entire life and death stage in a dazzling wave of murderous intent. Ji Kong was certain that this time, Yi Xian would be unable to evade. "Boy, let's see how you escape this time," Ji Kong sneered. "Then allow me to demonstrate my footwork," Yi Xian replied coldly. With those words, he began to traverse the life and death stage, his figure appearing as nothing more than a fleeting shadow. Boom! Each time Ji Kong's round moon, 9 Heaven Slash approached, Yi Xian deftly evaded with ease. Damn it, this kid's footwork is truly extraordinary. If I were to master such a technique, it would be like adding wings to a tiger, Ji Kong thought to himself, his gaze toward Yi Xian filled with fervent intensity. "Kid, you certainly possess some skill, but why do you keep dodging? Engage me in a fair fight. What kind of man hides away?" Ji Kong taunted coldly. "I'll grant you that," Yi Xian replied coolly. "Have you fallen for my bait? I shall strike." Upon witnessing Yi Xian cease his evasion, Ji Kong surged forward with blinding speed, swinging his crescent blade downward. It was evident that if this strike connected, Yi Xian would be cleaved in two. Cosmic shifting. In response to Ji Kong's strike, Yi Xian activated the celestial level technique Cosmic Shifting. As Ji Kong's crescent blade was poised to strike, he could not help but smirk. However, the next moment his expression shifted dramatically. Ji Kong realized that he could no longer control his crescent blade. Instead, it seemed to be under the influence of a tremendous force. What is happening? I sense a terrifying storm brewing before me. My blade is beyond my command? Ji Kong's mind reeled in shock. That it was the first time he had encountered a situation where his weapon was uncontrollable during a confrontation. The disciples present were equally astonished. What is happening? Has Ji Kong suddenly ceased his pursuit of Yi Xian? Why did the blade halt just as it was about to strike? However, the subsequent scene left the onlookers wide-eyed. Not only had the crescent blade stopped moving, but it began to spin uncontrollably in mid-air, slipping from Ji Kong's grasp. What is going on? Many cultivators were filled with confusion. As for Ji Kong, his internal turmoil was beyond comprehension. His eyes widened in disbelief as he realized that the power of his crescent blade had been completely subdued by an overwhelming force. What in the world is happening? Ji Kong was utterly baffled. Before Ji Kong could gather his thoughts, an even more terrifying force surged toward him. This is bad. At that moment, Ji Kong was gripped by sheer horror. For he discerned that an even more formidable blade light than his own was hurtling toward him. In an instant, he hastily retreated, but the force was swifter than his escape. The next moment, it collided violently with Ji Kong, while the crescent blade pierced his body. Bang! At last, Ji Kong let out a heavy grunt, his entire being crashing down upon the edge of the life and death platform. Silence enveloped the area beneath the platform, a deathly stillness prevailing. The expressions of all present cultivators were etched with disbelief. How could it be that Ji Kong, who had just been poised to slay Xuan, was the one who ended up injured? This was utterly absurd. The crux of the matter was that Ji Kong had wounded himself with his own crescent moon blade. Surely, this could not be true? Was it possible that Ji Kong had inadvertently struck himself? I too was taken aback. What on earth had transpired moments ago? Was there something amiss in Ji Kong's mind? Many cultivators shared similar sentiments of incredulity. What exactly had occurred just now? They could not fathom the specifics. All they witnessed was Ji Kong's crescent moon blade aimed at Xuan, only for it to suddenly change course and strike Ji Kong himself. It was simply too outrageous to comprehend. Puffed. As the onlookers remained in a state of disbelief, Ji Kong, lying at the edge of the life and death platform, coughed up a mouthful of blood. At that moment, Ji Kong was utterly bewildered. Who am I? Where am I? What just happened? Ji Kong could not make sense of it. What kind of terrifying technique had Xuan employed to redirect his assault back upon himself? And with such amplified force? I had thought the top genius of the Lin Yuan sect was truly formidable, but it appears to be nothing more than a facade, Xuan remarked with a cold smile. You are a demon cultivator. You practice the wicked path, Ji Kong shouted, his eyes bloodshot. Ji Xixiao. Observing Ji Kong's injury, a group of disciples from the Lin Yuan sect felt their hearts leap into their throats. I have no desire to engage in idle chatter with you. Speak. Do you have any final words? If not, you may reunite with your family. Xuan coldly addressed Ji Kong, now that Ji Kong was gravely wounded, leaving Xuan fully confident in delivering a fatal blow. Boy, do you think you can kill me? You, a demon cultivator, are condemned to be eradicated. Ji Kong retorted with a sneer. You may go meet your family. Xuan declared, his murderous intent palpable. He understood that Ji Kong could not be spared. The roots must be severed. As Xuan's words fell, he prepared to strike. Yet, at that very moment, a voice, cold and commanding, resonated from the void. Stop. With the utterance of this command, an imposing figure materialized above the life and death platform. Clad in a blue Taoist robe, the elder emanated an overwhelming aura of pressure. As he appeared, the cultivators present felt as though their breaths were about to cease entirely. Who was he? How terrifying! This is Mu Bai, the headmaster of the Lin Yuan sect. What? He is the headmaster? No wonder he is so formidable. I can hardly breathe. Upon recognizing the identity of this formidable figure, the crowd was left utterly astounded. After all, such high-ranking individuals were as elusive as dragons, and no one had ever expected to encounter such a legendary personage today. Some cultivators were even compelled to kneel in reverence. Stop. Old man, do you think I will cease simply because you command it? Are you intending to disrupt the rules of the life and death platform? Xuan scoffed. As he spoke, he directed his will, positioning the blood-red sword at Ji Kong's throat point one more thrust, and Ji Kong would meet his demise without a chance for burial. You, despite your youth, practice demonic arts. Today, I shall eradicate the demon for the sake of humanity, restoring tranquility to this world. I implore you to confess, or you shall only bring about your own destruction, Mu Bai coldly declared. Upon Mu Bai's proclamation, a wave of shock rippled through the crowd. What? He is indeed a demon cultivator. He just employed demonic techniques. No wonder Ji Kong was so easily defeated. The power of demonic arts is indeed terrifying. Many cultivators whispered amongst themselves. Xuan, however, wore a cold smirk. It was evident that the headmaster of the Lin Yuan sect was distorting the truth, simply to justify his desire to kill him. The audacity was astonishing. To conjure up accusations without basis. How shameless. Die. Yi Xian said coldly. As the words left his lips, the blood-red sword glided across Ji Kong's neck, a forceful threat that was nothing short of a delusion. After brushing against Ji Kong's throat, a nascent soul drifted out from Ji Kong's body. Clearly, Ji Kong sought to escape that a nascent soul cultivator, once the nascent soul fled, could still be reborn. However, Yi Xian would not allow his escape. A surge of thunderous energy manifested in his hand, transforming into a sword of lightning. Puffed! In the next moment, the lightning sword struck Ji Kong's nascent soul, leading to the complete downfall of this once prominent talent of the Lin Yuan sect. Even in death, Ji Kong could not comprehend that Yi Xian had audaciously slain him before the headmaster's very eyes. You seek death. Witnessing Yi Xian's brazen act of killing Ji Kong right before him, Mu Bai was consumed with rage, for he could scarcely believe that Yi Xian would disregard him, the headmaster, with such contempt. As Mu Bai's words echoed, an overwhelming pressure erupted from him, bearing down upon Yi Xian. When this oppressive force descended, Yi Xian felt as if the heavens themselves were collapsing upon him, his breath faltering. His body's functions began to wane rapidly. Was this the pressure of the transformation dragon realm? How terrifying! Yi Xian was left astounded. It dawned on him that each realm was indeed a world apart. Yet, rather than succumbing to fear, he summoned all his strength to shout into the void. Auntie, if you do not intervene now, I shall perish. Auntie, if you do not act, I shall surely die. Yi Xian's words erupted from him in a desperate sea. His plea resonated, a beautiful figure, reminiscent of a kind-hearted teacher or gentle aunt, nearly stumbled from the void in disbelief. This graceful figure was none other than Wu Jingxin, the revered master of Li Xiao and a formidable elder of the Chaos Sacred Land, her strength far surpassing that of the Lin Yuan sect's headmaster. In her youth, Wu Jingxin had been a legendary figure, defeating all challengers, leaving countless men to whisper her name in their dreams. That I am curious to see just how potent your potential truly is. Wu Jingxin murmured, that moment. She did not rush to intervene, but instead gazed down with her beautiful eyes. Meanwhile, Yi Xian felt an overwhelming sense of discomfort as his knees gradually buckled toward the ground. Producing ominous cracking sounds, he felt as if he were on the verge of shattering. Damn it, why was the benevolent aunt not making her move? If she did not act soon, I would truly perish. Yi Xian's expression revealed a trace of anguish as he spoke. This moment, Yi Xian fully comprehended that the higher one ascends in cultivation, the more formidable the challenges become. Furthermore, the disparity between the Yuan-Ing realm and the transformation dragon realm is indeed vast. You little beast, not only have you practiced demonic arts, but you have also slain my Lin Yuan sect's foremost prodigy, Ji Kong. You deserve to be tortured 1,000 times. However, heaven shows mercy. Surrender the various demonic techniques you have mastered, and I shall grant you a swift death. Otherwise, you shall find yourself in a state where you cannot seek life nor death. The sect leader of Lin Yuan, Mu Bai, spoke with an air of indifference. Naturally, he had witnessed the confrontation between Yi Xian and Ji Kong. The footwork and body techniques Yi Xian exhibited were truly extraordinary. Mu Bai believed that if he could obtain the techniques Yi Xian had mastered, it would compensate for Ji Kong's demise. Want my techniques? Dream on. Yi Xian retorted vehemently. He was fully aware of the other's intentions, which were merely to seize his techniques. But how could that be possible? Yi Xian was not foolish, and he was also certain that someone was covertly protecting him. It was only today that he dared to engage in a life-and-death duel with Ji Kong. Otherwise, even with 100,000 times the courage, he would not have dared to do so. Why Yi Xian never undertook actions without assurance. After all, life is singular. If it were lost, nothing would remain. You have a sharp tongue, but I shall take you back and use the soul search technique to deal with you. Mu Bai declared. As he spoke, a sound akin to a dragon's roar emanated from him, and he charged towards Yi Xian with increased force. His intention was clear, to first cripple Yi Xian's cultivation. However, at that moment, a crisp and melodious cold snort echoed through the Mu Bai enough. As the words fell, countless petals began to scatter through the heavens, filling the air with a fragrant aroma. Once these petals descended, the overwhelming pressure emanating from Mu Bai vanished without a trace. "Who is it?" Upon hearing the voice, Mu Bai's expression changed dramatically. Wu Jingxin. A soft voice resounded. In the next moment, the void trembled violently, and a figure appeared above the gathered crowd. All eyes turned towards this figure, which radiated a brilliant glow, resembling a celestial maiden descending from the heavens. She was extraordinarily beautiful, with an enchanting grace. More importantly, this woman possessed a mature beauty unlike any other, an allure that countless men found irresistible. "She is stunning." This was the unanimous thought of all the cultivators present. Wu Jingxin. At first, Mu Bai did not recognize the identity of this woman before him. However, soon enough, his expression shifted dramatically as he bowed and said, "Mu Bai pays his respects to the esteemed elder." At that moment, Mu Bai was filled with reverence and sincerity, no longer exuding the arrogance he had moments prior. Mu Bai, the life and death arena is a matter of their own volition and fate. As the sect leader, your involvement is a grave transgression. What punishment do you deem appropriate? Wu Jingxin spoke coldly. "Esteemed elder, he is a demonic cultivator." Mu Bai trembled at Wu Jingxin's words, cold sweat pouring from him. "A demonic cultivator? Are you certain you are not concerned about his techniques, but rather because he is a demonic cultivator?" Wu Jingxin's brows furrowed, and an overwhelming pressure radiated from her like a tea that moment. Mu Bai was forced to his knees, trembling uncontrollably, drenched in cold sweat, resembling a chick before an eagle. Goodness, her cultivation is astonishing. Witnessing this scene, Yi Xian was equally shocked. The situation mirrored his own encounter with Mu Bai. "Esteemed elder, I was wrong. I indeed acted with selfishness earlier, and I shall never commit such an error again. I guarantee that as long as I am sect leader of Lin Yuan, the sect shall close its gates and refrain from involving its disciples in worldly conflicts." Mu Bai replied, quaking in fear. He understood that if the other party wished to kill him, it would be as effortless as crushing an entity. Mu Bai had heard of Wu Jingxin's illustrious reputation. In her era, the prodigy she suppressed could not raise their heads. Now that Mu Bai had witnessed Wu Jingxin's strength, he realized that it was not mere exaggeration. She was indeed formidable. "I believe your words are sincere. However, this boy is under the protection of the Chaos Sacred Land. You sought to kill him earlier, so while death is evaded, punishment is unavoidable. I shall sever one of your arms as retribution." Wu Jingxin stated calmly. As her words fell, she pointed a finger, and a flash of light darted forth. Crack! In the next moment, one of Mu Bai's arms was severed and sent flying, blood splattering. Scram. If there's a next time, Lin Yuan's sect shall cease to exist. After severing Mu Bai's arm, Wu Jingxin spoke coldly. "Thank you, esteemed elder," Mu Bai replied in a disheveled manner, hastily fleeing the scene. The onlookers were left in shock, unable to articulate their thoughts, and no one had ever imagined that Yi Xian's backing was the Chaos Sacred Land. That it was truly terrifying, and no wonder Yi Xian, despite being slightly weaker than Jikong, could dispatch him with such ease. "Thank you for saving my life, esteemed elder." Yi Xian expressed his gratitude. To be honest, had it not been for Wu Jingxin's intervention, he would have perished. At why Yi Xian had truly experienced the might of a transformation dragon realm expert. It was indeed formidable. "What did you call me?" "Esteemed elder." "Am I that old?" Wu Jingxin's expression revealed a hint of peculiarity. "Esteemed elder, you are indeed beautiful, not at all appearing aged, but rather like an evergreen tree, adored by all." "Then shall I call you Auntie?" "I enjoy addressing female elders as Auntie," Yi Xian replied, neither humble nor arrogant. He understood that she had been with him for quite a while and had refrained from intervening, knowing she was merely testing him without any malicious intent. "You silver-tongued fellow, come along that I wish to have a word with you." Wu Jingxin glared at Yi Xian. He nodded in agreement. Before long, they arrived at a high-end hotel. After securing a secluded private room, they took their seats. Once seated, Wu Jingxin reigned in her vast, overwhelming aura and revealed her captivating visage, one that could bring many men to their knees. As Yi Xian gazed at this mature and alluring beauty, his mind wandered to an amusing thought. If this enchanting woman were to bear him a child, the offspring would surely rival Li Xiao in quality. However, He quickly shook his head, casting aside that fleeting thought. Before him stood Wu Jingxin, whose cultivation far surpassed his own. Should she perceive his thoughts, it would not bode well for him. After all, this mature and exquisite beauty was the revered master of Li Xiao. He could not afford to entertain such notions for the time being. Otherwise, the world would undoubtedly turn against him. It would be one thing to have inadvertently caused the chaotic saintess to become pregnant. But now he was even contemplating the master of his beloved. Such behavior was utterly disgraceful. Xuan scrutinized the scene. Wu Jingxin, in turn, was observing him with keen interest. Under the gaze of such a captivating woman, Yi Xian felt a rush of embarrassment and promptly broke the silence. "Aunt, is Xiao doing well?" "She is quite well," Wu Jingxin replied, her eyes fixed intently upon Yi Xian. Upon hearing her words, Yi Xian felt a wave of relief wash over him. However, he was acutely aware that Li Xiao was expecting twins, a pair of celestial roots no less. Children born of celestial roots would bestow a nurturing effect upon their mother, with such extraordinary lineage. It was no wonder that his disciple had become infatuated with him. "Speak, how did you discern my presence hidden within the void?" Wu Jingxin inquired, her tone measured. After several days of observation, Wu Jingxin's fondness for Yi Xian had significantly increased, especially after witnessing his performance during the life-and-death duel with Ji Kong, which had thoroughly impressed her discerning. I possess the art of divination. Had it not been for you, dear aunt, I would have never dared face Ji Kong in such a perilous duel, not out of fear of him, but of the sovereign of the Lin Yuan sect. Yi Xian replied earnestly, "You truly possess some skill, but I have never been one to place faith in divination. How about this? If you can accurately read my fortune, I shall believe in your abilities," Wu Jingxin said with a playful smile, a sight that radiated charm and allure, causing Yi Xian to momentarily lose his train of thought. "Aunt, I feel somewhat embarrassed." Yi Xian admitted awkwardly to be bold and attempted. "If you succeed, I shall believe you. If not, I will ensure you get a proper lesson for making my disciple pregnant," Wu Jingxin declared with an earnest expression. "Very well then, dear aunt, I shall take my leave. You are now 342 years old, but in my eyes, you shall forever remain 18 that you stand at 173 centimeters tall, with a D cup," and Yi Xian's words were abruptly cut off by Wu Jingxin's sharp interruption. "Enough," she exclaimed, her brow furrowing in dismay. That moment, Wu Jingxin was utterly bewildered. She had never imagined that Yi Xian could genuinely possess such foresight. Despite her being fully clothed, it felt as if he could see through her very essence. Did he possess some extraordinary ability? If so, did that mean she was as good as unclothed? With that thought, Wu Jingxin's enchanting gaze flared with intensity as she attempted to discern the truth behind Yi Xian's peculiar talents. However, after scrutinizing him carefully, she found no evidence of any supernatural ability, yet what he had just articulated was startlingly accurate. You truly possess the art of divination?" Wu Jingxin asked incredulously. "I would never deceive you." "Aunt," Yi Xian affirmed with sincerity. "Very well, I shall place my trust in you. You do possess some remarkable abilities, and your eloquence is commendable." Wu Jingxin responded that Yi Xian was momentarily taken aback by her last statement. "Aunt, your words seem rather suggestive. You have yet to experience it. How long until you return to your family?" "I shall have Xiao bring the children to see their father." "They must meet him?" Wu Jingxin inquired. "In about 9 months, I shall return to my family," Yi Xian replied. "All right, I shall remember this. Take care, dear," Wu Jingxin said, preparing to take her leave. "Goodbye, aunt," Yi Xian waved after her. Just as Wu Jingxin was about to step out, she paused and turned back. "Young man, I wish to ask you on behalf of Xiao, who was the mastermind behind the assassination attempt on her? Aunt, please inform Xiao that I will reveal everything when we meet. For now, she should focus on her cultivation and not dwell on other matters. I shall personally deal with that mastermind when the time comes. Such matters of violence are best left to us men." Yi Xian declared. Resolutely, he could never allow Li Xiao to risk herself in such dangerous affairs, as they involved significant peril. He could not bear to see the one he cherished put in harm's way. "Understood. Here are some resources for cultivation that Xiao asked me to bring you," Wu Jingxin said, leaving behind a collection of invaluable resources before vanishing from sight. As Xuan observed her departing figure, he wiped the corners of his mouth, revealing a glimmer of anticipation and contemplation in his eyes. With only a few months remaining until the 3-year mark, he hoped to encounter more beauties in that time. He still had quite a distance to cover before reaching the goal of sleeping with 10 stunning women, as mentioned by the system. As these thoughts swirled in Xuan's mind, the system's voice suddenly echoed in his consciousness. Detection indicates that Luo Ningxue has given birth to a celestial root princess, rewarding the host with the advanced heavenly tier technique, Dragon Elephant Suppression Skill. Note: the human body comprises over 840 million particles, and upon mastering the Dragon Elephant Suppression Skill, one can transform these particles into the might of dragons and elephants. When utilized, one can summon a colossal force from within, shaking the heavens and the earth. A single roar could cause the stars to fall. In the midst of its power, all would fall silent. After receiving this reward, the system fell silent. However, upon reading the description of the technique, Xuan felt a profound sense of satisfaction. He was well aware of the terrifying capabilities of this skill. Once mastered, it would render him formidable beyond measure. He could easily obliterate stars with a single punch. The system was exceptional, or rather, it was these beautiful women who had bestowed this upon him. It seemed that he would now devote himself to mastering this technique, as it would exponentially enhance his combat prowess. Upon returning, he must make amends with Luo Ningxue and the others. He felt he had been a most inadequate father. With that in mind, Xuan made his way to an open space and settled into a meditative position to begin his practice. As time passed, on that very morning, as the dawn broke, a mighty dragon's roar echoed around Xuan, accompanied by the sounds of thunderous might. Above him, a spear formed from pure essence floated, signifying the mastery of the first layer of the Dragon Elephant Suppression Skill. Finally, I have succeeded in mastering the first layer of the Dragon Elephant Suppression Skill, truly worthy of being an advanced heavenly tier technique. Even with my celestial root, it is still a challenge to reach complete mastery. Xuan murmured to himself. He then rose from a seated position. Now, let me test the power of the Dragon Elephant Suppression Skill. With that, Xuan summoned his essence and delivered a powerful punch toward a towering mountain several hundred feet high. As he struck, a colossal wave of energy surged forth, accompanied by a spear-like force capable of piercing through the heavens. The dragon's roar resonated, exuding an extraordinary power. Boom! Upon impact, the mountain erupted with a resounding crash, instantly transforming into a vast plain. The sheer force was terrifying. This is merely the first layer of the Dragon Elephant Town's prison strength. Should one cultivate it to the 10th layer, the power is truly beyond imagination. Xuan could not help but exclaim in astonishment. However, he was not in a hurry. Cultivation is a pursuit that demands patience. Subsequently, Xuan embarked on a new journey, with a singular goal in mind, to strive for a breakthrough to the dragon transformation realm by the end of the 3-year training period. The fastest method to achieve this, it seems, is to engage in intimate relations with beautiful women, allowing them to bear his offspring. Thus, Xuan's upcoming task loomed large and daunting. That a day later, Xuan found himself near a thoroughfare. At that moment, he extended his spiritual awareness, only to furrow his brows in concern. He sensed the presence of cultivators ahead, and upon closer listening, he could hear the cries of women. Something was amiss up ahead. "I must take a look," Xuan murmured to himself, transforming into a fleeting shadow as he swiftly advanced. After covering some distance, Xuan beheld a group of cultivators hastily traversing the road below. Behind them, they were dragging along dozens of bound young women, each one remarkably youthful, around the ages of 16 or 17, none exceeding 20. Hurry up. If you delay the young masteress training, you shall suffer a terrible fate. The cultivators barked, brandishing whips that struck the back of the last girl in line. With a resounding crack, the whip tore through her skin, blood gushing forth. The young girl cried out in anguish. Still screaming, "I'll beat you to death," a vicious cultivator threatened. Following this intimidation, the girls obediently fell silent, following the cultivators closely. This is peculiar. These captors are only taking young women, and many of them are cultivators while others are mere mortals. Xuan pondered to himself. He contemplated whether to intervene and rescue these girls, but decided to observe a while longer, as he discerned that the young master mentioned by the captors was likely not present. Thus, he resolved to wait until he uncovered the reasons behind this situation before making a decision. As time passed, Xuan practiced his cultivation while secretly tailing the group. During this period, his cultivation progressed from the first to the second layer of the nascent soul realm. However, this breakthrough was peculiar. He discovered that he now possessed an additional nascent soul within him, totaling 3. This revelation astonished Xuan greatly. For what I understand, other cultivators typically possess only 1 nascent soul. And yet I have 3. This means that when facing adversaries, I effectively have 3 of myself, that I wonder if future breakthroughs will yield even more nascent souls. Xuan mused internally. He attributed this phenomenon to the existence of his system. Naturally, should other cultivators learn of this, they would be utterly astounded, as having 3 nascent souls is unprecedented. Continuing to follow the cultivators, Xuan soon arrived at a city known as Yifeng City. Upon reaching the city, night had fallen, yet Xuan made no move to leave. Instead, he donned a bandit mask over his face and trailed the group to an opulent estate. The estate appeared grand, with an expansive garden, yet it emanated an unsettling aura. Why Xuan refrained from rashly entering, choosing instead to linger on the outer walls to ascertain the situation within. Just as he reached the outer wall, a dark figure materialized beside him. "Who goes there?" Xuan asked, his demeanor shifting to one of caution, for the figure was clad in dark clothing, their face obscured, revealing only a pair of piercing eyes. Upon noticing Xuan's bandit mask, the cloaked figure remained silent, drawing a sword and lunging at him with great force. Seeing the assailant's silent aggression, Xuan's brows knitted together. One hand transformed into a palm, while the other reached out to seize the blade. Having recently tempered his body with the 9 heavens thunder calamity during his breakthrough, Xuan was eager to test the strength of his physique. "Umph!" The cloaked figure scoffed internally, believing that her strike would be beyond the capability of any ordinary person to withstand. Why Xuan's actions appeared to her as nothing short of suicidal. However, the next moment, her expression shifted dramatically. Just as the sword was about to reach Xuan, his 2 fingers indeed clamped down on the blade. As he grasped it, the sword felt as though it were ensnared by an overwhelming force, rendering it immovable. The cloaked figure's dismay. The harder she pulled, the tighter his grip became. Simultaneously, Xuan's other hand launched towards her. The cloaked figure's face paled as she attempted to evade, but it was too late. In the next instant, Xuan's palm struck her chest, leaving both him and her in stunned silence as she let out a piercing scream. After her cry, she stumbled backward, and Xuan was equally astonished. For at the moment of impact, he had been rebuffed. It was then he realized that the figure before him was a woman, and a remarkably soft one at that. He had failed to notice her femininity due to her dark attire. "Who are you?" A chilling voice emanated from within the estate, accompanied by a powerful wave of spiritual pressure sweeping toward them. "Stop screaming." Xuan's expression changed, and he quickly employed the cloud shadow movement technique. Instantly appearing before the cloaked figure, he swept her into his arms, and in the blink of an eye, they vanished from their original location. When they reappeared, Xuan and the cloaked figure found themselves perched atop a tree 1,000 meters away. The cloaked figure was left utterly bewildered, unable to fathom how the man in the bandit mask possessed such eerie and terrifying agility. Yet, as she found herself in his embrace, a sudden realization struck her. She quickly wriggled free from his grasp. "You!" The cloaked figure was incensed, feeling utterly humiliated. Not only had she been assaulted by this man, but she had also been held in his arms. "Ah," she thought, "I am no longer pure. Be quiet. If you draw attention, we'll be discovered." Xuan swiftly halted with his divine sense. However, he had misspoken earlier, as he was truly taken aback at the moment he had embraced the departing figure. The allure of the woman before him was undeniable, that if she were to be considered a great beauty, it would be nothing short of extraordinary. Despite her captivating presence, her physique was remarkably slender, suggesting an exquisite figure. Just as Xuan was lost in his astonishment and reminiscence, a voice from the system echoed in his mind. "Ding!" Detected that the stunning beauty Zhao Mengli is suitable as the host partner. Please cultivate feelings and further pursue Shan Gongbao. Upon hearing the system's notification, Yi Xian could not help but reveal a playful expression. This indicated that she was on his side, an ally. Who are you? And what brings you here? Zhao Mengli seemed to discern that Yi Xian did not harbor ill intentions. On the contrary, he had just saved her. This suggested that he was not a scoundrel, but perhaps shared a common goal with her. I am Yi Xian. On my way, I witnessed someone forcibly taking a group of women, which led me here to investigate. Yi Xian replied, removing his mask. After all, this mysterious figure before him could potentially be his future spouse, and he had nothing to hide. The moment he unveiled his fierce bandit mask, Zhao Mengli's eyes sparkled with surprise, for the man before her was astonishingly handsome, embodying the ideal of countless women in an instant. The earlier grievance she felt towards him faded, replaced by a sense of admiration. Now I understand. I too have come to investigate this matter, that I suspect that someone in this mansion practices the art of seduction. Using these women as vessels for cultivation. Point 2 of my junior sisters have gone missing, and I suspect the Liang family is behind it, Zhao Mengli stated. Then our objectives align. However, I am here to right the wrongs and offer assistance, Yi Xian declared. Who would have thought you possessed such compassion? Truly remarkable, Zhao Mengli responded, her expression slightly excited upon hearing Yi Xian's words. After witnessing his striking appearance, she found him less objectionable. Naturally, if this scene were to be revealed to others, it would undoubtedly leave them in shock, as Zhao Mengli was renowned as the goddess of the Liuli sect, admired by countless individuals. However, she typically refrained from mingling with anyone, especially men, exuding an air of pride akin to a phoenix. It was said that once, a foolish individual caught a glimpse of Zhao Mengli bathing and was relentlessly pursued by her for thousands of miles. Only after that disciple gouged out his own eyes did she relent. Now, this legendary beauty, Zhao Mengli, was conversing so amicably with a man, which was simply absurd. If the Liang family possesses any formidable warriors? Yi Xian inquired. He would not engage in reckless actions without assurance. Should there be strong adversaries present, they would have to rely on the powerful allies behind Zhao Mengli. Present, Yi Xian had gathered all the necessary information about Zhao Mengli, although she had not explicitly stated it. He had already learned that the Liang family's most powerful ancestor was at the 6th or 7th level of the nascent soul realm, which was precisely why he had refrained from acting rashly. Thus, I believe it is prudent to notify my master. We shall wait for her arrival before proceeding, Zhao Mengli suggested. 6th or 7th level of the nascent soul realm? There is no need for that. Let us proceed directly. If they are indeed using those girls as vessels, then we shall show no mercy. That I will handle the killing, and you will rescue them, Yi Xian asserted. Upon hearing his declaration, Zhao Mengli was taken aback. Are we going in now? That S7th level old monster? She hesitated, her expression wavering. You believe we can afford to wait? If those girls are truly being used as vessels, by the time your master and others arrive, it will be too late. Time is of the essence. Let us hurry. You need not worry. Nothing will happen, Yi Xian reassured her. With me here? Very well. Seeing the determination in Yi Xian's eyes, Zhao Mengli nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Yi Xian discarded all pretense and, alongside Zhao Mengli, advanced towards the Liang family's mansion. However, just as they were about to cross the threshold, a cold voice rang out. Who goes there? Halt! Silence! Zhao Mengli retorted with a disdainful huff, unleashing a flying sword. A muffled cry followed, and the guard at the entrance collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Yi Xian and Zhao Mengli pressed forward, resolutely eliminating any Liang family members they encountered. For Yi Xian had foreseen that they were not to be trifled with. Thus, they continued their path, slaying as they went, until they arrived at a small courtyard, where the cacophony of voices interspersed with the cries of women pleading for mercy. Fill the air. This is the place. Let us go. Yi Xian and Zhao Mengli exchanged glances and swiftly entered the garden. Yi Xian unleashed his divine sense, scanning the interior of the courtyard. Upon witnessing the scene inside, he was left astounded. A particularly unsightly young man, was busy stripping the clothing off the terrified girls, surrounded by a terrifying aura of true essence. The wicked smile curled at the corners of his mouth. "It is confirmed. They are indeed being used as vessels," Xuan exclaimed. "But unfortunately, your two junior sisters are already dead. How despicable!" Zhao Mengli seethed, fury igniting within her. She charged forth, and the guard station in the courtyard stood no chance against her wrath. Falling before her with ease, Zhao Mengli made her way toward the inner room with unyielding resolve. Such a fierce woman. In my previous life, she was a true warrior, Xuan murmured, awestruck by her ferocity. In the midst of his astonishment, Zhao Mengli violently kicked open the door, revealing a chaotic scene within that a portly young man was preparing to engage in dual cultivation, while the terrified girls stood pale and trembling. On the floor lay two lifeless bodies, those of Zhao Mengli's missing junior sisters, who had evidently suffered unspeakable torment before their demise. "You vile beast, you deserve nothing less than 1,000 deaths." Zhao Mengli cried out in rage upon seeing the fate of her sisters. She brandished her sword with fury. "Who dares intrude upon my sacred space? Die!" Upon encountering Zhao Mengli before him, Liang Guanyong was overtaken by rage. As he spoke, an aura of terrifying intensity erupted from his being, and he engaged Zhao Mengli in combat. However, Liang Guanyong found himself unable to don his attire in that moment, resulting in a rather unsteady appearance. Boom! In an instant, the air was filled with a cacophony of explosive sounds. Yet to prevent the tumult of their battle from affecting his precious cultivation furnaces, Liang Guanyong retreated outside. Humph! Such a trivial creature, daring to indulge in dual cultivation. Upon witnessing Liang Guanyong, Xuan could not help but scoff derisively. Suddenly, Xuan realized that he was the most dashing figure among men, feeling that even the dark-skinned individuals from his previous life would be left embarrassed. Exclaiming, "Oh my God, are you the reincarnation of an ancestral master? Who dares to act so recklessly in the Liang family?" As the turbulence of Zhao Mengli and Liang Guanyong's skirmish spread, a voice, cold and detached, resonated through the air. Following it, an overwhelming pressure of the nascent soul realm descended. When this oppressive force bore down, Zhao Mengli found herself momentarily paralyzed, feeling the sheer dread of its might. At that moment, Xuan let out a cold snort, releasing his own pressure, characteristic of the second stage of the nascent soul realm. When the two forces collided, the distant oppressive aura shattered instantly. Although Xuan was currently at the second stage of the nascent soul, he was unlike others. He possessed 3 nascent souls, an unparalleled feat in history. Realizing that his nascent soul pressure had been obliterated, a figure suddenly appeared above the courtyard. This figure was an elderly man with hair as white as snow, emanating a palpable aura of death, clearly nearing the end of his life. This old man was none other than Liang Dong, the ancestral patriarch of the Liang family. Under Liang Dong's suppression, the Liang family had long been one of the most formidable clans in Yifeng City. However, with Liang Dong's lifespan dwindling and Liang Guanyong's parents having perished on a mission, Liang Dong harbored grave concerns that the family would collapse upon his demise. To ensure the family's continued strength, Liang Dong ultimately bestowed upon his grandson, Liang Guanyong, the inheritance of the yin-yang harmonious cultivation technique, acquired from a nefarious sex cave. Remarkably, since Liang Guanyong began practicing this technique, his cultivation progressed at an astonishing pace, having advanced from the first stage of the Golden Core realm to the second stage of the Nascent Soul realm in just over a decade. An impressive feat indeed. Liang Dong believed that, should this trajectory continue, even in his absence, Liang Guanyong would be capable of bearing the mantle of the family's revival. However, the technique's sole drawback was its requirement for cultivation furnaces, which explained the Liang family's secretive pursuit of young maidens. This matter was meant to remain confidential, known to no cultivator. Liang Dong could scarcely fathom that 2 intruders would emerge today from nowhere. "Humph, 2 blind fools daring to trespass upon my Liang family. Since you've come, you shall not leave." The ancestral patriarch Liang Dong scoffed, then unleashed a powerful palm strike toward Xuan. For Liang Dong, Xuan was the most inscrutable presence before him. Excellent timing. Just the perfect specimen to test my recently acquired dragon elephant suppression technique, Yi Xian's expression betrayed a frenzied battle intent. He perceived Liang Dong as an exceptional opportunity for honing his skills. As Yi Xian's words fell, he acted decisively, unleashing the full extent of his third-stage nascent soul cultivation. An overwhelming intent to kill surged forth. Dragon Elephant Suppression. With this invocation, Yi Xian struck out with a fist infused with the might of the dragon and elephant. Roar! As he unleashed the punch, the sound of a dragon's roar reverberated, accompanied by the bellowing of an ancient giant elephant. Boom! In an instant, Yi Xian's fist, empowered by the essence of the dragon and elephant, collided with Liang Dong's own strike. The moment of impact produced an earth-shattering roar, and the resulting shockwave rolled forth as if two ancient divine mountains had collided. Upon hearing the commotion, Zhao Mengli and Liang Guanyong ceased their battle. Turning their attention to the scene, they beheld the clash between Yi Xian and Liang Dong, which appeared profoundly terrifying, especially Yi Xian, resembling an ancient deity of slaughter, fierce and relentless. Following the clash, both Yi Xian and Liang Dong's attacks were rendered null. Upon witnessing his attack dissipate so easily, Liang Dong's brows furrowed, and as he gazed at Yi Xian, the arrogance he had previously displayed vanished, replaced by caution. Liang Dong was well aware of the power behind his earlier strike. Yet he had not anticipated that Yi Xian would dismantle it with such ease, indicating that the young man indeed possessed formidable prowess. As for Zhao Mengli, her beautiful eyes glimmered with a sheen of surprise. For Yi Xian's display had exceeded her expectations. Young man, you truly are a delightful surprise. It seems your cultivation technique is of considerable caliber. Liang Dong's voice turned frigid. The matter of Liang Guanyong's reliance on cultivation furnaces must remain a closely guarded secret. For anyone privy to it would face death. Only the dead could hold such knowledge. With that, a spear materialized in Liang Dong's hand, radiating an imposing aura. Young man, it is time to end this. Die, Liang Dong bellowed, and with a shout, the spear surged forth, aimed directly at Yi Xian, as if the heavens themselves were to be pierced. This was Liang Dong's ultimate technique. Come forth. All swords returned to their origins. In the face of the spear, Yi Xian did not dare to show any hubris. He summoned the Crimson Blood Sword and delivered a powerful slash. As he swung the sword, a torrent of sword light erupted, cascading forth like the Milky Way, racing toward the oncoming spear. Boom, boom, boom. The sword light and spear phantom clashed in the void, producing a deafening cacophony. Following a series of collisions, bang, Yi Xian found himself overpowered, sent reeling by an immense force. Once he steadied himself, Yi Xian coughed up a mouthful of blood. Young Master Yi. Seeing Yi Xian spitting blood, Zhao Mengli's expression changed dramatically, for she understood that should Yi Xian be defeated, they would find themselves in grave danger. After all, Zhao Mengli was acutely aware that the Liang family would stop at nothing to ensure their secrets remained hidden, willing to eradicate any potential witnesses. Given the heinous nature of their actions, I am unharmed. Yi Xian wiped the bloodstains lingering at the corner of his mouth and spoke. The truth of Yi Xian's words was undeniable. He was indeed unscathed. The reason he coughed up blood moments ago was solely because he had not exerted his full strength, merely using Liang Dong to hone his skills. You truly are resilient, kid. You merely sustained an injury from my strike. However, your good fortune shall not last. Liang Dong's voice was as frigid as ice. Liang Dong was also somewhat exasperated, for Yi Xian was like an indestructible cockroach. Moreover, the swordplay and boxing techniques he had just displayed were extraordinarily profound. As Liang Dong's words fell, he launched another attack. This time, the force Liang Dong employed was even more terrifying than before. I shan't play with you any longer. Cloud Shadow Phantom. Yi Xian could not help but exclaim. After uttering these words, he executed the Cloud Shadow Phantom, causing his form to vanish from the spot. Bang! Just as Yi Xian's figure disappeared, a spear that seemed capable of piercing the heavens arrived at his side, striking only his afterimage. Why Yi Xian's speed was simply too swift, even Liang Dong failed to perceive it. Ha boy, this time, even if you do not perish, you shall be left crippled, Liang Dong declared, filled with confidence. Is that so? Suppression. Just as Liang Dong's words fell, A detached voice suddenly echoed from behind him. Not good. Upon hearing this voice, Liang Dong felt a chill run down his spine. However, everything transpired far too swiftly for him to react. By the time he registered the situation, darkness enveloped him. In the next moment, he found himself suppressed within the 3 generations copper coffin summoned by Yi Xian. Kid, what in the world is this? Release me at once. After being confined within the 3 generations copper coffin, Liang Dong could not help but shout in panic. He exerted all his strength to break free from the coffin. But to his despair, it was as impenetrable as a fortress. Old fool, just accept the judgment of death. Yi Xian replied coldly. As his words fell, Yi Xian's intent surged, triggering the murderous intent within the 3 generations copper coffin. The primary reason Yi Xian chose to eradicate Liang Dong with the 3 generations copper coffin was that he discovered that when using his life treasure to eliminate a cultivator significantly stronger than himself, the power of the coffin would amplify. Once the murderous intent was activated, piercing screams echoed from within the coffin. In a brief moment, the cries ceased abruptly, and no matter how formidable you may be, once trapped in my 3 generations copper coffin, you shall ultimately meet the fate of turning to ash, Yi Xian declared, his expression chilling. He then opened the coffin and scattered the ashes within. As for the storage ring, Yi Xian retrieved it. The 3 generations copper coffin possessed a peculiar phenomenon. It did not destroy the treasures on the enemy's person during annihilation, a feature Yi Xian found quite humane. Grandfather! Upon witnessing his grandfather reduced to ashes by Yi Xian, Liang Guanyong's eyes widened in anguish, unleashing a heart-wrenching scream. Curse your grandfather! Following this, Zhao Mengli could not help but curse, then directed her attack at Liang Guanyong. In that moment, Yi Xian transformed into a harbinger of death, terrifying and valiant, his murderous intent palpable. Initially, Zhao Mengli had harbored concerns for Yi Xian, but now, those worries dissipated entirely. Thus, she struck fiercely. Before long, Liang Guanyong was felled by a single sword strike. Why? Why? Liang Guanyong roared in frustration. He believed that given a bit more time, after completing his dual cultivation with the captured women, his strength would soar. Yet at such a critical juncture, these 2 unknown pests had disrupted his cultivation. Sealing his fate, to be honest, Liang Guanyong's heart was filled with profound unwillingness. Why? You deserve to die for killing my 2 junior sisters. Zhao Mengli's voice was icy. The memory of her 2 junior sisters' tragic deaths ignited a fierce rage within her. So you were a cultivator of the Liuli sect? I must admit, those 2 women were quite effective, but they stubbornly refused to dual cultivate with me, so I had no choice but to kill them. Then, I took advantage of the moment to complete my own cultivation. Liang Guanyong sneered. He understood that he could not escape death today, so he resolved to inflict some pain on his adversaries before his demise. You shall meet your end. Upon hearing Liang Guanyong's words, Zhao Mengli was nearly driven to the brink of bloodshed in fury. She had initially speculated that her 2 junior sisters might have endured horrific torment in life, only to discover that they had been slain and subjected to the vile treatment of this beast. This man was truly lower than a beast. As Zhao Mengli's words fell, she thrust her sword into Liang Guanyong's chest. Yet, as she did so, a nascent soul emerged from Liang Guanyong's body.